Chapter 17 of Mr. Prohack by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 17. Romance. 1. The very next day Mr. Prohack had a plutocratic mood of overbearingness, which led to a sudden change in his location, the same being transferred to Frinton-on-Sea. The mood was brought about by a visit to the city, at the summons of Paul Spinner, and the visit included conversations not only with Paul, but with Smythe and Smythe, the solicitors, and with a firm of stockbrokers. Paul handed over to his cronies saleable securities, chiefly in the shape of scrip of the greatest oil combine and its subsidiaries, for a vast amount, and advised Mr. Prohack to hold on to them, as, owing to the present depression due to the imminence of a great strike, they were likely to be marked higher before Mr. Prohack was much older. Mr. Prohack declined the advice, and he also declined the advice of solicitors and stockbrokers, who were both full of wisdom and of devices for increasing capital values. What these firms knew about the future, and about the consequence of causes, and about the psychology of the markets, astounded the simple terror of the departments, and it was probably unanswerable. But, being full of riches, Mr. Prohack did not trouble to answer it. He merely swept it away with a tyrannical and impatient gesture, which gesture somehow mysteriously established him at once as a great authority on the art of investment. "Now listen to me," said he imperiously, and the manipulators of shares listened, recalling to themselves that Mr. Prohack had been a Treasury official for over 20 years, and must therefore be worth hearing, although the manipulators commonly spent many hours a week in asserting, in the press and elsewhere, that Treasury officials comprehended naught of finance. "Now listen to me. I don't care a hang about my capital. It may decrease or increase, and I shan't care. All I care for is my interest. I want to be absolutely sure that my interest will tumble automatically into my bank on fixed dates. No other consideration touches me. I'm not a gambler. I'm not a usurer. Industrial development leaves me cold, and if I should ever feel any desire to knit the empire closer together, I'll try to do it without making a profit out of it. At the moment, all I'm after is certain, sure, fixed interest. Hence, government securities, British government, or colonial. Britain is of course rotten to the core, always was, always will be. Still, I'll take my chances. I'm infernally insular where investment is concerned. There's one thing to be said about the British Empire. You do know where you are in it. And I don't mind some municipal stocks. I even want some. I conceive the smash-up of the British Empire, but I cannot conceive Manchester defaulting in its interest payments. Can you?" And he looked round and paused for a reply, and no reply came. Nobody dared to boast himself capable of conceiving Manchester's default. Towards the end of the arduous day, Mr. Prohack departed from the city, leaving behind him an immense reputation for financial sagacity, and a scheme of investment under which he could utterly count upon a modest regular income of £17,000 per annum. He was sacrificing over £5,000 per annum in order to be free from an investor's anxieties, and he reckoned that his peace of mind was cheap at £100 a week. This detail alone shows to what an extent the man's taste for costly luxuries had grown. Naturally, he arrived home, swollen. Now it happened that Eve also, by reason of her triumph in regard to the house in Manchester Square, had swelled head. A conflict of individualities occurred. A trifle, even a quite pleasant trifle. Nothing that the servants might not hear with advantage. But before you could say knife, Mr. Prohack had said that he would go away for a holiday and abandon Eve to manage the removal to Manchester Square how she chose. And Eve had leapt on to the challenge, and it was settled that Mr. Prohack should go to Frinton-on-Sea. Eve selected Frinton-on-Sea for him because Dr. Vega had recommended it for herself. She had a broad notion of marriage as a commonwealth. She loved to take Mr. Prohack's medicines, and she was now insisting on his taking her watering places. Mr. Prohack said that the threatened great strike might prevent his journey. Pooh! She laughed at such fears. She drove him herself to Liverpool Street. "You may see your friend Lady Massoulam," said she, as the car entered the precincts of the station. Once again he was struck by the words, "your friend," prefixed to Lady Massillon, but he offered no comment on them. "Why Lady Massillon?" he asked. "Didn't you know she's got a house at Frinton?" replied Mr. Prohack. "Everybody has in these days. It's the thing." She didn't see him into the train because she was in a hurry about butlers. Mr. Prohack was cast loose in the booking hall and had a fine novel sensation of freedom. 2. Never since marriage had he taken a holiday alone, never desired to do so. He felt himself to be on the edge of romance. Frinton, for example, presented itself as a city of romance. He knew it not, knew scarcely any English seaside, having always managed to spend his holidays abroad. But Frinton must, he was convinced, be strangely romantic. The train thither had an aspect which strengthened his conviction. It consisted largely of first-class coaches, and in the window of nearly every first-class compartment and saloon was exhibited a notice. This compartment, or saloon, is reserved for members of the North Essex Season Ticket Holders Association. Mr. Prohack, being still somewhat swollen, decided that he was a member of the North Essex Season Ticket Holders Association, and acted accordingly. Otherwise he might never have reached Frinton. He found himself in a sort of club, about 60 feet by 6, where everybody knew everybody except Mr. Prohack, and where cards and other games, tea and other drinks, tobacco and other weeds were being played and consumed in an atmosphere of the utmost conviviality. Mr. Prohack was ignored, but he was not objected to. His fellow travellers regarded him cautiously as a new chum. The head attendant and dispenser was very affable as to a promising neophyte. Only the ticket inspector singled him out from all the rest by stopping in front of him. "My last hour has come," thought Mr. Prohack, as he produced his miserable white return ticket. All stared. The inspector stared. But nothing happened. Mr. Prohack had a sense of reprieve, and also of having been baptized or inducted into a secret society. He listened heartily to 40 conversations about physical diversions and luxuries, and about the malignant and fatuous wrong-headedness of men who went on strike, and about the approaching catastrophic end of all things. Meanwhile, at any rate in the coach, the fabric of society seemed to be holding together fairly well. Before the train was half-way to Frinton, Mr. Prohack judged, and rightly, that he was already there. The fact was that he had been there ever since entering the saloon. After 2 hours the train, greatly diminished in length, came to rest in the midst of a dark flatness, and the entire population of the coach vanished out of it in the twinkling of an eye, and Mr. Prohack saw the name Frinton on a flickering oil lamp, and realized that he was at the gates of the most fashionable resort in England, a spot where even the ozone was exclusive. The station staff marvelled at him because he didn't know where the Majestic Hotel was, and because he asked without notice for a taxi, fly, omnibus, or anything on wheels. All the other passengers had disappeared. The exclusive ozone was heavy with exciting romance for Mr. Prohack, as the station staff considered his unique and incomprehensible case. Then a tiny omnibus materialized out of the night. "Is this the Majestic bus?" Mr. Prohack inquired of the driver. "Why, it is if you like, sir," the driver answered. Mr. Prohack did like. The Majestic was large and prim, resembling a Swiss hotel in its furniture, the language and composition of the menu, the dialect of the waiters, but it was about 15 degrees colder than the highest hotel in Switzerland. The dining room was shaded with rose-shaded lamps, and it susurrated with the polite whisperings of elegant couples and trios, and the entremet was cabinet pudding, a fine display considering the depth of winter and of the off-season. Mr. Prohack went off after dinner for a sharp walk in the east wind. Solitude, blackness, night. East wind in the bushes of gardens that shielded the facades of large houses. Not a soul, not a policeman. He descended precariously to the vast, smooth beach. The sound of the sea. Romance. Mr. Prohack seemed to walk for miles like Ozymandias on the lone and level sands. Then he fancied he descried a moving object. He was not mistaken. It approached him. It became a man and a woman. It became a man and a young woman, arm in arm and soul in soul. And there was nothing but the locked couple, and the sound of the invisible, the immeasurable sea, and the east wind, and Mr. Prohack. Romance thrilled through Mr. Prohack's spine. "So I said to him," the man was saying to the young woman as the pair passed Mr. Prohack, "I said to him, I could do with a pint of that, I said." 3. The next morning Mr. Prohack rose with alacrity from a hard bed, and was greeted in the hall by the manager of the hotel, an enormous, middle-aged, sunburnt, jolly person in flannels and an incandescent blazer, who asked him about his interests in golf and hard-court tennis. Mr. Prohack, steeped as he felt himself to be in strange romance, was prepared to be interested in these games, but the self-protective instinct warned him that since these games could not be played alone, they would, if he indulged in them, bring him into contact with people who might prove tedious. He therefore changed the conversation and asked whether he could have strawberry jam for his breakfast. The manager's face instantly changed, hardening to severity. Was Mr. Prohack eccentric? Did he desire to disturb the serene habits of the hotel? The manager promised to see. He did see, and announced that he was afraid that Mr. Prohack could not have strawberry jam to his breakfast. And Mr. Prohack said to himself, "What would my son Charles have done?" During a solitary breakfast, with blackberry jam, in the huge dining-room, Mr. Prohack decided that Charles would have approached the manager differently. After breakfast he saw the manager again, and he did not inquire from the manager whether there was any chance of hiring a motor car. He said briefly, "I want to hire a car, please. It must be round here in half an hour sharp." "I would attend to the matter myself," said the manager humbly. The car kept the rendezvous, and Mr. Prohack inspected Frinton from the car. He admired the magnificent reserve of Frinton, which was the most English place he had ever seen. The houses gave nothing away. The shivering shopping ladies in the streets gave nothing away, and certainly the shops gave nothing away. The newspaper placards announced what seemed to be equivalent to the end of the existing social order. But Frinton apparently did not blench nor tremble. It went calmly and powerfully forward into the day, which was Saturday, relying upon the great British axiom, "To ignore is to destroy." It ignored the end of the existing social order, and lo, there was no end. Up and down various long and infinitely correct avenues of sheltered homes drove Mr. Prohack, and was everywhere baffled in his human desire to meet Frinton half-way. He stopped the car at the post-office and telegraphed to his wife, "No strawberry jam in this city. Love, Arthur." The girl behind the counter said, "1 and a penny, please," and looked hard at him. 5 minutes later he returned to the post-office and telegraphed to his wife, "Omitted to say in previous telegram that Frinton is the greatest expression of Anglo-Saxon character I have ever encountered. Love, Arthur." The girl behind the counter said, 2 and 3, please," stared harder at him, and blushed. Perceiving the blush, Mr. Prohack at once dispatched a third telegram to his wife. "But it has charming weaknesses. Love, Arthur." Extraordinarily happy and gay, he drove out of Frinton to see the remainder of north-east Essex in the enheartening east wind. In the evening he fell asleep in the lounge while waiting for dinner, having dressed a great deal too soon, and being a great deal too full of east wind. When he woke up he noticed a different atmosphere in the hotel. Youth and brightness had entered it. The lounge had vivacity and expectation. And Mr. Prohack learned that Saturday night was gala, with a dance and special bridge. Not even the news that the star guest of the hotel, Lord Partick, was suddenly indisposed and confined to his room, could dash the new optimism of the place. At dinner the manager walked around the little tables and gorgeously babbled with diners about the sportive feats of the day. And Mr. Prohack, seeing that his own turn was coming, began to feel as if he was on board a ship. He feared the worst, and the worst came. "Perhaps you'd like to make a fourth at bridge, if so," said the manager jollily. "Or perhaps you dance, if so." Mr. Prohack shut his eyes and gave forth vague affirmatives. And as soon as the manager had left him, he gazed around the room at the two blonde women, young and old, and wondered fearfully which would be his portion for bridge or dance. In the lounge after dinner he ignited a cigar and watched the lighting up of the ballroom, ordinarily the drawing-room, and the entry of the musicians therein. Then he observed the manager chatting with two haughty beldames and an aged gentleman, and they all three cast assaying glances upon Mr. Prohack, and Mr. Prohack knew that he had been destined for bridge, not dancing, and the manager moved towards him, and Mr. Prohack breathed his last sigh but one. But the revolving doors at the entrance revolved, and out of the Frintonian night appeared Lady Massulam, magnificently enveloped. Seldom had Mr. Prohack's breast received a deeper draught of mingled astonishment and solace. Hitherto he had not greatly cared for Lady Massulam, and could not see what Charlie saw in her. Now he saw what Charlie saw, and perhaps more also. She had more than dignity. She had style, and she femininely challenged. She was like a breeze on the French shore to a British bark cruising dully in the Channel. She welcomed the sight of Mr. Prohack, and her greeting of him made a considerable change in the managerial attitude towards the unassuming terror of the departments. The manager respectfully informed Lady Massulam that Lord Partick was indisposed, and respectfully took himself off. Lady Massulam and Mr. Prohack then proceeded to treat each other like new toys. Mr. Prohack had to explain why he was at Frinton, and Lady Massulam explained that whenever she was in Frinton at the weekend, she always came to the Majestic to play bridge with old Lord Partick. It flattered him. She liked him, though he had bought his peerage. He was a fine player, so was she, and lastly they had had business relations, and financially Lord Partick watched over her as over a young girl. Mr. Prohack was relieved thus to learn that Lady Massulam had not strolled into the Majestic Hotel, Frinton, to play bridge with nobody in particular. Still, she was evidently well known to the habitués, several of whom approached to greet her. She temporized with them in her calm Latin manner, neither encouraging nor discouraging their advances, and turning back to Mr. Prohack by her side at every surcease. "We shall be compelled to play bridge if we do not take care," she murmured in his ear, as a dowager larger than herself loomed up. "Yes," murmured Mr. Prohack, "I've been feeling the danger ever since dinner. Will you dance with me? Not, of course, as a pleasure, I won't flatter myself, but as a means of salvation?" The dowager bore down with a most definite suggestion for bridge in the card-room. Lady Massulam definitely stated that she was engaged to dance. Well, of course Lady Massulam was something of a galleon herself, but she was a beautiful dancer. That is to say, she responded perfectly to the male volition. She needed no pushing and no pulling. She moved under his will as lightly as a young girl. Her elaborately dressed hair had an agreeable scent. Her complexion was a highly successful achievement. Everything about her had a quiet and yet a dazzling elegance which had been obtained regardless of expense. As for her figure, it was on a considerable scale, but its important contours had a soft and delicate charm. And all that was nothing in the estimation of Mr. Prohack compared with her glance. At intervals in the fox-trot he caught the glance. It was arch, flirtatious, eternally youthful, challenging, and it expressed pleasure in the fox-trot. Mr. Prohack was dancing better than ever before in his career as a dancer. She made him dance better. She was not the same woman whom he had first met at lunch at the Grand Babylon Hotel. She was a new revelation, packed with possibilities. Mr. Prohack recalled his wife's phrase, "You know she adores you." He hadn't known. Honestly, such an idea had not occurred to him. But did she adore him? Not adore, naturally, but had she a bit of a fancy for him? Mr. Prohack became the youngest man in the room, an extraordinary case of rejuvenescence. He surveyed the room with triumph. He sniffed up the brassy and clicking music into his vibrating nostrils. He felt no envy of any man in the room. When the band paused, he clapped like a child for another dose of foxtrot. At the end of the third dose, they were both a little breathless, and they had ices. After a waltz, they both realized that excess would be imprudent, and returned to the lounge. "I wish you'd tell me something about my son," said Mr. Prohack. "I think you must be the greatest living authority on him." "Here?" exclaimed Lady Massingham. "Anywhere, any time." "It would be safer at my house," said Lady Massingham. "But before I go I must just write a little note to Lord Partick. He will expect it." That was how she invited him to the Lone Cedar, the same being her famous bungalow on the front. 4. "Your son," said Lady Massingham in a familiar tone, but most reassuringly like an aunt of Charlie's, after she had explained how they had met in Glasgow through being distantly connected by the same business deal, and how she had been impressed by Charlie's youthful capacity. "Your son has very great talent for big affairs, but he is now paying a dangerous claim, far more dangerous than he imagines, and he will not be warned. He is selling something he hasn't got before he knows what price he will have to pay for it." "Ah," breathed Mr. Prohack. They were sitting together in the richly ornamented bungalow drawing-room by the fire. Lady Massingham sat up straight in her sober and yet daring evening frock. Mr. Prohack lounged with formless grace in a vast easy-chair neighbouring a whisky and soda. She had not asked him to smoke. He did not smoke, and he had no wish to smoke. She was a gorgeously mature specimen of a woman. He imagined her young, and he decided that he preferred the autumn to the spring. She went on talking of finance. "She's moving in regions that Eve can never know," he thought. "But how did Eve perceive that she had taken a fancy to me?" The alleged danger to Charlie scarcely disturbed him. Her appreciation or depreciation of Charlie interested him only in so far as it was a vehicle for the expression of her personality. He had never met such a woman. He responded to her with a vivacity that surprised himself. He looked surreptitiously round the room, brilliantly lighted here and there obscure, and he comprehended how every detail of its varied sumptuosity aptly illustrated her mind and heart. His own heart was full of quite new sensations. "Of course," she was saying, "if Charles is to become the really great figure that he might be, he will have to cure his greatest fault, and perhaps it is incurable." "I know what that is," said Mr. Prohack, softly but positively. "What is it?" Her glance met his. "His confided reserve, lack of elasticity, lack of adaptability. The old British illusion that everything will come to him who won't budge. Why, it's a 10-horsepower effort for him even to smile." Lady Massingham seemed to leap from her chair, and she broke swiftly into French. "Oh, you comprehend then, you! If you knew what I have suffered in your terrible England! But you do not suspect what I have suffered. I advance myself. They retire before me. I advance myself again. They retire again. I open. They close. Do they begin? Never. It is always I who must begin. Do I make a natural gesture? They say to themselves, 'What a strange woman, how indiscreet, but she is foreign.' They lift their shoulders. Am I frank? They pity me. They give themselves never. They are shut like their lips over their long teeth. Ah, but they have taught me. In 20 years have I not learnt the lesson? There is nobody among you who can be more shut tight than me. I flatter myself that I can be more terrible than any Englishwoman or man. You do not catch me now? But what a martyrdom! I might return to France. No, I am become too English. In Paris I should resemble an émigré. And people would say, 'What is that? It is like nothing at all. It has no name.' Besides, I like you English. You are terrible, but one can count on you. Vous y êtes?" "J'y suis," replied Mr. Prohack, ravished. Lady Massingham, in her agitation, picked up the tumbler and sipped. "Pardon," she cried aghast. "It is yours," and plonked the tumbler down again on the lacquered table. Mr. Prohack had the wit to drink also. They went on talking. A silver tongue vibrated from the hall with solemn British deliberation. 1, 2. The air throbbed to the sound for many seconds. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Mr. Prohack, rising in alarm. "And this is Frinton!" She let him out herself, with all soft precautions against shocking the Frintonian world. His manner of regaining the majestic hotel can only be described by saying that he effected an entrance into it. He went to bed, but not to sleep. "What the deuce has happened to me?" he asked himself, amazed. "Is it anything serious, or am I merely English after all?" 5. Late the next morning, when he was dreaming, a servant awoke him with the information that a chauffeur was demanding him. But he was sleepy and slept again. Between noon and 1 o'clock he encountered the chauffeur. It was Carthew, who stated that his mistress had sent him with the car. She felt that he would need the car to go about in. As for her, she would manage without it. Mr. Prohack remained silent for a few moments and then said, "Be ready to start in a quarter of an hour." "Before lunch, sir?" "Before lunch." Mr. Prohack paid his bill and packed. "Which way, sir?" Carthew asked, as the Eagle moved from under the portico of the hotel. "There is only one road out of Frinton," said Mr. Prohack. "It's the road you came in by. Take it. I want to get off as quickly as possible. The climate of this place is the most dangerous and deceptive I have ever in." "Really, sir?" responded Carthew, polite but indifferent. The east wind, I suppose, sir?" "Not at all. The south wind." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Mr. Prohack by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 18. A Homeless Night. 1. How exhilarating, Mr. Prohack found it, to be on the road without a destination. It was Sunday morning, and the morning was marvellous for the time of year. Mr. Prohack had had a very fine night, and he now felt a curious desire to defy something or somebody, to defend himself, and to point out, if anyone accused him of cowardice, that he had not retreated from danger until after he had fairly affronted it. More curious still was the double, self-contradictory sensation of feeling both righteous and sinful. He would have spurned a charge of wickedness, and yet the feeling of being wicked was really very jolly. He seemed to have begun a new page of life, and then to have ripped the page away, and possibly spoilt the whole books. Deference to Eve, of course, respect for Eve. Or was it merely that he must always be able to look Eve in the face? In sending the car for his idle use, Eve had performed a masterstroke which laid him low by its kindliness, its wifeliness, its touches of perverse self-sacrifice, and of vague, delicate malice. Lady Massulum hung in the vast hollow of his mind, a brilliant and intensely seductive figure. But Eve hung there too, and Mr. Prohack was obliged to admit that the simple Eve was holding her own. "My sagacity is famous," said Mr. Prohack to himself, "and I never showed more of it than in leaving Frinton instantly. Few men would have had the sense and the resolution to do it." And he went on praising himself to himself. Such was the mood of this singular man. Hunger, Mr. Prohack's hunger, drew them up to Freighting, a village a few miles short of Colchester. The inn at Freighting had been constructed ages earlier, entirely without reference to the fact that it is improper for certain different types of humanity to eat or drink in each other's presence. In brief, there was obviously only one dining room, and not a series of dining rooms classified according to castes. Mr. Prohack, free, devil-may-care, and original, said to his chauffeur, "You'd better eat with me, Carthew." "You're very kind, sir," said Carthew, and at once sat down and ceased to be a chauffeur. "Well, I haven't been seeing much of you lately." Mr. Prohack edged forward into the fringes of intimacy, when 3 glasses of beer and 3 slices of Derby round had been unequally divided between them. "Have I?" "No, sir." Mr. Prohack had in truth been seeing Carthew almost daily, but on this occasion he used the word see in a special sense. "That boy of yours getting on all right?" "Pretty fair, considering he's got no mother, if you understand what I mean, sir," replied Carthew, pushing back his chair, stretching out his legs, and picking his teeth with a fork. "Ah, yes," said Mr. Prohack commiseratingly. "Very awkward situation for you, that is." "Oh, it isn't awkward for me, sir. It's me boy it's awkward for. I'm as right as rain." "No chance of the lady coming back, I suppose?" "Well, she'd better not try," said Carthew grimly. "But does this mean you've done with the sex at your age?" cried Mr. Prohack. "I don't say as I've done with the sex, sir. Male and female created he them, as the good old book says. I'm not going behind that. No, not me. All I say is I'm as right as rain, for the present, and she'd better not try." "I bet you anything you won't keep it up," said Mr. Prohack, impetuously exceeding the limits of inter-caste decorum. "Keep what up?" "This attitude of yours." "I won't bet, sir," said Carthew, "'cause nobody can see round a corner. But I promise you I'll never take a woman seriously again. That's the mistake we make, taking 'em seriously. You see, sir, being a chauffeur in the early days of motor cars, I've had a tidy bit of experience, if you understand what I mean. Because in them days a chauffeur was like what an air pilot is today. He didn't have to ask, he didn't. And what I say is this, I say we're mugs to take 'em seriously." "You think we are?" bubbled Mr. Prohack emptily, perceiving that he had to do with an individual whom misfortune had rendered impervious to argument. "I do, sir, and what's more, I say you've never known where you are with any woman." "That I agree with," said Mr. Prohack with a polite show of eagerness. "But you're cutting yourself off from a great deal, you know, Carthew," he added, thinking magnificently upon his adventure with Lady Massulum. "There's a rare lot as would like to be in my place," murmured Carthew with bland superiority. "If it's all the same to you, sir, I'll just go and give her a look over before we start again." He scraped his chair cruelly over the wood floor, rose, and ceased to be an authority on women. It was while exercising his privilege of demanding, awaiting, and paying the bill, that Mr. Prohack happened to see at the other end of the long, empty dining-room table a copy of the Sunday Picture, which was the Sabbath edition of the Daily Picture. He got up and seized it, expecting it to be at least a week old. It proved, however, to be as new and fresh as it could be. Mr. Prohack glanced with inimical tolerance at its pages, until his eye encountered the portraits of two ladies, both known to him, side by side. One was Miss Eliza Fiddle, the rage of the West End, and the other was Mrs. Arthur Prohack, wife of the well-known Treasury official. The portraits were juxtaposed, it seemed, because Miss Eliza Fiddle had just let her lovely home in Manchester Square to Mrs. Arthur Prohack. The shock of meeting Eve in the Sunday Picture was terrible, but equally terrible to Mr. Prohack was the discovery of his ignorance in regard to the ownership of the noble mansion. He had understood, or more correctly, he had been given to understand, that the house and its contents belonged to a certain peer, whose taste in the arts was as celebrated as that of his lordly forefathers had been. Assuredly neither Eliza Fiddle nor anybody like her could have been responsible for the exquisite decorations and furnishings of that house. On the other hand, it would have been very characteristic of Eliza Fiddle to leave the house as carelessly as it had been left, with valuable or invaluable bibelots lying about all over the place. Almost certainly Eliza Fiddle must have had some sort of effective ownership of the place. He knew that dazzling public favourites did sometimes enjoy astounding and mysterious luck in the matter of luxurious homes, and that some of them progressed through a series of such homes, each more inexplicable than the last. He would not pursue the inquiry, even in his own mind. He had, of course, no grudge against the efficient and strenuous Eliza, for he was perfectly at liberty not to pay money in order to see her. She must be an exceedingly clever woman, and it was not in him to cast stones. Yet, pharisaical snob, he did most violently resent that she should be opposite his wife in the Sunday Picture. Eve! Eve! A few short weeks ago, and you made a mock of women who let themselves get into the Daily Picture, and now you are there yourself.
But so, and often, was the siren Lady Masculum. A ticklish thing, criticism of life. And there was another point, as sharp as any. Ozzy Morphy must have known, Charlie must have known, Sissy must have known, Eve herself must have known, that the de facto owner of the noble mansion was Eliza Fiddle, and none had vouchsafed the truth to him. "We'll struggle back to town, I think," said Mr. Prohack to Carthew, with a pitiable affectation of brightness. And instead of sitting by Carthew's side as previously, he sat behind, and reflected upon the wisdom of Carthew. He had held that Carthew's views were warped by a peculiar experience. He now saw that they were not warped at all, but shapely, sane, and incontrovertible. 2. That evening, soon after dark, the Eagle, dusty and unkempt from a journey which had not been free from mishaps, rolled up to the front door of Mr. Prohack's original modest residence behind Hyde Park, and Mr. Prohack jumped out, and Carthew came after him with 2 bags. The house was as dark as the owner's soul, not a gleam of light in any window. Mr. Prohack produced his familiar latch-key, scraped round the edge of the keyhole, savagely pushed in the key, and opened the door. There was still no light nor sign of life. Mr. Prohack paused on the threshold, and then his hand instinctively sought the electric switch and pulled it down. No responsive gleam. "Machin!" called Mr. Prohack, as it were plaintively. No sound. "I am a fool," thought Mr. Prohack. He struck a match and walked forward delicately, peering. He descried an empty portmanteau lying on the stairs. He shoved against the dining-room door, which was ajar, and lit another match, and started back. The dining-room was full of ghosts, furniture sheeted in dust sheets, and a newspaper had been made into a cap over his favourite Chippendale clock. He retreated. "Put those bags into the car again," he said to Carthew, who stood hesitant on the vague whiteness of the front step. How much did Carthew know? Mr. Prohack was too proud to ask. Carthew was no longer an authority on women, lunching with an equal. He was a servitor, engaged and paid on the clear understanding that he should not speak until spoken to. "Drive to Claridge's Hotel," said Mr. Prohack. "Yes, sir." At the entrance to the hotel, the party was received by gigantic uniformed guards with all the respect due to an eagle. Ignoring the guards, Mr. Prohack passed imperially within to the reception office. "I want a bedroom, a sitting-room, and a bathroom, please." "A private suite, sir?" "A private suite."
"What kind, sir? We have—"
"The best," said Mr. Prohack with finality. He signed his name and received a ticket. "Please have my luggage taken out of the car, and tell my chauffeur I shall want him at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and that he should take the car to the hotel garage, wherever it is, and sleep here. I will have some tea at once in my sitting-room." The hotel staff, like all hotel staffs, loved a customer who knew his mind with precision and could speak it. Mr. Prohack was admirably served. After tea he took a bath because he could think of nothing else to do. The bath, as baths will, inspired him with an idea. He set out on foot to Manchester Square, and having reached the square, cautiously followed the side opposite to the noble mansion. The noble mansion blazed with lights through the wintry trees. It resembled the set piece of a pyrotechnic display. Mr. Prohack shivered in the dank evening. Then he observed that blinds and curtains were being drawn in the noble mansion, shutting out from its superb nobility the miserable, crude, poverty-stricken world. With the exception of the glow in the fanlight over the majestic portals, the noble mansion was now as dark as Mr. Prohack's other house. He shut his lips, steeled himself, and walked round the square to the noble mansion, and audaciously rang the bell. He had to wait. He shook guiltily, as though he and no member of his family had sinned. A little more, and his tongue would have cleaved to the gold of his upper denture. The double portals swung backwards. Mr. Prohack beheld the portly form of an intensely traditional butler, and behind the butler a vista of outer and inner halls and glimpses of the soaring staircase. He heard, somewhere in the distance of the interior, the ringing laugh of his daughter Sissy. The butler looked carelessly down upon him, and as Mr. Prohack uttered no word, challenged him. "Yes, sir." "Is Mrs. Prohack at home?" "No, sir," positively. "Is Miss Prohack at home?" "No, sir," more positively. "Oh." "Will you leave your name, sir?" "No." Abruptly Mr. Prohack turned away. He had had black moments in his life. This was the blackest. Of course he might have walked right in and said to the butler, "Here's a month's wages, hook it." But he was a peculiar fellow, verging sometimes on silliness. He merely turned away. The vertiginous rapidity of his wife's developments, manoeuvres, and transformations had dazed him into a sort of numbed idiocy. In 2 days, in a day, with no warning to him of her extraordinary precipitancy, she had flitted. At Claridge's, through giving Monsieur Charles, the maître d'hôtel, carte blanche in the ordering of his dinner, and then only half eating his dinner, Mr. Prohack failed somewhat to maintain his prestige, though he regained ground towards the end by means of champagne and liqueurs. The Black and Gold restaurant was full of expensive persons who were apparently in ignorance of the fact that the foundations of the social fabric had been riven. They were all gay. The music was gay. Everything was gay, except Mr. Prohack, the sole living being in the place who conformed in face and heart to the historical conception of the British Sunday. But Mr. Prohack was not now a man. He was a grievance. He was the most deadly kind of grievance, the irrational kind. A superlatively fine cigar did a little, not much, to solace him. He smoked it with scientific slowness, and watched the restaurant empty itself. He was the last survivor in the restaurant, and 15 waiters and 250 electric lamps were keeping him in countenance. Then his wandering enfeebled attention heard music afar off, and he remembered some remark of Sissy's to the effect that Claridge's was the best place for dancing in London on Sunday nights. He would gaze Byronically upon the dance. He signed his bill and mooned towards the ballroom, which was full of radiant couples, a dazzling scene fit to mark the end of an epoch and of a society. The next thing was that he had an absurd delusion of seeing Sissy and Charlie locked together amid the couples. He might have conquered this delusion, but it was succeeded by another, the illusion of seeing Ozzy, Morphy, and Eve locked together amid the couples. Yes, they were there, all 4 of them. At first Mr. Prohack was amazed, as at an unprecedented coincidence. But he perceived that the coincidence was not, after all, so amazing. They had done what they had to do in the way of settling Eve into the noble mansion, and then they had betaken themselves to the nearest and the best dancing resort for the rest of the evening. Nothing could be more natural. Mr. Prohack might have done all manner of feats. What he actually did was to fly like a criminal to the lift and seek his couch. 3. The next morning at 10 o'clock a strange thing happened. The hotel clocks showed the hour, and Mr. Prohack's watch showed the hour, and Carthew was not there with the car. Mr. Prohack could not understand this unnatural failure to appear on the part of Carthew, for Carthew had never been known to be late, save when interfered with by Mimi, and therefore never could be late. Mr. Prohack fretted for a quarter of an hour, and then caused the hotel garage to be telephoned to. The car had left the garage at 9:50. Mr. Prohack went out for a walk, not ostensibly, but really to look for the car in the streets of London. Such was his diseased mentality. He returned at 11:30, and at 11:32 the car arrived. Immediately Mr. Prohack became calm. His exterior was apt to be very deceptive, and he said gently to Carthew, just as if nothing in the least unusual had occurred, "A little late, aren't you?" "Yes, sir," Carthew replied, with a calmness to match his employer's. "As I was coming here from the garage, I met the mistress. She was looking for a taxi, and she took me." But did you tell her that I asked you to be here at 10 o'clock?
No, sir.
Did you tell her that I was in London?
No, sir.
Mr. Prohack hesitated a moment, and then said, "Drive into Hyde Park, please, and keep to the north side." When the car had reached a quiet spot in the park, Mr. Prohack stopped it and, tapping on the front window, summoned Carthew. "Carthew," said he, through the side window, which he let down without opening the door, "we're by ourselves. Will you kindly explain to me why you concealed from Mrs. Prohack that I was in London?"
"Well, sir,"
Carthew answered, very erect and slightly frowning,
"I didn't know you were in London, if you understand what I mean."
"Didn't you bring me to London?
Of course you knew I was in London." "No, sir, not if you understand what I mean."
"I emphatically do not understand what you mean," said Mr. Prohack, who, however, was not speaking the truth.
"May I put a question, sir?"
Carthew suggested.
"Having regard to all the circumstances, I say, having regard, as it were, to all the circumstances, in a manner of speaking, what should you have done in my place, sir?"
"How do I know?" cried Mr. Prohack. "I'm not a chauffeur. What did you say to Mrs. Prohack?"
"I said that you had instructed me to return to London as you didn't need the car, and that I was just going to the house for orders.
And by the way, sir," Carthew added, glancing at the car clock, "Madam told me to be back at 12:15. I told her I ought to go to the garage to get something done to the carburetter, so that there's not much time." Mr. Prohack jumped out of the car and said, "Go." Wandering alone in the chilly park, he reflected upon the potentialities of human nature as exhibited in chauffeurs. The fellow Carthew had evidently come to the conclusion that there was something wrong in the more intimate relationships of the Prohack family, and, faced with a sudden contretemps, he had acted according to the best of his wisdom and according to his loyalty to his employer. But he had acted wrongly. But of course the original sinner was Mr. Prohack himself. Respectable state officials, even when on sick leave, do not call at empty houses and stay at hotels within a stone's throw of their own residences, unknown to their families. No. Mr. Prohack saw that he had been steering a crooked course. Error existed and must be corrected. He decided to walk direct to Manchester Square. If Eve wanted the car at 12:15, she would be out of the house at 12:30, and probably out for lunch. So much the better. She should find him duly established on her return. Reconnoitring later at Manchester Square, he saw no car, and rang the bell of the noble mansion. On account of the interview of the previous evening, he felt considerably nervous and foolish, and the butler suffered through no fault of the butler's. "I'm Mr. Prohack," said he, with self-conscious fierceness. "What's your name? Brule, eh? Take my overcoat and send Machin to me at once." He lit a cigarette to cover himself. The situation, though transient, had been sufficiently difficult. Machin came leaping and bounding down the stairs as if by magic. She had heard his voice, and her joy at his entry into his abode caused her to forget her parlour maidenhood and to exhibit a humanity which pained Mr. Brule, who had been brought up in the strictest traditions of flunkeyism. Her joy pleased Mr. Prohack, and he felt better. "Good morning, Machin," said he, quite blithely. "I just want to see how things have been fixed up in my rooms." He had not the least notion where or what his rooms were in the vast pile. "Oh, yes, sir," Machin responded eagerly, delighted that Mr. Prohack was making to herself, as an old friend, an appeal which he ought to have made to the butler. Mr. Prohack, guided by the prancing Machin, discovered that, in addition to a study, he had a bedroom and a dressing-room, and a share in Eve's bathroom. The dressing-room had a most agreeable aspect. Machin opened a huge and magnificent wardrobe, and in drawer after drawer displayed his new hosiery, marvellously arranged, and in other portions of the wardrobe his new suits and hats and boots. The whole made a wondrous spectacle. "And who did all this?" he demanded. "Oh, madam, sir, but Miss Warburton came to help her at 9 this morning, and I helped too. Miss Warburton has put the lists in your study, sir." "Thank you, Machin. It's all very nice." He was touched. The thought of all these women toiling in secret to please him was exceedingly sweet. It was not as though he had issued any requests. No, they did what they did from enthusiasm, unknown to him. "Wait a second." He stopped Machin, who was leaving him. "What floor did you say my study is on?" She led him to his study, an enormous desk, and in the middle of it a little pile of papers crushed by a block of crystal. The papers were all bills. The amounts of them alarmed him momentarily, but that was only because he could not continuously and effectively remember that he had over £300 a week coming in. Still, the bills did somewhat dash him, and he left them without getting to the bottom of the pile. He thought he would voyage through the house, but he got no further than his wife's boudoir. The boudoir also had an enormous desk, and on it also was a pile of papers. He offended the marital code by picking up the first one, which read as follows: "Madam, we beg to enclose as requested estimate for buffet refreshments for 150 persons, and hire of 100 gilt cane chairs, and bringing and taking away same, trusting to be honoured with your commands." This document did more than alarm him. It shook him. Clearly Eve was planning a great reception. Even to attend a reception was torture to him, always had been. But to be the host of a reception! No, his mind refused to contemplate a prospect so appalling. Surely Eve ought to have consulted him before beginning to plan a reception. Why a reception? He glimpsed matters that might be even worse than a reception. And this was the same woman who had so touchingly arranged his clothes. 4. He was idly regarding himself in an immense mirror that topped the fireplace, and thinking that despite the stylishness of his accoutrement, he presented the appearance of a rather tousled and hairy person of unromantic middle age, when, in the glass, he saw the gilded door open, and a woman enter the room. He did not move, only stared at the image. He knew the woman intimately, profoundly, exhaustively, almost totally. He knew her as one knows the countryside in which one has grown up, where every feature of the scene has become a habit of the perceptions. And yet he had also a strange sensation of seeing her newly, of seeing her for the first time in his life, and estimating her afresh. In a flash he had compared her in this boudoir with Lady Massulum in Lady Massulum's bungalow. In a flash all the queer, frightening romance of 2 a.m. in Frinton had swept through his mind. Well, she had not the imposingness nor the mystery of Lady Massulum, nor perhaps the challenge of Lady Massulum. She was very much more prosaic to him. But still he admitted that she had an effect on him, that he reacted to her presence, that she was at any rate at least as incalculable as Lady Massulum, and that there might be bits of poetry gleaming in her prose, and that after a quarter of a century he had not arrived at a final judgment about her. Withal, Lady Massulum had a quality which she lacked. He did not know what the quality was, but he knew that it excited him in an unprecedented manner, and that he wanted it, and would renounce it with regret. Is it conceivable, he thought, shocked at himself, that all 3 of us are on the road to 50 years? Then he turned and blushed, feeling exactly like an undergraduate. "I knew you'd be bored up there in that hole," Eve greeted him. "I wasn't bored for a single moment," said he. "Don't tell me," said she. She was very smart in her plumpness. The brim of her spreading hat bumped against his forehead as he bent to kiss her. The edge of the brown veil came halfway down her face, leaving her mouth unprotected from him, but obscuring her disturbing eyes. As he kissed her, all his despondency and worry fell away from him, and he saw with extraordinary clearness that since the previous evening he had been an irrational ass. The creature had done nothing unusual, nothing that he had not explicitly left her free to do, and everything was all right. "Did you see your friend Lady Massulum?" was her first question. Marvellous the intuition, or the happy flukes, of women. Yet their duplicity was still more marvellous. The creature's expressed anxiety about the danger of Lady Massingham society to Charlie might have been pure, wanton, gratuitous pretence. He told her of his meeting with Lady Massingham. "I left her at 2 a.m., said he, with well-feigned levity. "I knew she wouldn't leave you alone for long, but I've no doubt you enjoyed it. I hope you did. You need adventure, my poor boy. You were getting into a regular rut." "Oh, was I?" he opposed. "And what are you doing here? Machin told me you were out for lunch." "Oh, you've been having a chat with your friend Machin, have you? It seems she showed you your beautiful dressing-room." "Well, I was going out for lunch, but when I heard you'd returned, I gave it up and came back. I knew so well you'd want looking after." "And who told you I'd return?" "Carthew, of course. You're a very peculiar pair, you two. When I first saw him, Carthew gave me to understand he'd left you at Frinton. When I see him again, I learn that you're in town, and that you spent last night at Claridge's. You did quite right, my poor boy, quite right. I want you to feel free. It must have been great fun stopping at Claridge's, with your own home close by. I'll tell you something, we were dancing at Claridge's last night, but I suppose you've gone to bed." "The dickens you were," said he. "By the way, you might instruct one of your butlers to telephone to the hotel for my things and have the bill paid." "So you'll sleep here tonight?" said she archly. "If there's room," said he. "Anyway, you've arranged all my clothes with the most entrancing harmony and precision." "Oh!" Eve exclaimed, in a tone suddenly changed. "That was Miss Warburton more than me. She took an hour off from Charlie this morning in order to do it." Then Mr. Prohack observed his wife's face crumble to pieces, and she moved aside from him, sat down, and began to cry. "Now what next? What next?" he demanded with impatient amiability, for he was completely at a loss to keep pace with the twistings of her mind. "Arthur, why did you deceive me about that girl? How could you do it? I hadn't the slightest idea it was Miss Winstock. I can't make you out sometimes, Arthur. Really, I can't." The fellow had honestly forgotten that he had in fact grossly deceived his wife to the point of planting Mimi Winstock upon her as somebody else. He had been nourishing imaginary and absurd grievances against Eve for many hours, but her grievance against himself was genuine enough, and large enough. No wonder she could not make him out. He could not make himself out. His conscience awoke within him and became exceedingly unpleasant. But, being a bad man, he laughed somewhat coarsely. "Oh," he said, "that was only a bit of a joke. But how did you find out, you silly child?" "Ozzy saw her yesterday. He knew her. You can't imagine how awkward it was. Naturally I had to laugh it off, but I cried half the night." "But why? What did it matter? Ozzy's one of the family. The girl's not at all a bad sort, and I did it for her sake." Eve dried her eyes and looked up at him reproachfully with wet cheeks. "When I think," said she, that girl might so easily have killed me in that accident, and it would have been all her fault. And then where would you have been without me? Where would you have been? You'd never have got over it. Never, never. You simply don't know what you'd be if you hadn't got me to look after you. And you bring her into the house under a false name, and you call it a joke. No, Arthur. Frankly, I couldn't have believed it of you." Mr. Prohack was affected. He was not merely dazzled by the new light which she was shedding on things. He was emotionally moved. Would Lady Massingham be capable of such an attitude as Eve's in such a situation? The woman was astounding. She was more romantic than any creature in any bungalow of romantic Frinton. She beat him. She rent his heart. So he said, "Well, my beloved infant, if it's any use to you, I'm prepared to admit once for all that I was an ass. We'll never have the wretched Mimi in the house again. I'll give the word to Charlie." "Oh, not at all," she murmured, smiling sadly. "I've got over it. And you must think of my dignity. How ridiculous it would be of me to make a fuss about her being here. Now, wouldn't it? But I'm glad I've told you. I didn't mean to, really. I meant never to say a word. but the fact is I can't keep anything from you." She began to cry again, but differently. He soothed her as none but he could, thinking exultantly, "What a power I have over this chit." They were perfectly happy. They lunched alone together, talking exclusively for the benefit of Eve's majestic butler, and Mr. Prohack, with that many-sidedness that marked his strange, regrettable mind, said to himself at intervals, "Nevertheless, she's still hiding from me her disgusting scheme for a big reception, and she knows jolly well I shall hate it." End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Mr. Prohack by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 19. The Reception. The reception pleased Mr. Prohack as a spectacle, and it cost him almost no trouble. He announced his decision that it must cost him no trouble, and everybody in the house and a few people outside it took him at his word, which did not wholly gratify him. Indeed, the family and its connections seemed to be conspiring to give him a life of ease. Responsibilities were lifted from him. He did not even miss his secretary. Cissy, who returned home, by a curious coincidence, on the very day that Mimi Winstock was transferred to Charlie's service in the Grand Babylon, performed what she called secretarial stunts for her father, as and when required. On the afternoon of the reception, which was timed to begin at 9 p.m., he had an attack of fright, but, by a process well known to public executants, it passed off long before it could develop into stage fright, and he was quite at ease at 9 p.m. The first arrivals came at 9:30. He stood by Eve and greeted them, and he had greeted about 20 individuals when he yawned, for a good reason, and Eve said to him, "You needn't stay here, you know. Go and amuse yourself." This suggestion followed the advent of Lady Massillon. He didn't stay. Ozzy Morphy and Cissy supplanted him. At 11:15 he was in the glazed conservatory built over the monumental portico with Sir Paul Spinner. He could see down into the square, which was filled with the splendid and numerous automobiles incident to his wife's reception. Guests, and not the least important among them, were still arriving. Cars rolled up to the portico, gorgeous women and plain men jumped out onto the red cloth, of which you could just see the extremity near the curb, and vanished under him, and the cars hid themselves away in the depths of the square. Looking within his home, he admired the vista of brilliantly illuminated rooms, full of gilt chairs, priceless furniture, and extremely courageous toilettes. For, as the reception was to meet the committee of the League of All the Arts, Ozzy had placed many copies of the explanatory pamphlet on various tables, artists of all kinds and degrees abounded, and the bourgeois world, which chiefly owned the automobiles, thought proper to be sartorially as improper as fashion would allow, and fashion allowed quite a lot. The affair might have been described as a study in shoulder-blades. It was a very great show, and Mr. Prohack appreciated all of it, the women, the men, the lionesses, the lions, the kaleidoscope of them, the lights, the reflections in the mirrors and in the waxed floors, the discreetly hidden music, the grandiose buffet, the efficient valetry. He soon got used to not recognizing and not being recognized by the visitors to his own house. True, he could not conceive that the affair would serve any purpose but one, namely, the purpose of affording innocent and expensive pleasure to his wife. "You've hit on a pretty good sort of a place here," grunted Sir Paul Spinner, whose waistcoat buttons were surpassed in splendour only by his carbuncles. "Well," said Mr. Prohack, "to me, living here is rather like being on the stage all the time. It's not real." "What the deuce do you mean it's not real? There aren't 20 houses in London with a finer collection of genuine bibelots than you have here." "Yes, but they aren't mine, and I didn't choose them or arrange them." "What does that matter? You can look at them and enjoy the sight of them. Nobody can do more." "Paul, you're talking neo-conventional nonsense again. Have you ever, in your career as a city man, stood outside a money-changer's and looked at the fine collection of genuine banknotes in the window? Supposing I told you that you could look at them and enjoy the sight of them, and nobody could do more. No, my boy, to enjoy a thing properly you've got to own it. And anybody who says the contrary is probably a member of the League of all the Arts. He gave another enormous yawn. Excuse my yawning, Paul, but this house is a perfect inferno for me. The church of St. Nicodemus is hard by, and the church of St. Nicodemus has a striking clock, and the clock strikes all the hours and all the quarters on a half-cracked bell, or 2 bells. If I am asleep, every hour wakes me up, and most of the quarters. The clock strikes not only the hours and the quarters, but me. I regulate my life by that clock. If I'm beginning to repose at 10 minutes to the hour, I say to myself that I must wait till the hour before really beginning, and I do wait. It's killing me, and nobody can see that it is killing me. The clock annoys some individuals a little occasionally. They curse, and then go to sleep and stay asleep. For them the clock is a nuisance, but for me it's an assassination. However, I can't make too much fuss. Several thousands of people must live within the sound of the St. Nicodemus clock. Yet the rector has not been murdered, nor the church razed to the ground. Hence the clock doesn't really upset many people. And there are hundreds of such infernal clocks in London, and they all survive. It follows, therefore, that I am peculiar. Nobody has a right to be peculiar. Hence I do not complain. I suffer. I've tried stuffing my ears with cotton wool and stuffing the windows of my bedroom with eiderdowns. No use. I've tried veronal. No use either. The only remedy would be for me to give the house up, which would be absurd. My wife soothed me and said that of course I shall get used to the clock. I shall never get used to it. Lately she has ceased even to mention the clock. My daughter thinks I am becoming a grumbler in my latter years. My son smiles indifferently. I admit that my son's secretary is more sympathetic. Like most people who are both idle and short of sleep, I usually look very well, spry, and wide awake. My friends remark on my healthy appearance. You did. The popular mind cannot conceive that I am merely helplessly waiting for death to put me out of my misery. But so it is. There must be quite a few others in the same fix as me in London, dying because rectors and other clergymen and officials insist on telling them the time all through the night. But they suffer in silence as I do. As I do, they see the uselessness of a fuss. "You will get used to it, Arthur," said Sir Paul indulgently, but not unironically, at the end of Mr. Prohack's disquisition. "You're in a nervous state, and your judgment's warped. Now, I never ever heard your famous clock strike 10. "No, you wouldn't, Paul. My judgment's warped, is it?" There was irritation in Mr. Prohack's voice. He took out his watch. "In 60 or 70 seconds you shall hear that clock strike 11, and you shall give me your honest views about it, and you shall apologize to me." Sir Paul obediently and sympathetically listened, while the murmur of the glowing reception and the low beat of music continued within. "You tell me when it starts to strike," said he. "You won't want any telling," said Mr. Prohack, who knew too well the riving, rending, smashing sound of the terrible bells. "It's a pretty long 70 seconds," observed Sir Paul. "My watch must be fast," said Mr. Prohack, perturbed. But at 80 minutes past 11, the clock had audibly struck neither the hour nor the quarter. Sir Paul was a man of tact. He said simply, "I should like a drink, dear boy, old boy." "The clock's not striking," said Mr. Prohack, with solemn joy as the wonderful truth presented itself to him. "Either it's stopped or they've cut off the striking attachment." And one of the maids on the landing, he said as they passed towards the buffet, "Run out and see what time it is by the church clock, and come back and tell me, will you?" A few minutes later he was informed that the church clock showed 11:30. The clock, therefore, was still going, but had ceased to strike. Mr. Prohack at once drank 2 glasses of champagne at the buffet, while Sir Paul had the customary whisky. "I say, old thing, I say," Sir Paul protested. "I shall sleep," said Mr. Prohack, in a loud, gay, triumphant voice. He was a new man. The reception now seemed to him far more superb than ever. It was almost at its apogee. All the gilt chairs were occupied, all the couches and fauteuils of the room were occupied, and certain delicious toilettes were even spread on rugs or on the bare, reflecting floors. On every hand could be heard artistic discussions, serious and informed, and yet lightsome in tone. If it was not the real originality of jazz music that was being discussed, it was the sureness of the natural untaught taste of the denizens of the East End and South London. And if not that, then the greatness of male revue artistes. And if not that, then the need of a national theatre and of a minister of fine arts. And if not that, then the sculptural quality of the best novels and the fictional quality of the best sculpture. And if not that, then the influence on British life of the foxtrot. And if not that, then the prospects of bringing modern poets home to the largest public by means of the board schools. And if not that, then the evil effects of the twin great London institutions for teaching music upon the individualities of the young geniuses entrusted to them. And if not that, the part played by the most earnest amateurs in the destruction of opera. And if not that, the total eclipse of Beethoven, Brahms, and Wagner since the efflorescence of the Russian ballets. And always there ran like a flame through the conversations the hot breath of a passionate intention to make Britain artistic in the eyes of the civilized world. What especially pleased Mr. Prohack about the whole affair, as he moved to and fro, seeking society now instead of avoiding it, was the perfect futility of the affair, save as it affected Eve's reputation. He perceived the beauty of costly futility, and he was struck again, when from afar he observed his wife's conquering mien, by the fact that the reception did not exist for the League, but the League for the reception. The reception was a real and a resplendent thing. Nobody could deny it. The League was a fog of gush. The League would be dear at twopence halfpenny. The reception was cheap if it stood him in £500. Eve was an infant. Eve was pleased with gewgaws. But Eve had found herself, and he was well content to pay £500 for the look on her ingenuous face. And nothing of this would have happened, he thought, impressed by the wonders of life, if in a foolish impulse of generosity I hadn't once lent 100 quid to that chap Angmering. He descried Lady Massillon in converse with a tall, stout, and magnificently dressed gentleman, who bowed deeply and departed as Mr. Prohack approached. "Who is your fat friend?" said Mr. Prohack. "He's from the Daily Picture. But isn't this rather a strange way of greeting a guest after so long a separation? Do you know that I'm in your house and you haven't shaken hands with me?" There was a note of intimacy and of challenge in Lady Massillon's demeanour that pleased Mr. Prohack immensely, and caused him to see that the romance of Frinton was neither factitious nor at an end. He felt pleasantly and even thrillingly that they had something between them. "Ah," he returned, consciously exerting his charm, "I thought you detested our English formality and horrible restraint. Further, this isn't my house, it's my wife's." "Your wife is wonderful," said Lady Massillon, as though teaching him to appreciate his wife, and indicating that she alone had the right thus to teach him the subtlest thing. "I've never seen anything better done. Réussi." "She is rather wonderful," Mr. Prohack admitted, his tone implying that, while putting Lady Massillon in a class apart, he had wit enough to put his wife too in a class apart. The subtlest thing. "I quite expected to meet you again in Frinton," said Lady Massillon simply. "How abrupt you are in your methods." "Only when it's a case of self-preservation," Mr. Prohack responded, gazing at her with daring significance. "I'm going to talk to Mrs. Prohack," said Lady Massillon, riding. But before she left, she murmured confidentially in his ear, "Where's your son?" "Don't know. Why?" "I don't think he's come yet. I'm afraid the poor boy's affairs are not very bright." "I shall look after him," said Mr. Prohack grandly. A qualm did pierce him at the sound of her words, but he would not be depressed. He smiled serenely, self-confidently, and said to himself, "I could look after 40 Charleses." He watched his wife and his friend chatting together as equals in the Daily Picture. Yes, Eve was wonderful, but for sheer hazard he would never have known how wonderful she was capable of being. "You've got a great show here tonight, old man," said a low, mysterious voice at his side. Mr. Softly Bishop was smiling down his nose and holding out his hand while looking at nothing but his nose. "Hello, Bishop," said Mr. Prohack, controlling a desire to add, "I've no idea you'd been invited." Samples of every world except the next, said Mr. Softly Bishop. And now the theatrical contingent is arriving after its night's work. Do you know who that fellow is? Mr. Prohack demanded, indicating a little man with the aspect of a prize-fighter who was imperially conveying to Mrs. Prohack that Mrs. Prohack was lucky to get him to her reception. Why, replied Mr. Bishop, that's the Napoleon of the stage. Not Asprey Chown. Asprey Chown. Great Scott! And Mr. Prohack laughed. Why are you laughing? Mere glee. This is the crown of my career as a man of the world. He saw Mr. Asprey Chown give a careless brusque nod to Ozzy Morphy, and he laughed again. It is rather comic, isn't it? Mr. Softly Bishop acquiesced. I wonder why Oswald Morphy has abandoned his famous stock for an ordinary necktie. Probably because he's going to be my son-in-law, said Mr. Prohack. Ah, ejaculated Mr. Softly Bishop. I congratulate him. Mr. Prohack looked grim in order to conceal his joy in the assurance that he would sleep that night, and in the sensations produced by the clear fact that Lady Massium was still interested in him. Somehow he wanted to dance, not with any woman, but by himself, a reel. By Jove! Exclaimed Mr. Softly Bishop. You are shining tonight. Here's Eliza Fiddle, and that's her half-sister, Miss Fancy, behind her. And it was Eliza Fiddle, and the ageing artiste, with her ravaged complexion and her defiant, extra-vivacious mien, created instantly an impression such as none but herself could have created. The entire assemblage stared, murmuring its excitement at the renowned creature. Eliza loved the stare and the murmur. She was like a fish dropped into water after a gasping spell in mere air. I admit I was in too much of a hurry when I spoke of having reached the zenith, said Mr. Prohack. I'm only just getting there now. And who's the half-sister? She's not precisely unknown on the American stage, answered Mr. Softly Bishop. But before we go any further, I'd perhaps better tell you a secret. His voice and his gaze dropped still lower. She's a particularly fine girl, and it wouldn't be my fault if I don't marry her. Not a word, of course, Mum. He turned away, while Mr. Prohack was devising a suitable response. Welcome to your old home, and do come with me to the buffet. You must be tired after your work. Mr. Prohack burst out in a bold, loud voice to Eliza, taking her away from his wife, whose nearly exhausted tact almost failed to hide her relief. I do hope you like the taste of my old home, Eliza answered. My new house up the river is furnished throughout in real Oriental red lacquer. You must come and see it. I should love to, said Mr. Prohack bravely. This is my little sister, Miss Fancy. Fan, Mr. Prohack. Mr. Prohack expressed his enchantment. At the buffet, Eliza did not refuse champagne, but Miss Fancy refused. Now don't put on airs, Fan. Eliza reproved her sister heartily, and drank off her glass while Mr. Prohack sipped his somewhat cautiously. He liked Eliza's reproof. He was beginning even to like Eliza. To say that her style was coarse was to speak in moderation, but she was natural, and her individuality seemed to be sending out waves in all directions, by which all persons in the vicinity were affected, whether they desired it or not. Mr. Prohack met Eliza's glance with satisfaction. She, at any rate, had nothing to learn about life that she was capable of learning. She knew everything, and was probably the only creature in the room who did. She had succeeded. She was adored, strangely enough, and she did not put on airs. Her original coarseness was apparently quite unobscured, whereas that of Miss Fancy had been not very skilfully painted over. Miss Fancy was a blonde, much younger than Eliza, also slimmer and more finickingly and luxuriously dressed and jewelled. But Mr. Prohack cared not for her. She was always keeping her restless, inarticulate lips in order, buttoning them or sewing them up or caressing one with the other. Further, she looked down her nose. Probably this trait was the secret lien between her and Mr. Softly Bishop. Mr. Prohack, despite a cloistral lifetime at the Treasury, recognized her type immediately. She was the type that wheedles, but never permits itself to be wheedled.
and she was so pretty and so simpering, and her blue eyes were so steely. And Mr. Prohack, in his original sinfulness, was pleased that she was thus. He felt that it would serve Softly Bishop out. Not that Mr. Softly Bishop had done him any harm, indeed the contrary. But he had an antipathy to Mr. Softly Bishop, and the spectacle of Mr. Softly Bishop biting off more than he could chew, of Mr. Softly Bishop being drawn to his doom, afforded Mr. Prohack the most genuine pleasure. Unfortunately, Mr. Prohack was one of the rare monsters who can contemplate with satisfaction the misfortunes of a fellow being. Mr. Softly Bishop unostentatiously joined the sisters and Mr. Prohack. "Better have just a sip," he said to Miss Fancy, when told by Eliza that the girl would not be sociable. His eyes glimmered at her through his artful spectacles. She listened obediently to his low-voiced wisdom, and sipped. She was shooting a million fascinations at him. Mr. Prohack decided that the ultimate duel between the two might be a pretty even thing after all, but he would put his money on the lady. And he had thought Mr. Softly Bishop so wily. A fearful thought suddenly entered his mind. Supposing the failure of the church clock's striking powers should be only temporary, supposing it should recover under some verger's treatment and strike 12. "Let's go into the conservatory and look at the square," said he. "I always look at the square at midnight, and it's nearly 12 now." "You're the most peculiar man I ever met," said Eliza Fiddle, eyeing him uneasily. "Very true," Mr. Prohack agreed. "I'm half afraid of you." "Very wise," said Mr. Prohack absently. They crossed the rooms together, arousing keen interest in all beholders, and as they crossed, Charlie entered the assemblage. He certainly had an extremely perturbed, or was it merely self-conscious, face, and just in front of him was Mimi Winstock, who looked as if she was escaping from the scene of a crime. Was Lady Massinham's warning about Charlie about to be justified? Mr. Prohack's qualm was renewed. The very ground trembled for a second under his feet, and then was solid and moveless again. No sooner had the quartet reached the conservatory than Eliza left it to go and discuss important affairs with Mr. Asprey Chown, who had summoned Ozzy to his elbow. They might not have seen one another for many years, and they might have been settling the fate of continents. Mr. Prohack took out his watch, which showed a minute to 12. He experienced a minute's agony. The clock did not strike. "Well," said Mr. Softly Bishop, who during the minute had been whispering information about the historic square to Miss Fancy, who hung with all her weight on his words. "Well, it's very interesting and even amusing, we three being alone here together, isn't it? The three heirs of the late Silas Angmering. How funny life is!" And he examined his nose with new curiosity. All Mr. Prohack's skin tingled, and his face flushed, as he realized that Miss Fancy was the mysterious third beneficiary under Angmering's will. Yes, she was in fact jewelled like a woman who had recently been handled £100,000 or so. And Mr. Softly Bishop might be less fascinated by the steely blue eyes than Mr. Prohack had imagined. Mr. Softly Bishop might, in fact, win the duel. The question, however, had no interest for Mr. Prohack, who was absorbed in a sense of gloomy humiliation. He rushed away from his co-heirs. He simply had to rush away right to bad. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20, Part 1 of Mr. Prohack by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 20, The Silent Tower. 1. The fount of riches and the terror of the departments, clothed in the latest pattern of sumptuous pyjamas, lay in the midst of his magnificent and spacious bed, and, with the shaded electric globe over his brow, gazed at the splendours of the vast bedroom which Eve had allotted to him. It was full, but not too full, of the finest directoire furniture, and the walls were covered with all manner of engravings and water-colours. Evidently this apartment had been the lair of the real owner and creator of the great home. Mr. Prohack could appreciate the catholicity and sureness of taste which it displayed. He liked the cornice as well as the form of the dressing-table, and the Cumberland landscape of C.J. Holmes, as well as the large Piranesi etching of an imaginary prison, which latter particularly interested him because it happened to be an impression between two states, a detail which none but a true amateur could savour. The prison depicted was a terrible place of torment, but it was beautiful, and the view of it made Mr. Prohack fancy, very absurdly, that he too was in prison, just as securely as if he had been bolted and locked therein. His eye ranged about the room, and saw nothing that was not lovely and that he did not admire. Yet he derived little or no authentic pleasure from what he beheld, partly because it was the furnishing of a prison, and partly because he did not own it. He had often preached against the mania for owning things, but now, and even more clearly than when he had sermonized Paul Spinner, he perceived, and hated to perceive, that ownership was probably an essential ingredient of most enjoyments. The man, foolishly priding himself on being a philosopher, was indeed a fleshly mass of strange inconsistencies. More important, he was losing the assurance that he would sleep soundly that night. He could not drag his mind off his co-heiress and his co-heir. The sense of humiliation of being intimately connected and classed with them would not leave him. He felt himself, absurdly once again, to be mysteriously associated with them in a piece of sharp practice, or even of knavery. They constituted another complication of his existence. He wanted to disown them, and never to speak to them again, but he knew that he could not disown them. He was living in gorgeousness for the sole reason that he and they were in the same boat. Eve came in, opening the door cautiously at first, and then rushing forward as soon as she saw that the room was not in darkness. He feared for an instant that she might upbraid him for deserting her. But no. Triumphant happiness sat on her forehead, and affectionate concern for him was in her eyes. She plumped down, in her expensive radiance, on the bed by his side. "Well," said he. "I'm so glad you decided to go to bed," said she. "You must be tired, and late nights don't suit you. I just slipped away for a minute to see if you were all right. Are you?" She puckered her shining brow exactly as of old, and bent and kissed him as of old, one of her best kisses. But the queer fellow, though touched by her attention, did not like her being so glad that he had gone to bed. The alleged philosopher would have preferred her to express some dependence upon his manly support in what was for her a tremendous event. "I feel I shall sleep," he lied. "I'm sure you will, darling," she agreed. "Don't you think it's all been a terrific success?" she asked naively. He answered, smiling, "I'm dying to see the Daily Picture tomorrow. I think I shall tell the newsagent in future only to deliver it on the days when you're in it." "Don't be silly," she said, too pleased with herself, however, to resent his irony. She was clothed in mail that night against all his shafts. He admitted, what he had always secretly known, that she was an elementary creature. She would have been just as at home in the Stone Age as in the 20th century, and perhaps more at home. Was Lady Massulum equally elementary? No? Yes? Still, Eve was necessary to him. Only up to a short while ago she had been his complement, whereas now he appeared to be her complement. He, the philosopher and the source of domestic wisdom, was fully aware, in a superior and lofty manner, that she was the eternal child, deceived by toys, gewgaws, and illusions. Nevertheless, he was only her complement, the indispensable husband and payer out. She was succeeding without any brain-work from him. He noticed that she was not wearing the pearls he had given her. No doubt she had merely forgotten at the last moment to put them on. She was continually forgetting them and leaving them about. But this negligent woman was the organizer-in-chief of the great soiree. Well, if it had succeeded, she was lucky. "I must run off," said she, starting up, busy, proud, falsely calm, the general of a victorious army as the battle draws to a close. She embraced him again, and he actually felt comforted. She was gone. As I grow older, he reflected, I'm hanged if I don't understand life less and less. 2. He
He was listening to the distant rhythm of the music when he mistily comprehended that there was no music, and that the sounds in his ear were not musical. He could not believe that he had been asleep and had awakened, but the facts were soon too much for his delusion, and he said with the air of a discoverer, "I've been asleep," and turned on the light. There were voices and footsteps in the corridors or on the landing. Whispers, loud and yet indistinct talking, tones indicating that the speakers were excited, if not frightened, and that their thoughts had been violently wrenched away from the pursuit of pleasure. His watch showed 2:00. The party was over, the last automobile had departed, and probably even the tireless Eliza Fiddle was asleep in her new home. Next, Mr. Prohack noticed that the door of his room was ajar. He had no anxiety. Rather, he felt quite gay and careless, the more so as he had wakened up with the false sensation of complete refreshment produced by short, heavy slumber. He thought, "Whatever has happened, I have had and shall have nothing to do with it, and they must deal with the consequences themselves as best they can." And, as a measure of precaution against being compromised, he switched off the light. He heard Eve's voice, surprisingly near his door. "I simply daren't tell him. No, I daren't." The voice was considerably agitated, but he smiled maliciously to himself, thinking, "Can't be anything very awful, because she only talks in that strain when it's nothing at all. She loves to pretend she's afraid of me. And moreover, I can't believe there's anything on earth she daren't tell me." He heard another voice, reasoning in reply, that resembled Mimi's. Hadn't that girl gone home yet? And he heard Sissy's voice and Charlie's. But for him all these were inarticulate. Then his room was filled with swift, blinding light. Somebody had put a hand through the doorway and turned the light on. It must be Eve. It was Eve, scared and distressed, but still in complete war-paint. "I'm so relieved you're awake, Arthur," she said, approaching the bed as though she anticipated the bed would bite her. "I'm not awake, I'm asleep officially. My poor girl, you've ruined the finest night I was ever going to have in all my life." She ignored his complaint absolutely. "Arthur," she said, her face twitching in every direction, and all her triumph falling from her. "Arthur, I've lost my pearls. They've gone. Someone must have taken them." Mr. Prohack's reaction to this piece of more-than-midnight news was to break into hearty and healthy laughter. He appeared to be genuinely diverted, and when Eve protested against such an attitude, he said, "My child, anything that strikes you as funny after being wakened up at 2 a.m. is very funny indeed. How can I help laughing?" Eve thereupon began to cry weakly. "Come here, please," said he. And she came and sat on the bed, but how differently from the previous visit. She was now beaten by circumstances, and she turned for aid to his alleged more powerful mind and deeper wisdom. In addition to being amused, the man was positively happy, because he was no longer a mere compliment. So he comforted her, and put his hands on her shoulders. "Don't worry," said he gently, "and after all I'm not surprised the necklace has been pinched." "Not surprised, Arthur?" "No, you collect here half the notorious smart people in London. 50% of them go through one or other of the courts. 5% of them end by being detected criminals, and goodness knows what percent end by being undetected criminals. Possibly 2% treat marriage seriously, and possibly 1% is not in debt. That's the atmosphere you created, and it's an atmosphere in which pearls are apt to melt away. Hence, I'm not surprised, and you mustn't be. Still, it would be interesting to know how the things melted away. Were you wearing them?" "Of course I was wearing them. There was nothing finer here tonight. That I saw." "You hadn't got them on when you came in here before?" "Hadn't I?" said Eve, thoughtful. "No, you hadn't." "Then why didn't you tell me?" Eve demanded suddenly, almost fiercely, through her tears, withdrawing her shoulders from his hands. "Well," said Mr. Prohack, "I thought you'd know what you got on, or what you hadn't got on." "I think you might have told me. If you had, perhaps the—" Mr. Prohack put his hand over her mouth. "Stop," said he. "My sweet child, I can save you a lot of trouble. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been a miracle of stupidity, the necklace would never have disappeared. This point being agreed to, let us go on to the next. When did you find out your sad loss?"
It was Miss Winstock who asked me what I'd done with my necklace. I put my hand to my throat and it was gone. It must have come undone."
"Didn't you say to me a fortnight or so ago that the little safety chain had gone wrong?"
"Did I?"
said Eve innocently. "Did you have the safety chain repaired?"
"I was going to have it done tomorrow. You see, if I'd sent it to be done today, then I couldn't have worn the necklace tonight, could I?"
"Very true," Mr. Prohack concurred.
"But who could have taken it?"
"Ah, are you sure that it isn't lying on the floor somewhere?"
"Every place where I've been has been searched thoroughly. It's quite certain that it must have been picked up and pocketed."
"Then by a man, seeing that women have no pockets, except their husbands'. I'm beginning to feel quite like a detective already. By the way, lady, the notion of giving a reception in a house like this without a detective disguised as a guest was rather grotesque."
"But of course I had detectives," Eve burst out. "I had 2 private ones. I thought one ought to be enough, but as soon as the agents saw the inventory of knick-knacks and things, they advised me to have 2 men. One of them's here still. In fact, he's waiting to see you. The Scotland Yard people are very annoying. They've refused to do anything until morning."
That Eve should have engaged detectives was something of a blow to the masculine superiority of Mr. Prohack. However, he kept himself in countenance by convincing himself in secret that she had not thought of the idea. The idea must have been given to her by another person, probably Mimi, who nevertheless was also a woman. "And do you seriously expect me to interview a detective in the middle of the night?" demanded Mr. Prohack.
"He said he should like to see you, but of course if you don't feel equal to it, my poor boy, I'll tell him so."
"What does he want to see me for? I've nothing to do with it, and I know nothing."
"He says that as you bought the necklace, he must see you, and the sooner the better."
This new aspect of the matter seemed to make Mr. Prohack rather thoughtful. 3. Eve brought in to her husband, who had improved his moral stamina and his physical charm by means of the finest of his dressing gowns, a dark, thin young man, clothed to marvellous perfection, with a much-loved moustache, and looking as fresh as if he was just going to a party. Mr. Prohack, of course, recognized him as one of the guests. "Good morning," said Mr. Prohack. "So you are the detective?" "Yes, sir," answered the detective formally. "Do you know, all the evening I was under the impression that you were the first secretary to the Czechoslovakian legation." "No, sir," answered the detective formally. Well, I think there's a proverb to the effect that appearances are deceptive." "Is there indeed, sir?" said the detective with unshaken gravity. "In our business we think that appearances ought to be deceptive." "Now, talking of your business," Mr. Prohack remarked with one of his efforts to be very persuasive, "what about this unfortunate affair?" "Yes, sir. What about it?" The detective looked askance at Eve. "I suppose there's no doubt that things been stolen. By the way, sit on the end of the bed, will you? Then you'll be near me." "Yes, sir," said the detective, sitting down. "There is no doubt that the necklace has been removed by someone, either for a nefarious purpose or for a joke." "Huh! A joke?" meditated Mr. Prohack aloud. "It certainly hasn't been taken for a joke," said Eve warmly. "Nobody that I know well enough for them to play such a trick would dream of playing it." "Then," said Mr. Prohack, "we are left all alone with the nefarious purpose. I had a sort of a notion that I should meet the nefarious purpose, and here it is. I suppose there's little hope." "Well, sir, you know what happens to a stolen pearl necklace. The pearls are separated. They can be sold at once, one at a time, or they can be kept for years and then sold. Pearls, except the very finest, leave no trace when they get a fair start." "What I can't understand," Eve exclaimed, "is how it could have dropped off without me noticing it." "Oh, I can easily understand that," said Mr. Prohack with a peculiar intonation. "I've known ladies lose even their hair without noticing anything," said the detective firmly, "not to mention other items." "But without anybody else noticing it either?" Eve pursued her own train of thought. "Somebody did notice it," said the detective, writing on a small piece of paper. "Who?" "The person who took the necklace." "Well, of course I know that." Eve spoke impatiently. "But who can it be? I feel sure it's one of the new servants, or one of the hired waiters." "In our business, madam, we usually suspect servants and waiters last." Then turning round very suddenly, he demanded,
Who's that at the door?" Eve, startled, moved towards the door, and in the same instant the detective put a small piece of paper into Mr. Prohack's lap, and Mr. Prohack read on the paper, "Should like to see you alone." The detective picked up the paper again. Mr. Prohack laughed joyously within himself. "There's nobody at the door," said Eve. "How you frightened me!" "Marian," said Mr. Prohack, fully inspired, "take my keys off there, will you, and go to my study and unlock the top right-hand drawer of the big desk. You'll find a blue paper at the top of the back. Bring it to me. I don't know which is the right key, but you'll soon see." And when Eve, eager with her important mission, had departed, Mr. Prohack continued to the detective, "Pretty good that, for an improvisation. The key of that drawer isn't on that ring at all, and even if she does manage to open the drawer, there's no blue paper in there at all. She'll be quite some time." The detective stared at Mr. Prohack in a way to reduce his facile self-satisfaction. "What I wish to know from you, sir, personally, is whether you want this affair to be hushed up or not." "Hushed up?" repeated Mr. Prohack, to whom the singular suggestion opened out new and sinister avenues of speculation. "Why hushed up?" "Most of the cases we deal with have to be hushed up sooner or later," answered the detective. "I only wanted to know where I was." "How interesting your work must be," observed Mr. Prohack with quick, sympathetic enthusiasm. "I expect you love it. How did you get into it? Did you serve an apprenticeship? I've often wondered about you, private detective. It's a marvellous life." "I got into it through meeting a man in the Piccadilly Tube. As for liking it, I shouldn't like any work." "But some people love their work." "So I've heard," said the detective sceptically. "Then I take it you do want the matter smothered?" "But you've telephoned to Scotland Yard about it," said Mr. Prohack. "We can't hush it up after that." "I told them," replied the detective grimly, indicating with his head the whole world of the house. "I told them I was telephoning to Scotland Yard, but I wasn't. I was telephoning to our head office. Then am I to take it you want to find out all you can, but you want it smothered?" "Not at all. I have no reason for hushing anything up." The detective gazed at him in a harsh, lower-middle-class way, and Mr. Prohack quailed a little before that glance. "Would you please tell me where you bought the necklace?" "I really forget. Somewhere in Bond Street." "Oh, I see," said the detective. "A necklace of 49 pearls, over half of them stated to be as big as peas, and it slipped your memory where you bought it." The detective yawned. "And I'm afraid I haven't kept the receipt either," said Mr. Prohack. "I have an idea the firm went out of business soon after I bought the necklace. At least, I seem to remember noticing the shop shut up and then opening again as something else." "No jeweller ever goes out of business in Bond Street," said the detective, and yawned once more. "Well, Mr. Prohack, I don't think I need trouble you any more tonight. If you or Mrs. Prohack will call at our head office during the course of tomorrow, you shall have our official report, and if anything really fresh should turn up, I'll telephone you immediately. Good night, Mr. Prohack." The man bowed rather awkwardly as he rose from the bed, and departed. "That chap thinks there's something fishy between Eve and me," reflected Mr. Prohack. "I wonder whether there is." But he was still in high spirits when Eve came back into the room. "The sleuth-hound has fled," said he. "I must have given him something to think about." "I've tried all the keys, and none of them will fit," Eve complained, "and yet you're always grumbling at me for not keeping my keys in order. If you wanted to show him the blue paper, why have you let him go?" "My dear," said Mr. Prohack, "I didn't let him go. He did not consult me, but merely and totally went." "And what is the blue paper?" Eve demanded. "Well, supposing it was the receipt for what I paid for the pearls." "Oh, I see. But how would that help?" "It wouldn't help," Mr. Prohack replied. "My broken butterfly, you may as well know the worst. The sleuth-hound doesn't hold out much hope." "Yes," said Eve, "and you seem delighted that I've lost my pearls. I know what it is. You think it will be a lesson for me, and you love people to have lessons. Why, anybody might lose a necklace." "True. Ships are wrecked, and necklaces are lost, and Nelson even lost his eye." "And I'm sure it was one of the servants." "My child, you can be just as happy without a pearl necklace as with one. You really aren't a woman who cares for vulgar display. Moreover, in times like these, when society seems to be toppling over, What is a valuable necklace except a source of worry? Felicity is not to be obtained by the—" Eve screamed. "Arthur, if you go on like that I shall run straight out of the house and take cold in the square."
"I will give you another necklace." Mr. Prohack answered this threat, and as her face did not immediately clear, he added, "And a better one."
"I don't want another one," said Eve. "I'd sooner be without one. I know it was all my own fault. But you're horrid, and I can't make you out, and I never could make you out. I never did know where I am with you, and I believe you're hiding something from me. I believe you picked up the necklace, and that's why you sent the detective away."
Mr. Prohack had to assume his serious voice, which always carried conviction to Eve, and which he had never misused. "I haven't picked your necklace up, I haven't seen it, and I know nothing about it." Then he changed again. "And if you'll kindly step forward and kiss me good morning, I'll try to snatch a few moments' unconsciousness." 4. Mr. Prohack's life at this wonderful period of his career as a practising philosopher at grips with the great world seemed to be a series of violent awakenings. He was awakened with even increased violence at about 8 o'clock the next, or rather the same, morning, and he would have been awakened earlier if the servants had got up earlier. The characteristic desire of the servants to rise early had, however, been enfeebled by the jolly vigils of the previous night. It was, of course, Eve who rushed into him. Nobody else would have dared. She had hastily cast about her plumpness the transformed Chinese gown, which had the curious appearance of a survival from some former incarnation.
"Arthur!"
she called, and positively shook the victim.
"Arthur!"
Mr. Prohack looked at her, dazed by the electric light which she had ruthlessly turned on over his head.
"There's a woman being caught in the area. She's a fat woman, and she must have been there all night. The cook locked the area gate, and the woman was too fat to climb over. Brules put her in the servants' hall and fastened the door. What do you think we ought to do first? Send for the police, or telephone to Mr. Crood? He's the detective you saw last night."
"If she's been in the area all night, you'd better put her to bed and give her some hot brandy and water," said Mr. Prohack.
"Arthur, please be serious,"
Eve supplicated. "I'm being as serious as a man can who has been disturbed in this pleasant fashion by a pretty woman," said Mr. Prohack, attentively examining the ceiling. "You go and look after the fat lady. Supposing she dies from exposure? There'd have to be an inquest. Do you wish to be mixed up in an inquest? What does she want? Whatever it is, give it to her and let her go, and wake me up next week. I feel I can sleep a bit."
"Arthur, you'll drive me mad. Can't you see that she must be connected with the necklace business? She must be. It's as clear as daylight."
"Ah," breathed Mr. Prohack, thoughtfully interested. "I'd forgotten the necklace business."
"Yes, well, I hadn't,"
said Eve, rather shrewyishly.
"I had not."
"Quite possibly she may be mixed up in the necklace business," Mr. Prohack admitted. "She may be a clue. Look here, don't let's tell anybody outside, not even Mr. Crood. Let's detect for ourselves. It'll be the greatest fun. What does she say for herself?"
"She said she was waiting outside the house to catch a young lady with a snub nose going away from my reception. Mimi Winstock, of course."
"Why Mimi Winstock?"
"Well, hasn't she got a turned-up nose? And she didn't go away from my reception. She's sleeping here,"
Eve rejoined triumphantly. "And what else does the fat woman say?"
"She says she won't say anything else except to Mimi Winstock."
"Well, then wake up Mimi as you wakened me, and send her to the servants' hall, wherever that is. I've never seen it myself." Eve shook her somewhat tousled head vigorously.
"Certainly not. I don't trust Miss Mimi Winstock, not one bit. I'm not going to let those two meet until you've had a talk with the burglar."
"Me?" Mr. Prohack protested.
"Yes, you. Seeing that you don't want me to send for the police, something has to be done, and somebody has to do it. And I never did trust that Mimi Winstock, and I'm very sorry she's gone to Charlie. That was a great mistake. However, it's got nothing to do with me." She shrugged her agreeable shoulders. "But my necklace has got something to do with me."
Mr. Prohack thought, what would Lady Massulam do in such a crisis? And how would Lady Massulam look in a dressing-gown and her hair down? I shall never know. Meanwhile, he liked Eve's demeanour, its vivacity and simplicity.
"I'm afraid I'm still in love with her,"
the strange fellow reflected, and said aloud, You better kiss me. I shall have an awful headache if you don't." And Eve reluctantly kissed him, with the look of a martyr on her face. Within a few minutes Mr. Prohack had dismissed his wife, and was descending the stairs in a dressing-gown which rivalled hers. The sight of him in the unknown world of the basement floor, as he searched unaided for the servants' hall, created an immense sensation, far greater than he had anticipated. A nice young girl, whom he had never seen before, and as to whom he knew nothing except that she was probably one of his menials, was so moved that she nearly had an accident with the tea-tray which she was carrying. "What is your name?" Mr. Prohack benignly asked.
"Selina, sir."
"Where are you going with that tea-tray and newspaper?"
"I was just taking it upstairs to Mädchen, sir. She's not feeling well enough to get up yet, sir."
Mr. Prohack comprehended the greatness of the height to which Mädchen had ascended. Mädchen, a parlour-maid, drinking tea in bed, and being served by a lesser creature, who evidently regarded Mädchen as a person of high power and importance on earth. Mr. Prohack saw that he was unacquainted with the fundamental realities of life in Manchester Square. "Well," said he, "you can get some more tea for Mädchen. Give me that." And he took the tray. No, you can keep the newspaper." The paper was the Daily Picture. As he held the tray with one hand and gave the paper back to Selina with the other, his eye caught the headlines. "West End Sensation. Mrs. Prohack's Pearls Pinched." He paled, but he was too proud a man to withdraw the paper again. No doubt the Daily Picture would reach him through the customary channels after Mädchen had done with it, accompanied by the usual justifications about the newsboy being late. He could wait. "Which is the servants' hall?" said he. Selina's manner changed to positive alarm as she indicated in the dark subterranean corridor the door that was locked on the prisoner. Not merely the presence of Mr. Prohack had thrilled the basement floor. There was a thrill greater even than that. And Mr. Prohack, by demanding the door of the servants' hall, was intensifying the thrill to the last degree. The key was on the outside of the door, which he unlocked. Within, the electric light was still burning in the obscure dawn. The prisoner, who sprang up from a chair and curtsied fearsomely at the astonishing spectacle of Mr. Prohack, was fat in a superlative degree, and her obesity gave her a middle-aged air to which she probably had no right by the almanac. She looked quite 40, and might well have been not more than 30. She made a typical London figure of the nondescript industrial class. It is inadequate to say that her shabby black-trimmed bonnet, her shabby sham fur coat half hiding a large dubious apron, her shabby frayed black skirt, and her shabby immense amorphous boots, it is inadequate to say that these things seemed to have come immediately out of a tenth-rate pawnshop. The woman herself seemed to have come, all of a piece with her garments, out of a tenth-rate pawnshop. The entity of her was at any rate homogeneous. It sounded no discord. She did nothing so active as to weep, but tears, obeying the law of gravity, oozed out of her small eyes and ran in zigzags, unsummoned and unchecked, down her dark-red cheeks.
"Oh, sir,"
she mumbled in a wee, scarcely articulate voice,
"I'm a respectable woman, so help me God."
"You shall be respected," said Mr. Prohack. "Sit down and drink some of this tea and eat the bread and butter. No, I don't want you to say anything just yet. No, nothing at all." When she got the tea into the cup, she poured it into the saucer and blew on it and began to drink loudly. After 2 sips she plucked at a piece of bread and butter, conveyed it into her mouth, and before doing anything further to it, syrupped up some more tea. And in this way she went on. Her table manners convinced Mr. Prohack that her claim to respectability was authentic. "And now," said Mr. Prohack, gazing through the curtained window at the blank wall that ended above him at the edge of the pavement, so as not to embarrass her, "will you tell me why you spent the night in my area?"
"Because someone locked the gate on me, sir, when I was hiding under the shed where the dustbins are."
"I quite see," said Mr. Prohack, "I quite see. But why did you go down into the area? Were you begging, or what?"
"Me begging, sir?"
she exclaimed, and ceased to cry, fortified by the tonic of aroused pride. "No, of course you weren't begging," said Mr. Prohack. "You may have given to beggars."
"That I have, sir,"
she cried again. "But you don't beg. I quite see. Then what?"
It's no use me trying to tell you, sir. You won't believe me."
Her voice was extraordinarily thin and weak, and seldom achieved anything that could fairly be called pronunciation. "I shall," said Mr. Prohack. "I'm a great believer. You try me. You'll see."
It's like this. I was converted last night, and that's where the trouble began, if it's the last word I ever speak."
"Theology?" murmured Mr. Prohack, turning to look at her and marvelling at the romantic quality of basements.
"There was a mission on at the Methodists in Paddington Street, and I went. Seems strange to me to be going into a Methodist, seeing I'm so friendly with Mr. Milcher."
"Who is Mr. Milcher?"
"Milcher's the sexton at St. Nicodemus, sir. Or I should say sacristan. They call him sacristan instead of sexton, because St. Nicodemus is high, as I dare say you know, sir, living so close."
Mr. Prohack was conscious of a slight internal shiver which he could not explain, unless it might be due to a subconscious premonition of unpleasantness to come. "I know that I lived close to St. Nicodemus," he replied. "Very close. Too close. But I don't know how high St. Nicodemus was. However, I'm interrupting you." He perceived with satisfaction that his gift of inspiring people with confidence was not failing him on this occasion.
"Well, sir, as I was saying, it might, as you might say, seem strange to me popping like that into the Methodist, seeing what Milcher's views are. But my mother was a Methodist in Canterbury, a great place for dissenters, sir, North London, you know, sir, and they do say blood's thicker than water. So there I was, and the mission going on, and as soon as ever I got inside that chapel, I knew I was done in. I never felt so all overish in all my days, and before I knew where I was, I had found salvation. And I was so happy you couldn't believe. I come out of that Methodist as free like as ever I was coming out of a hospital. God knows I've been in a hospital often enough for my varicose veins in the legs, sir. You might almost have guessed I had them, sir, from the kind way you told me to sit down, sir. And I was just wondering how I should break it to Milcher, sir, but because me passing St. Nicodemus made me think of him, not as I'm not always thinking of him. And I looked up at the clock. You know it's the only illuminated church clock in the district, sir. The clock was just on 11, sir, and I waited for it to strike, sir, and it didn't strike. My feet was rooted to the spot, sir, but no, that clock didn't strike, and then all of a sudden it rushed over me about that young woman asking me all about the tower and the clock and telling me as her young man was so interested in church towers and he wanted to go up. And would I lend her the keys of the tower door because Milcher always gives me the bunch of church keys to keep for him while he goes into the Horse and Groom public house, sir, him not caring to take church keys into a public house. He's rather particular, sir. They are, especially when they're sacristans. It rushed over me, and I says to myself, Bolsheviks, and I thought I should have swooned, but I didn't."
Mr. Prohack had to make an effort in order to maintain his self-control, for the mumblings of this fat lady were producing in him the most singular and the most disturbing sensations. "If there's any tea left in the pot," said he, "I think I'll have it."
"And welcome, sir," replied the fat lady, "but there's only one cup, but I've had yet but hardly drunk out of it, sir."
Mr. Prohack first of all went to the door, transferred the key from the outside to the inside, and locked the door. Then he drank the dregs of the tea out of the sole cup, and seeing a packet of Mr. Brule's gold-flaked cigarettes on the mahogany sideboard, he ventured to help himself to one.
"Yes, sir," resumed the flat lady. I nearly swooned, and I couldn't feel happier no more until I'd made a clean breast of it all to Milcher. And I was setting off for Milcher when it struck me all of a heap as I promised the young lady with the turned-up nose as I wouldn't say nothing about the keys to nobody. It was very awkward for me, sir, me being converted and anxious to do right and not knowing which was right and which was wrong. But a promise is a promise whether you're converted or not. That I do hold. Anyhow, I says to myself, I must see Milcher, and I tell him the clock hasn't struck 11. And I prayed as hard as I could for heavenly guidance, and I was just coming down the square on my way to Milcher's when who should I see get out of a taxi and run into this house but that young lady and her young man? I said in my haste that was an answer to prayer. But I'm not so sure now, sir, as I wasn't presuming too much. I could see there was something swanky going on here, and I said to myself, that young lady's gone in. She'll come out again. She's one of the guests, she is, I said, and him too, and I'll wait till she does come out, and then I'll catch her and have it out with her, even if it means policemen. and the area gate being unfastened, I slipped down the area steps, sir, with my eye on the front door. And that was what did me. I had to sit down on the stone steps, sir, because of my varicose veins, and then one of the servants came in from the street, sir, and I more like dropped down the area steps, sir, than walked, sir, and hid between two dustbins, and when the coast was clear I went up again and found gate locked and nothing doing. And it's as true as I'm standing here, sitting, I should say."
Mr. Prohack paused, collecting himself, determined to keep his nerve through everything. Then he said, "When did the mysterious young lady borrow the keys from you?"
"Last night, sir. I mean the night before last."
"And where are the keys now?"
"Milcher's got 'em, sir. I lay he's up in the tower by this time, a-worrying over that clock. It'll be in the papers. You see if it isn't, sir."
"And he's got no idea that you ever lent the keys?"
"That he has not, sir. And the question is, must I tell him?"
"What exactly are the relations between you and Mr. Milcher?"
"Well, sir, he's a bit dotty about me, as you might say, and he's going to marry me. So he says, and I believe him."
And Mr. Prohack reflected, impressed by the wonder of existence. This woman too has charm for somebody who looks on her as the most appetizing morsel on earth. "Now," he said aloud, "you are good enough to ask my opinion whether you ought to tell Mr. Milcher. My advice to you is, don't. I applaud your conversion, but, as you say, a promise is a promise, even if it's a naughty promise. You did wrong to promise. You will suffer for that, and don't think your conversion will save you from suffering, because it won't. Don't run away with the idea that conversion is a patent medicine. It isn't. It's rather a queer thing, very handy in some ways and very awkward in others, and you must use it with common sense, or you'll get both yourself and other people into trouble. As for the clock, its stopping striking is only a coincidence, obviously. Abandon the word Bolshevik. It's a very overworked word and wants a long repose. If the clock had been stopped from striking by your young friends, it would have been stopped the evening before last, when they went up the tower. And don't imagine there's any snub-nosed young lady living here. There isn't. She must have left while you were down among the dustbins, Mrs. Milcher. That is to be. She paid you something for your trouble, quite possibly. If so, give the money to the poor. That'll be the best way to be converted."
"So I will, sir."
"Yes, and now you must go." He unlocked the door and opened it. "Quick, quietly, into the area and up the area steps, and stop a moment. Don't you be seen in the square for at least a year. A big robbery was committed in this very house last night. You'll see it in today's papers. My butler connected your presence in the area, and quite justifiably connected it with the robbery. Without knowing it, you've been in the most dreadful danger. I'm saving you. If you don't use your conversion with discretion, it may land you in prison. Take my advice and be silent first and converted afterwards. Good morning." "Tut, tut." He stopped the outflow of the alarmed gratitude. "Didn't I advise you to be silent? Creep, Mrs. Milcher, creep." End of Chapter 20, Part 1. Chapter 20, Part 2 of Mr. Prohack by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 20, Part 2. 5. "Well, what have you said to her? What does she say? What have you done with her?" questioned Eve excitedly, who had almost finished dressing when Mr. Prohack gorgeously, but by no means without misgivings, entered her bedroom. "I've talked to her very seriously. Let her go," answered Mr. Prohack. Eve sat down as if stabbed on the chair in front of her dressing-table, and stared at Mr. Prohack. "You've let her go?" cried she, with an outraged gasp, implying that she had always suspected that she was married to a nincompoop, but not to such a nincompoop. "Where's she gone to?" "I don't know." "What's her name? Who is she?" "I don't know that either. I only know that she's engaged to be married, and that a certain sacristan is madly, but I hope honourably, in love with her, and that she's had nothing whatever to do with the disappearance of your necklace." "I suppose she told you so herself," said Eve, with an irony that might have shrivelled up a husband less philosophic. "She did not. She didn't say a word about the necklace. But she did make a full confession. She's mixed up in the clock-striking business." "The what business?" "The striking of the church clock. You know it's stopped striking since last night, under the wise dispensation of heaven." As he made this perfectly simple announcement, Mr. Prohack observed a certain change in his wife's countenance. Her brow puckered. A sad, protesting, worried look came into her eyes. "Please don't begin on the clock again, my poor Arthur. You ought to forget it. You know how bad it is for you to dwell on it. It gets on your nerves, and you start imagining all sorts of things, until of course there's no chance of you sleeping. If you keep on like this, you'll make me feel a perfect criminal for taking the house. You don't suspect it, but I've several times wished we never had taken it. I've been so upset about your nervous conditions." "I was merely saying," Mr. Prohack insisted, "that our fat visitor, who apparently had enormous seductive power over sacristans, has noticed nothing about the clock, just as I had, and she thought—" Eve interrupted him by approaching swiftly and putting her hands on his shoulders, as he had put his hands on her shoulders a little while earlier, and gazing with supplication at him. "Please, please," she besought him, "to oblige me, do drop the church clock. I know what it means for you." Mr. Prohack turned away, broke into uproarious and somewhat hysterical laughter, and left the bedroom, having perceived to his amazement that she thought the church clock was undermining his sanity. Going to his study, he rang the bell there, and Brule, with features pale and drawn, obeyed the summons. The fact that his sanity was suspect, however absurdly, somehow caused Mr. Prohack to assume a pontifical manner of unusual dignity. "Is Miss Warburton up yet?" "No, sir. One of the servants knocked at her door some little time ago, but received no answer." "She must be awakened, and I'll write a note that she must be given to her immediately." Mr. Prohack wrote, "Please dress at once and come to my study. I want to see you about the church clock. A.P." Then he waited, alternately feeling the radiator and warming his legs at the newly lit wood fire. He was staggered by the incredible turn of events, and he had a sensation that nothing was or ever would be secure in the structure of his environment. "When I'm hanged, when I'm hanged," he kept saying to himself, and indeed several times asserted that an even more serious fate had befallen him. "Here I am," Mimi exclaimed brazenly, entering the room. The statement was not exaggerated. She emphatically was there, aspiring nose and all, in full evening dress, the costume of the night before. "Have you slept in your clothes?" Mr. Prohack demanded. Her manner altered at his formidable tone. "No, sir," she replied meekly, "but I've nothing else here. I shall put a cloak on and drive off in a taxi to change for the day. May I sit down?" Mr. Prohack nodded. Indubitably she made a wonderful sight in her daring splendour. "So you found out all about it already?" said she, still meekly, while Mr. Prohack was seeking the right gambit. "Please do tell me how," she added, disposing the folds of her short skirt about the chair. "I'm not here to answer questions," said Mr. Prohack. "I'm here to ask them. How did you do it? Was it you or Charlie or both of you? Whose idea was it?" "It was my idea," Mimi purred, "but Mr. Charles seemed to like it. It was really very simple. We first of all found out about the sexton." "And how did you do that?" "Private inquiry agents, of course. Same people who were in charge here last night. I knew of them when I was with Mr. Carroll Quire, and it was I who introduced them to Mrs. Prohack." "It would be," Mr. Prohack commented. "And then?" "And then, when we discovered Mrs. Slipston, or Miss Slipston—" "Who's she?" "She's a rather stout charwoman who has a fascination for the sexton of St. Nicodemus. When I got her, it was all plain sailing. She lent me the church keys, and Mr. Charles and I went up the tower to reconnoitre." "But that was more than 24 hours before the clock ceased to strike, and you returned the keys to her." "Oh, so you know that too, do you?" said Mimi blandly. "Mr. Prohack, I hope you'll forgive me for saying that you're most frightfully clever. I did give the keys back to Mrs. Slipston a long time before the clock stopped striking, but you see, Mr. Charles had taken impression of the tower key in clay, so that last night we were able to go up with an electric torch and our own key. The clock is a very old one, and Mr. Charles removed a swivel or something, I forget what he called it, but he seemed to understand everything about every kind of machinery.
He says it would take a tremendous long time to get another swivel, or whatever it is, cast, even if it could ever be cast without a pattern. And that you'll be safe for at least 6 months, even if we don't rely on the natural slowness of the established church to do anything really active. You see, it isn't as if the clock wasn't going. It's showing the time all right, and that was sufficient to keep the rector and the churchwardens quiet. It keeps up appearances. Of course, if the clock had stopped entirely, they would have had to do something. You don't seem very pleased, dear Mr. Prohack. We thought you'd be delighted. We did it all for you.
Did you indeed? Said Mr. Prohack ruthlessly. And did you think of the riskiness of what you were doing?
There'll be a most appalling scandal, certainly police court proceedings, and I shall be involved if it comes to light. But it can't come to light, Mimi exploded.
And yet it came to my light.
Yes, I expect Mr. Charles was so proud that he couldn't help telling you some bits about it. But nobody else can know. Even if Mrs. Slipston lets on to the sexton, the sexton will never let on, because if he did he'd lose his place. The sexton will always have to deny that he parted with the keys, even for a moment. It would be the loveliest mystery that ever was, and all the police in the world won't solve it. Of course, if you aren't pleased, I'm very sorry.
It isn't a question of not being pleased. The breath is simply knocked out of me. That's what it is.
Whatever possessed you to do it? But something had to be done, Mr. Prohack. Everybody in the house was terribly upset about you. You couldn't sleep because of the clock, and you said you never would sleep. Mrs. Prohack was at her wit's end.
Everybody in the house was terribly upset about me? This is the first I've heard of anybody being terribly upset about me. I thought that everybody except me had forgotten all about the infernal clock.
Naturally, said Mimi with soothing calmness. Mrs. Prohack quite rightly forbade any mention of the clock in your presence. She said the best thing to do was to help you to forget it by never referring to it, and we all agreed with her. But it weighed on us dreadfully, and something really had to be done. Mr. Prohack was not unimpressed by this revelation of the existence of a social atmosphere which he had never suspected. But he was in no mood for compromise. "Now just listen to me," said he. "You are, without exception, the most dangerous woman that I have ever met. All women are dangerous, but you are an acute peril." "Yes," Mimi admitted. "Mr. Carroll Quire used to talk like that. I got quite used to it."
"Did he really? Well, I think all the better of him, then. The mischief with you is that your motives are good. But a good motive is no excuse for a criminal act, and still less excuse for an idiotic act. I don't suppose I should do any good by warning you, but I do hereby most solemnly warn you to mend your ways. And I wish you to understand clearly that I'm not a bit grateful to you. In fact, the reverse."
Mimi stiffened herself. "Perhaps you would prefer us to restore the missing part and start the clock striking again. It would be perfectly easy. We still have our own key to the tower, and we could do it tonight. I'm sure it will be at least a week before the churchwardens send an expert clockmaker up the tower." In that moment, Mr. Prohack had a distressing glimpse into the illogical peculiarities of the human conscience, especially his own. He knew that he ought to accept Mimi's offer, since it would definitely obviate the possible consequences of a criminal act and close a discreditable incident. But he thought of his bad nights instead of thinking of Mimi's morals and the higher welfare of society. "No," he said, "let sleeping clocks lie." And he saw that Mimi read the meanness of his soul and was silently greeting him as a fellow sinner. She surprised him by saying, "I assure you, Mr. Prohack, that our sole idea was to make the house more possible for you." And as she uttered these words, she gazed at him with a sort of delicious pouting, challenging reproach. What a singular remark, he thought. It implied a comprehension of the fact, which he had considerately never disclosed, that he objected to the house in toto, and would have been happier in his former abode. And curiously it implied further that she comprehended and sympathized with his objections. She knew she had not done everything necessary to reconcile him to the noble mansion, but she had done what she could, and it was not negligible. "Nothing of the kind," said he. "You simply had no sole idea. When I admitted just now that your motives were good, I was exaggerating. Your motives were only half good.
and if you think otherwise you are deceiving yourself. You are not being realistic. In that respect you are no better than anybody else." "What was my other motive, then?" she inquired submissively, as if appealing for information to the greatest living authority on the enigmas of her own heart. "Your other motive was to satisfy your damnable instinct for dubious and picturesque adventure," said Mr. Prohack. "You were pandering to the evil in you. If you could have stopped the clock from striking by walking down Bond Street in Mrs. Slipson's clothes, and especially her boots, would you have done it? Certainly not. Of course you wouldn't. Don't try to come the self-sacrificing saint over me, because you can't do it." These words, even if amounting to a just estimate of the situation, were ruthless and terrible. They might have accomplished some genuine and lasting good, if Mr. Prohack had spoken them in a tone corresponding to the import. But he did not. His damnable instinct for pleasing people once more got the better of him, and he spoke them in a benevolent and paternal tone, his voice vibrating with compassion and with appreciation of her damnable instinct for dubious and picturesque adventure. The tone destroyed the significance of the words. Moreover, not content with the falsifying tone, he rose up from his chair as he spoke, approached the charming and naughty girl, and patted her on the shoulder. The rebuke indeed ended by being more agreeable to the sinner than praise might have been from a man less corroded with duplicity than Mr. Prohack. Mimi surprised him a second time. "You're perfectly right," she said. "You always are." And she seized his limp hand in hers and kissed it, and ran away, leaving him looking at the kissed hand. Well, he was flattered, and he was pleased, or at any rate something in him, some fragmentary part of him, was flattered and pleased. Mimi's gesture was a triumph for a man nearing 50, but it was an alarming triumph. Odd that in that moment he should think of Lady Massulum. His fatal charm was as a razor. Had he been playing with it as a baby might play with a razor? Popinjay? Coxcomb? Perhaps. Nevertheless, the wench had artistically kissed his hand, and his hand felt self-complacent, even if he didn't. Brule, towards whom Mr. Prohack felt no impulse of goodwill, came largely in with a salver on which were the morning letters and the morning papers, including the paper perused by Machin with her early bedside tea, and doubtless carefully folded again in its original creases to look virginal. The reappearance of that sheet had somewhat the quality of a sinister miracle to Mr. Prohack. He asked no questions about it, so that he might be told no lies, but he searched it in vain for a trace of the suffering Machin. It was, however, full of typographical traces of himself and his family. The description of the reception was disturbingly journalistic, which adjective for Mr. Prohack unfortunately connoted the adjective vulgar. All the wrong people were in the list of guests, and all the decent, quiet people were omitted. A value of £20,000 was put upon the necklace, contradicting another part of the report which stated the pearls to be priceless. Mr. Prohack's fortune was referred to, also his Treasury past, the implication being that the fortune had caused him to leave the Treasury. His daughter's engagement to Mr. Morphy was glanced at, and it was remarked that Mr. Morphy, known to all his friends and half-London as Ozzy Morphy, was intimately connected with the greatest stage Napoleon in history, Mr. Asprey Chown. Finally, a few words were given to Charlie, who was dubbed a budding financier already responsible for one highly successful coup, and likely to be responsible for several others before much more water has run under the bridges of the Thames. Mr. Prohack knew then, in his limbs, the meaning of the word writhe, and he was glad that he had not had his bath, because even if he had had his bath, he would have needed another one. His attitude towards his fellow men had a touch of embittered and cynical scorn, unworthy of a philosopher. He turned, in another paper, to the financial column, for, though all his money was safe in fixed interest-bearing securities, the fluctuations of whose capital value could not affect his safety, yet he somehow could not remain quite indifferent to the fluctuations of their capital value, and in the financial column he saw a reference to a young operator, who he was convinced could be no other than Charlie. In the reference there was a note of sarcasm, which hurt Mr. Prohack, and aroused anew his apprehensions. And among his correspondence was a letter which had been delivered by hand. He thought he knew the handwriting on the envelope, and he did. It was from Mr. Softly Bishop. Mr. Softly Bishop begged in a very familiar style that Mr. Prohack and wife would join himself and Miss Fancy on an early day at a little luncheon party, and he announced that the highly desirable event to the possibility of which he had alluded on the previous evening had duly occurred. Strange, the fellow's eagerness to publish his engagement to a person of more notoriety than distinction. The fellow must have popped the question while escorting Miss Fancy home in the middle of the night, and he must have written the note before breakfast and dispatched it by special messenger. What a mentality! Mr. Prohack desired now a whole series of baths, and he was very harassed indeed. If he, by a fluke, had discovered the escapade of the church tower and the church clock, why should not others discover it by other flukes? Was it conceivable that such a matter should forever remain a secret? The thing, to Mr. Prohack's sick imagination, was like a bomb with a fuse attached and the fuse lighted. When the bomb did go off, what trouble for an entirely innocent Mr. Prohack! And he loathed the notion of his proud, strong daughter being affianced to a man who, however excellent intrinsically, was the myrmidon of that sublime showman, Mr. Asprey Chan. And he hated his connection with Mr. Softly Bishop and with Miss Fancy. Could he refuse the invitation to the little luncheon party? He knew that he could not refuse it. His connection with these persons was indisputable, and the social consequences of it could not be fairly avoided. As for the matter of the necklace, he held that he could deal with that. But could he? He lacked confidence in himself. Even his fixed interest-bearing securities might, by some inconceivable world catastrophe, cease to bear interest. And then where would he be? Philosophy. Philosophy was absurdly unpractical. Philosophy could not cope with real situations. Where had he sinned? Nowhere. He had taken Dr. Viga's advice and given up trying to fit his environment to himself instead of vice versa. He had let things rip and shown no egotistic concern in the business of others. But was he any better off in his secret soul? Not a whit. He ought to have been happy. He was miserable. On every hand the horizon was dark, and the glitter of £17,000 per annum did not lighten it by the illuminative power of a single candle. But his feverish hand gratefully remembered Mimi's kiss. 6. Nevertheless, as the day waxed and began to wane, it was obvious even to Mr. Prohack that the domestic climate grew sunnier and more bracing. A weight seemed to be lifted from the hearts of all Mr. Prohack's entourage. The theft of the £20,000 necklace was a grave event, but it could not impair the beauty of the great fact that the church clock had ceased to strike, and that therefore the master would be able to sleep. The shadow of a menacing calamity had passed, and everybody's spirits, except Mr. Prohack's, reacted to the news. Machin, restored to duty, was gaiety itself. But Mr. Prohack, unresponsive, kept on absurdly questioning his soul and the universe. What am I getting out of life? Can it be true that I am incapable of arranging my existence in such a manner that the worm shall not feed so gluttonously on my damask cheek? Eve's attitude to him altered. In view of the persistent silence of the clock, she had to admit to herself that her husband was still a long way off insanity, and she was ashamed of her suspicion and did all that she could to make compensation to him, while imitating his discreet example and not referring even distantly to the clock. When she mentioned the necklace, suggesting a direct appeal to Scotland Yard, and he discountenanced the scheme, she at once, in the most charming way, accepted his verdict and praised his superior wisdom. When he placed before her the invitation for Mr. Softly Bishop, she beautifully offered to disentangle him from it, if he should so desire. When she told him that she had been asked to preside over the Social Amenities Committee of the League of All the Arts, and he advised her not to bind herself by taking any official position, and especially one which would force her into contact with a pack of self-seeking, snobbish women. She beamed acquiescence and heartily concurred with him about the pack of women. In fact, the afternoon became one of those afternoons on which every caprice was permitted to Mr. Prohack, and he could do no wrong. But the worm still fed on his cheek. Before tea he enjoyed a sleep, without having to time his repose so as to avoid being wakened by the clock. And then tea for one was served with full pomp in his study. This meant either that his tireless women were out, or that Eve had judged it prudent to indulge him in a solitary tea. And, after the hurried, thick-cupped teas at the Treasury, he certainly did not dislike a leisurely tea replete with every luxury proper to the repast. He ate, drank, and read odd things in odd corners of the Times, and at last he smoked. He was on the edge of felicity in his miserableness when his indefatigable women entered, all smiles. They had indeed been out, and they were still arrayed for the street. One by one they removed or cast aside such things as gloves, hats, coats, bags, until the study began to bear some resemblance to a boudoir. Mr. Prohack, though cheerfully grumbling at this, really liked it, for he was of those who think that nothing furnishes a room so well as a woman's hat, provided it be not permanently established. Cissy even took off one shoe, on the plea that it hurt her, and there the trifling article lay, fragile, gleaming, and absurd. Mr. Prohack appreciated it even more than the hats. He understood, perhaps better than ever before, that though he had a vast passion for his wife, there was enough emotion left in him to nourish an affection almost equally vast for his daughter. She was a proud piece, was that girl, and he was intensely proud of her. Nor did a realistic estimate of her faults of character seem in the least to diminish his pride in her. She had distinction. She had race. Mimi might possibly be able to make rings round her in the pursuit of any practical enterprise, but her mere manner of existing from moment to moment was superior to Mimi's. The simple-minded parent was indeed convinced at heart that the world held no finer young woman than Cissy Prohack. He reflected with satisfaction. She knows I'm old, but there's something young in me that forces her to treat me as young, and moreover she adores me. He also reflected, of course they're after something, these two. I can see a put-up job in their eyes. Ha! He was ready for them, and the sensation of being ready for them was like a tonic to him, raising him momentarily above misery. "You look much better, Arthur," said Eve, artfully preparing. "I am," said he. "I've had a bath." "Had you given up baths, Dad?" asked Cissy, with a curl of the lips. "No, but I mean I've had 2 baths, one in water, and the other in resignation." "How dull!" "I've been thinking about the arrangements for the wedding." Eve started, in a new, falsely careless tone, ignoring the badinage between her husband and daughter, which she always privately regarded as tedious. There it was. They had come to worry him about the wedding. He had not recovered from one social martyrdom before they were plotting to push him into another. They were implacable, insatiable, were his women. He got up and walked about. "Now, Dad," Cissy addressed him, "don't pretend you aren't interested." And then she burst into the most extraordinary laughter that bordered on the hysterical, and twirled herself round on the shod foot. Her behaviour offended Eve. "Of course, if you're going on like that, Cissy, I warn you I shall give it all up. After all, it won't be my wedding." Cissy clasped her mother's neck. "Don't be foolish, you silly old mater. It's a wedding, not a funeral." "Well, what about it?" asked Mr. Prohack, sniffing with pleasure the new atmosphere created in his magnificent study by these feminine contacts. "Do you think we'd better have the wedding at St. George's, Hanover Square, or St. Nicodemus's?" At the name of Nicodemus, Mr. Prohack started, as it were, guiltily. "Because," Eve continued, "we can have it at either place. You see, Ozzy lives in one parish and Cissy in the other. St. Nicodemus has been getting rather fashionable lately, I'm told." "What saith the bride?" "Oh, don't ask me," answered Cissy lightly. "I'm prepared for anything. It's mother's affair, not mine, in spite of what she says, and nobody shall be able to say after I'm married that I wasn't a dutiful daughter. I should love St. George's, and I should love St. Nicodemus's too." And then she exploded again into disconcerting laughter, and the fit lasted longer than the first one. Eve protested again, and Sissy made peace again. "St. Nicodemus would be more original," said Eve. "Not so original as you," said Mr. Prohack. Sissy choked on a lace handkerchief. St. Nicodemus was selected for the august rite. Similar phenomena occurred when Eve introduced the point whether the reception should be at Manchester Square or at Claridge's Hotel. And when Eve suggested that it might be well to enliven the mournfulness of a wedding with an orchestra and dancing, Sissy leaped up and, seizing her father's hand, whizzed him dangerously round the room to a tune of her own singing. The girl's mere physical force amazed him. The dance was brought to a conclusion by the overturning of an occasional table and a Tanagra figure, whereupon Sissy laughed more loudly and hysterically than ever. Mr. Prohack deemed that masculine tact should be applied. He soothed the outraged mother and tranquillized the ecstatic daughter, and then in a matter-of-fact voice asked, "And what about the date? Do let's get it over." "We must consult Ozzy," said the pacified mamma. Off went Sissy again into shrieks. "Eugene," she spluttered, "it's not Ozzy's wedding, it's mine. You fix your own date, dearest, and leave Ozzy to me. Ozzy's only function at my wedding is to be indispensable." And still laughing in the most crude and shocking way, she ran on her uneven feet out of the room, leaving the shoe behind on the hearthrug to prove that she really existed and was not a hallucination. "I can't make out what's the matter with that girl," said Eve. "The sooner she's married the better," said Mr. Prohack, thoroughly reconciled now to the tedium of the ceremonies. "I dare say you're right, but upon my word I don't know what girls are coming to." "Nobody ever did know that," said Mr. Prohack easily, though he also was far from easy in his mind about the bridal symptoms. 7. "Can Charlie speak to you for a minute?" The voice was Eve's, diplomatic, apologetic. Her smiling and yet serious face peeping in through the bedroom door seemed to say, "I know we're asking a great favour and that your life is hard." "All right," said Mr. Prohack, as a gracious, long-suffering autocrat, without moving his eyes from the book he was reading. He had gone to bed. He had of late got into the habit of going to bed. He would go to bed on the slightest excuse, and would justify himself by pointing out that Voltaire used to do the same. He was capable of going to bed several times a day. It was early evening. The bed, though hired for a year only, was of extreme comfortableness. The light over his head was in exactly the right place. The room was warm. The book, by a Roman emperor properly known as Marcus Aurelius, counted among the world's masterpieces. It was designed to suit the case of Mr. Prohack, for its message was to the effect that happiness and content are commodities which can be manufactured only in the mind, from the mind's own ingredients, and that if the mind works properly, no external phenomena can prevent the manufacture of the said commodities. In short, everything was calculated to secure Mr. Prohack's felicity in that moment. But he would not have it. He said to himself, "This book is all very fine, immortal, supreme, and so on, and it simply isn't true. Human nature won't work the way this book says it ought to work, and what's more, the author was obviously afraid of life. He was never really alive, and he was never happy. Finally, the tendency of the book is mischievously antisocial." Thus did Mr. Prohack seek to destroy a reputation of many centuries, and to deny opinions which he himself had been expressing for many years. "I don't want to live wholly in myself," said Mr. Prohack. "I want to live a great deal in other people. If you do that, you may be infernally miserable, but at least you aren't dull. Marcus Aurelius was more like a potato than I should care to be." And he shoved the book under the pillow, turned half over from his side to the flat of his back, and prepared with gusto for the evil which Charlie would surely bring. And indeed, one glance at Charlie's preoccupied features confirmed his prevision. "You're in trouble, my lad," said he. "I am," said Charlie. and the hour has struck when you want your effete father's help." Mr. Prohack smiled benevolently. "Put it like that," said Charlie amiably, taking a chair and smoothing out his trousers. "I suppose you've seen the references to yourself in the papers?" "Yes." "Rather sarcastic, aren't they?" "Yes, but that rather flatters me, you know, Dad. Shows I'm being taken notice of." "Still, you have been playing a dangerous game, haven't you?" "Admitted," said Charlie, brightly and modestly. "But I was reading in one of my new books that it is not a bad scheme to live dangerously, and I quite agree. Anyhow, it suits me, and it's quite on the cards that I may pull through." "You mean if I help you?" "Now listen to me, Charlie. I'm your father, and if you're on earth, it's my fault, and everything that happens to you is my fault. Hence, I'm ready to help you as far as I can, which is a long way, but I'm not ready to throw my money into a pit unless you can prove to my hard Treasury mind that the pit is not too deep and has a firm, unbreakable bottom. Rather than have anything to do with a pit that has all attractive qualities except a bottom, I would prefer to see you in the bankruptcy court and make you an allowance for life." "That's absolutely sound," Charlie concurred with beautiful acquiescence. "It's awfully decent of you to talk like this. I expect I could soon prove to you that my pit is the sort of pit you wouldn't mind throwing things into, and possibly one day I might ask you to do some throwing. But I'm getting along pretty well so far as money is concerned. I've come to ask you for something else." "Oh." Mr. Prohack was a little dashed, but Charlie's demeanour was so ingratiating that he did not feel in the least hurt. "Yes, there's been some trouble between Mimi and me this afternoon, and I'm hoping that you'll straighten it out for me." "Ah!" Mr. Prohack's interest became suddenly intense and pleasurable. "The silly girl's given me notice. She's fearfully hurt because you told her that I told you about the church clock affair, after it had been agreed between her and me that we wouldn't let on to anybody at all. She says she can't possibly stay with anybody who isn't loyal, and that I'm not the man she thought I was, and she's given notice. And I can't do without that girl. I knew she'd be perfectly invaluable to me, and she is." Mr. Prohack was staggered at this revelation concerning Mimi. It seemed to make her heroic and even more incalculable. "I never told her you'd told me anything about the clock-striking business," he exclaimed. "I felt sure you hadn't," said Charlie blandly. "I wonder how she got the idea into her head." "Now I come to think of it," said Mr. Prohack, "she did assume this morning that you must have told me about the clock, and I didn't contradict her. Why should I?" "Just so." Charlie smiled faintly. "But I'd be awfully obliged if you contradict her now. One word from you will put it all right." "I'll ask her to come and see me first thing in the morning," said Mr. Prohack. "But would you believe it, my lad, that she never gave me the slightest sign this morning that your telling me anything about the clock would upset her? Not the slightest sign." "Oh, she wouldn't," said Charlie. "She's like that. She's the strangest mixture of reserve and rashness you ever saw." "No, she isn't, because they're all the strangest mixture, except, of course, your esteemed mother, whom we all agree is perfect. Anything else I can do for you tonight?" "You might tell me how you did find out about the church clock." "With pleasure. The explanation will surprise you. I found out because, in my old-world way, I'm jolly clever. That's all there is to it." "Good night, Dad. Thanks very much." After Charlie had gone, Mr. Prohack said to himself, "That boy's getting on. I can remember the time when he would have come snorting in here, full of his grievance, and been very sarcastic when I offered him money he didn't want. What a change! Oh, yes, he's getting on all right. He'll come through." And Mr. Prohack was suddenly much fonder of the boy, and more inclined to see in him the possibility of genius. But he was aware of apprehension as to the relations forming between his son and Mimi. That girl appeared to be establishing an empire over the great youthful prodigy of finance. Was this desirable? No, that was not the question. The question was, would Eve regard it as desirable? He could never explain to his wife how deeply he had been touched by Mimi's mad solicitude for the slumber of Charlie's father. And even if he could have explained, Eve would never have consented to understand. End of Chapter 20, Part 2. Part 1 of Chapter 21 of Mr. Prohack by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1 of Chapter 21, Eve's Martyrdom. 1. After a magnificent night's sleep, so magnificent indeed that he felt as if he had never until that moment really grasped the full significance of the word sleep, Mr. Prohack rang the bell for his morning tea. Of late he had given orders that he must not under any circumstances be called, for it had been vouchsafed to him that in spite of a multitude of trained servants, there were still things that he could do for himself better than anybody else could do for him, and among them was the act of waking up Mr. Prohack. He knew that he was in a very good humour, capable of miracles, and he therefore determined that he would seize the opportunity to find the human side of Mr. Brule and make a friend of him. But the tea-tray was brought in by Mrs. Prohack, who was completely and severely dressed. She put down the tray and kissed her husband, not as usual, but rather in the manner of a Roman matron, and Mr. Prohack divined that something had happened. "I hope Brule hasn't dropped down dead," said he, realizing the foolishness of his facetiousness as he spoke. Eve seemed to be pained. "Have you slept better?" she asked, solicitous. "I've slept so well that there's probably something wrong with me," said he. "Heavy sleep is a symptom of several dangerous diseases." "I'm glad you've had a good night," she began, again ignoring his maladroit flippancy, "because I wanted to talk to you." "Darling," he responded, "pour out my tea for me, will you? Then I shall be equal to any strain. I trust that you also passed a fair night, madam. You look tremendously fit." Visions of Lady Massillon flitted through his mind, but he decided that Eve, seriously pouring out tea for him under the lamp in the morning twilight of the pale bedroom, could not be matched by either Lady Massillon or anybody else. No, he could not conceive a Lady Massillon pouring out early tea. The Lady Massillons could only pour out afternoon tea, a job easier to do with grace and satisfaction. "I have not slept a wink all night," said Eve primly, "but I was determined that nothing should induce me to disturb you." "Yes?" Mr. Prohack encouraged her, sipping the first glorious sip. "Well, will you believe me that Sissy slipped out last night after dinner without saying a word to me or anyone, and that she didn't come back, and hasn't come back? I sat up for her till 3 o'clock. I telephoned to Charlie, but no, he'd seen nothing of her." "Did you telephone to Ozzy?" "Telephone to Ozzy, my poor boy? Of course I didn't. I wouldn't have Ozzy know for anything. Besides, he isn't on the telephone at his flat." "That's a good reason for not telephoning anyway," said Mr. Prohack. "But did you ever hear of such a thing? The truth is, you spoilt that child." "I may have spoilt the child," Mr. Prohack admitted, "but I have heard of such a thing. I seem to remember that in the dear dead days of dancing studios something similar occurred to your daughter." "Yes, but we didn't know where she was." "You didn't. I did," Mr. Prohack corrected her. "Do you want me to cry?" Eve demanded suddenly. "Yes," said Mr. Prohack, "I love to see you cry." Eve pursed her lips and wrinkled her brows and gazed at the window, performing great feats of self-control under extreme provocation to lose her temper. "What do you propose to do?" she asked with formality. "Wait till the girl comes back," said Mr. Prohack. "Arthur, I really cannot understand how you can take a thing like this so casually. No, I really can't." "Neither can I," Mr. Prohack admitted, quite truthfully. He saw that he ought to have been gravely upset by Sissy's prank, and he was merely amused. The effect of too much sleep, no doubt, he added. Eve walked about the room. "I pretended to Machin this morning that Sissy had told me that she was sleeping out, and that I had forgotten to tell Machin. It's a good thing we haven't engaged ladies' maids yet. I can trust Machin. I know she didn't believe me this morning, but I can trust her. You see, after Sissy's strange behaviour these last few days, one doesn't know what to think. And there's something else. Every morning for the last 3 or 4 weeks, Sissy's gone out somewhere, for an hour or two, quite regularly. And where she went I've never been able to find out. Of course, with a girl like her it doesn't do to ask too direct questions. I should like to have seen my mother in my place. I know what she'd have done." "What would your mother have done?"
She always seemed to me to be a fairly harmless creature."
"Yes, to you. Do you think we ought to inform the police?"
"No."
"I'm so glad. The necklace and Sissy coming on top of each other. No, it would be too much."
"Never rains but it pours, does it?" observed Mr. Prohack.
"But what are we to do?"
"Just what your mother would have done. Your mother would have argued like this. Either Sissy is staying away against her will, or she is staying away of her own accord. If the former, it means an accident, and we are bound to hear shortly from one of the hospitals. If the latter, we can only sit tight. Your mother had a vigorous mind, and that is how she would have looked at things."
"I never know how to take you, Arthur," said Mrs. Prohack, and went on. "And what makes it all the more incomprehensible is that yesterday afternoon Sissy went with me to Jay's to see about the wedding dress."
"But why should that make it all the more incomprehensible?"
"Don't you think it does somehow? I do."
"Did she giggle at Jay's?"
"Oh, no. Oh, except once. Yes, I think she giggled once. That was when the fitter said she hoped we would give them plenty of time, because most customers rushed them so. I remember thinking how queer it was that Sissy should laugh so much at a perfectly simple remark like that. Oh, Arthur."
"Now, my child," said Mr. Prohack firmly, "don't get into your head that Sissy has gone off hers. Yesterday you thought for quite half an hour that I was suffering from incipient lunacy. Let that suffice you for the present. Be philosophical. The source of tranquillity is within. Remember that, and remind me of it too, because I'm apt to forget it. We can do nothing at the moment. I will now get up, and I warn you that I shall want a large breakfast, and you to pour out my coffee and read the interesting bits out of the Daily Picture to me." 2. At 11 o'clock of the morning, the status quo was still maintaining itself within the noble mansion at Manchester Square. Mr. Prohack, washed, dressed, and amply fed, was pretending to be very busy with correspondence in his study, but he was in fact much more busy with Eve than with the correspondence. She came in to him every few minutes, and each time needed more delicate handling. After one visit, Mr. Prohack had an idea. He transferred the key from the inside to the outside of the door. At the next visit, Eve presented an ultimatum. She said that Mr. Prohack must positively do something about his daughter. Mr. Prohack replied that he would telephone to his solicitors, a project which happily commended itself to Eve, though what his solicitors could do except charge a fee, Mr. Prohack could not imagine. "You wait here," he said persuasively. He then left the room and silently locked the door on Eve. It was a monstrous act, but Mr. Prohack had slept too well and was too fully inspired by the instinct of initiative. He hurried downstairs, ignoring Brule, who was contemplating the grandeur of the entrance hall, snatched his overcoat, hat, and umbrella from the 17th-century panelled cupboard in which these articles were kept, and slipped away into the square before Brule could even open the door for him. As he fled, he glanced up at the windows of his study, fearful lest Eve might have divined his purpose to abandon her, and, catching sight of him in flight, might begin making noises on the locked door. But Eve had not divined his purpose. Mr. Prohack walked straight to Bruton Street, where Oswald Morphy's Japanese flat was situated. Mr. Prohack had never seen this flat, though his wife and daughter had been invited to it for tea, and had returned therefrom with excited accounts of its exquisite uniqueness. He had decided that his duty was to inform Ozzy of the mysterious disappearance of Sissy as quickly as possible, and as Ozzy's theatrical day was not supposed to begin until noon, he hoped to catch him before his departure to the beck and call of the mighty Asprey Chown. The number in Bruton Street indicated a tall, thin house with 4 bell-pushes and 4 narrow brass plates on its door-jamb. The deceitful edifice looked at a distance just like its neighbours, but, as the array on the door-jamb showed, it had ceased to be what it seemed, the home of a respectable Victorian family in easy circumstances, and had become a Georgian warren for people who could reconcile themselves to a common staircase, provided only they might engrave a sound West End address on their notepaper. The front door was open, disclosing the reassuring fact that the hall and staircase were at any rate carpeted. Mr. Prohack rang the bell attached to Ozzy's name, waited, rang again, waited, and then marched upstairs. Perhaps Ozzy was shaving. Not being accustomed to the organization of tenements in fashionable quarters, Mr. Prohack was unaware that during certain hours of the day he was entitled to ring the housekeeper's bell on the opposite door-jamb and to summon help from the basement. As he mounted it, the staircase grew stuffier and stuffier, but the condition of the stair-carpet improved. Mr. Prohack hated the place, and at once determined to fight powerfully against Sissy's declared intention of starting married life in her husband's bachelor flat for the sake of economy. He would force the pair, if necessary, to accept from him a flat rent-free, or he would even purchase for them one of those bijou residences of which he had heard tell. He little dreamed that this very house had once been described as a bijou residence. The third-floor landing was terribly small and dark, and Mr. Prohack could scarcely decipher the name of his future son-in-law on the shabby nameplate. "This den would be dear at 11 3 farthings a year," said he to himself, and was annoyed because for months he had been picturing the elegant Oswald as the inhabitant of something orientally and impeccably luxurious, and he wondered that his women, as a rule so critical, had breathed no word of the flat's deplorable reproaches. He rang the bell, and the bell made a violent and horrid sound which could scarcely fail to be heard throughout the remainder of the house. No answer. Ozzy had gone. He descended the stairs, and on the second-floor landing saw an old lady putting down a mat in front of an open door. The old lady's hair was in curl-papers. "I suppose," he ventured, raising his hat, "I suppose you don't happen to know whether Mr. Morphy has gone out?" The old lady scanned him before replying. "He can't be gone out," she replied. "He's just been sweeping his floor enough to wake the dead." "Sweeping his floor?" exclaimed Mr. Prohack, shocked, thunderstruck. "I understood there were service flats." "So they are, in a way, but the housekeeper never gets up to this floor before 12:30, so it can't be the housekeeper. Besides, she's gone out for me." "Thank you," said Mr. Prohack, and remounted the staircase. His blood was up. He would know the worst about the elegant Oswald, even if he had to beat the door down. He was, however, saved from this extreme measure, for when he aimlessly pushed against Oswald's door, it opened. He beheld a narrow passage, which in the matter of its decoration certainly did present a Japanese aspect to Mr. Prohack, who, however, had never been to Japan. 2 doors gave off the obscure corridor. One of these doors was open, and in the doorway could be seen the latter half of a woman and the forward half of a carpet-brush. She was evidently brushing the carpet of a room, and gradually coming out of the room and into the passage. She wore a large blue pinafore apron, and she was so absorbed in her business that the advent of Mr. Prohack passed quite unnoticed by her. Mr. Prohack waited. More of the woman appeared, and at last the whole of her. She felt, rather than saw, the presence of a man at the entrance, and she looked up, transfixed. A deep blush travelled over all her features. "How clever of you," she said, with a fairly successful effort to be calm. "Good morning, my child," said Mr. Prohack, with a similar and equally successful effort. "So you're cleaning Mr. Morphy's flat for him?" "Yes, and not before it needed it. Do come in and shut the door." Mr. Prohack obeyed, and Sissy shed her pinafore apron. "Now we're quite private. I think you'd better kiss me. I may as well tell you that I'm fearfully happy, much more so than I expected to be at first." Mr. Prohack again obeyed, and when he kissed his daughter he had an almost entirely new sensation. The girl was far more interesting to him than she had ever been. Her blush thrilled him. "You might care to glance at that," said Sissy, with an affectation of carelessness, indicating a longish, narrowish piece of paper covered with characters in red and black, which had been affixed to the wall of the passage with 2 pins. "We put it there, at least I did, to save trouble." Mr. Prohack scanned the document. It began, "This is to certify," and it was signed by a Registrar of Births, Deaths, and Marriages. "Yesterday, eh?" he ejaculated. "Yes, yesterday at 2 o'clock. Not at St. George's, and not at St. Nicodemus's. Well, you can say what you like, Dad." "I'm not aware of having said anything yet," Mr. Prohack put in. "You can say what you like, but what did you expect me to do? It was necessary to bring home to some people that this is the 20th century, not the 19th, and I think I've done it. Anyway, what are you going to do about it? Do you seriously suppose that I was going through all the orange blossom rigmarole
voice that breathed o'er Eden, full choral, red carpet on the pavement, flowers, photographers, vicar, vestry, daily picture, reception, congratulations, rice, old shoes, gay away dress, be kind to her, Ozzy? Not much. And I don't think. They say that girls love it and insist on it. Well, I don't, and I know some others who don't, too. I think it's simply barbaric, worse than a public funeral. Why, to my mind, it's Central African, and that's all there is to it, so there. She laughed. Well, said Mr. Prohack, holding his hat in his hand, I'm a tolerably two-faced person myself, but for sheer heartless duplicity I give you the palm. You can beat me. Has it occurred to you that this dodge of yours will cost you about 50% of the wedding presents you might otherwise have had? It has, said Cissy. That was one reason why we tried the dodge. Nothing is more horrible than about 50% of the wedding presents that brides get in these days. And we've had the two finest presents anybody could wish for. Oh? Yes. Ozzy gave me Ossie, and I gave him me. I suppose the idea was yours. Of course. Didn't I tell you yesterday that Ozzy's only function at my wedding was to be indispensable? He was very much afraid at first when I started on the scheme, but he soon warmed to it. I'll give him credit for seeing that secrecy was the only thing. If we'd announced it beforehand, we should have been bound to be beaten. You see that yourself, don't you, dearest? And after all, it's our affair, and nobody else's. That's just where you're wrong, said Mr. Prohack grandly. A marriage, even yours, is an affair of the states. It concerns society. It is full of reactions on society. And society has been very wise to invest it with solemnity, and a certain grotesque quality. All solemnities are a bit grotesque, so they ought to be. All solemnities ought to produce self-consciousness in the performers. As things are, you'll be 10 years in convincing yourself that you're really a married woman, and till the day of your death, and afterwards, society will have an instinctive feeling that there's something fishy about you, or about Ozzy. And it's your own fault. Oh, Dad, what a fraud you are! And the girl smiled. You know perfectly well that if you'd been in my place and had had the pluck, which you wouldn't have had, you'd have done the same. I should, Mr. Prohack immediately admitted, because I always wanted to be smarter than other people. It's a cheap ambition. But I should have been wrong. And I'm exceedingly angry with you, and I shall be suffering from a sense of outrage, and I should not be at all surprised if all is over between us. The thing amounts to a scandal. The worst of it is that no satisfactory explanation of it can ever be given to the world. If your Ozzy is up, produce him, and I'll talk to him as he's never been talked to before. He's the elder, he's a man, and he's the most to blame. Take your overcoat off, said Cissy, laughing and kissing him again, and don't you dare to say a word to Ozzy. Besides, he isn't in. He's gone off to business. He always goes at 11:30 punctually. There was a pause. Well, said Mr. Prohack, all I wish to state is that if you had a feather handy, you could knock me down with it. I can see all over your face, Cissy retorted, that you're so pleased and relieved you don't know what to do with yourself. Mr. Prohack perfunctorily denied this, but it was true. His relief that the wedding lay behind instead of in front of him was immense, and his spirits rose even higher than they had been when he first woke up. He loathed all ceremonies, and the prospect of having to escort an orange-blossom-laden young woman in an automobile to a fashionable church, and up the aisle thereof, and raise his voice therein, and make a present of her to someone else, and breathe sugary nothings to 1,000 gapers at a starchy reception, this prospect had increasingly become a nightmare to him. Often had he dwelt on it in a condition resembling panic, and now he felt genuinely grateful to his inexcusable daughter for her shameless effrontery. He desired greatly to do something very handsome indeed for her and her excellent tame husband. "Step in and see my home," she said. The home consisted of 2 rooms, one of them a bedroom and the other a sitting-room, together with a small bathroom that was as dark and dank as a cell of the Spanish Inquisition, and another apartment which he took for a cupboard, but which Cissy authoritatively informed him was a kitchen. The 2 principal rooms were beyond question beautifully Japanese in the matter of pictures, prints, and cabinets, not otherwise. They showed much taste. They were unusual and stimulating and jolly and refined, but Mr. Prohack did not fancy that he personally could have lived in them with any striking success. The lack of space, of light, and of air,
outweighed all considerations of charm and originality. The upper staircase alone would have ruined any flat for Mr. Prohack. "Isn't it lovely?" Cissy encouraged him. "Yes, it is," he said feebly. "Got any servants yet?" "Oh, we can't have servants. No room for them to sleep, and I couldn't stand charwomen. You see, it's a service flat, so there's really nothing to do." "So I noticed when I came in," said Mr. Prohack. "And I suppose you intend to eat at restaurants? Or do they send up meals from the cellar?" "Oh, we shan't go to restaurants," Cissy replied. "You may be sure of that. Too expensive for us. And I don't count much on the cookery downstairs. No, I should do the cooking in a chafing dish. Here it is, you see. I've been taking lessons in chafing dish cookery every day for weeks, and it's awfully amusing. It is really. It's much better than ordinary cooking, and cheaper too. Ozzy loves it." Mr. Prohack was touched, and more than ever determined to be generous in the grand manner and start the simple-minded couple in married life on a scale befitting the general situation. "You'll soon be clearing out of this place, I expect," he began cautiously. "Clearing out?" Cissy repeated. "Why should we? We've got all we need. We haven't the slightest intention of trying to live as you live. Ozzy's very prudent, I'm glad to say, and so am I. We're going to save half for a few years, and then we shall see how things are." "But you can't possibly stay on living in a place like this," Mr. Prohack protested, smiling diplomatically to soften the effect of his words. "Who can't?" "You can't. But when you say me, do you mean your daughter or Ozzy's wife? Ozzy's lived here for years, and he's given lots of parties here. Tea parties, of course." Mr. Prohack paused, perceiving that he had put himself in the wrong. "This place is perfectly respectable," Cissy continued, "and supposing you haven't got all the money from America or somewhere," she persisted, "would you have said that I couldn't possibly go on living in a place like this?" She actually imitated his superior fatherly tone. "You'd have been only too pleased to see me living in a place like this." Mr. Prohack raised both arms on high. "All right," said the young spouse, absurdly proud of her position. "I'll let you off with your life this time, and you can drop your arms again. But if anybody had told me that you would come here and make a noise like a plutocrat, I wouldn't have believed it. Still, I'm frightfully fond of you, and I know you'd do anything for me, and you're nearly as much of a darling as Ozzy. But you mustn't be a rich man when you call on me here. I couldn't bear it twice." "I retire in disorder, closely pursued by the victorious enemy," said Mr. Prohack. And in so saying he accurately described the situation. He had been more than defeated. He had been exquisitely snubbed. And yet the singular creature was quite pleased. He looked at the young girl, no longer his, and no longer a girl either, set in the midst of a japanned and lacquered room that so resembled Ozzy in its daintiness. He saw the decision on her brow, the charm in her eyes, and the elegance in her figure and dress, and he came near to bursting with pride. "She's got character enough to beat even me," he reflected contentedly, thus exhibiting an ingenuousness happily rare among fathers of brilliant daughters. And even the glimpse of the cupboard kitchen, where the washing up after a chafing dish breakfast for two had obviously not yet been accomplished, even this touch seemed only to intensify the moral and physical splendour of his child in her bridal setting. "At the same time," he added, to the admission of defeat, "I seem to have a sort of idea that latterly you've been carrying on rather like a plutocrat's daughter." "That was only my last fling," she replied, quite unperturbed. "I see," said Mr. Prohack musingly. "Now, as regards my wedding present to you, am I permitted to offer any gift, or is it forbidden? Of course, with all my millions, I couldn't hope to rival the gift which Ozzy gave you, but I might come in a pretty fair second, mightn't I?" "Dad," said she, "I must leave all that to your good taste. I'm sure that it won't let you make any attack on our independence." "Supposing that I were to find some capital for Ozzy to start in business for himself as a theatrical manager. He must know a good deal about the job by this time." Cissy shook her delicious head. "No, that would be plutocratic. And you see, I've only just married Ozzy. I don't know anything about him yet. When I do, I shall come and talk to you. While you're waiting, I wish you'd give me some crockery. One breakfast cup isn't quite enough for two people after the first day. I saw a set of things in a shop in Oxford Street for £1, 19 and 6,
which I should love to have. What's happened to the mater? Is she in a great state about me? Had you better run off and put her out of her misery?
He went, thoughtful.
End of Part 1 of Chapter 21. Part 2 of Chapter 21 of Mr. Prohack by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2 of Chapter 21.
3. He was considerably dashed on his return home to find the door of his study still locked on the outside. The gesture which on his leaving the room seemed so natural, brilliant, and excusable, now presented itself to him as the act of a coarse-minded idiot. He hesitated to unlock the door, but of course he had to unlock it. Eve sat as if at the stake, sublime. "Arthur, why do you play these tricks on me, and especially when we are in such trouble?" Why did he, indeed? "I merely didn't want you to run after me," said he. "I made sure, of course, that you'd ring the bell at once and have the door opened." "Did you imagine for a moment that I would let any of the servants know that you'd locked me in a room? No, you couldn't have imagined that. I've too much respect for your reputation in this house to do such a thing, and you ought to know it." "My child," said Mr. Prohack, once again amazed at Eve's extraordinary gift for putting him in the wrong, and for making him still more wrong when he was wrong, "this is the second time this morning that I've had to surrender to overwhelming force. Name your own terms of peace, but let me tell you in extenuation that I've discovered your offspring. The fact is, I got her in one." "Where is she?" Eve asked, not eagerly, rather negligently, for she was now more distressed about her husband's behaviour than about Sissy. "At Ozzy's." As soon as he had uttered the words, Mr. Prohack saw his wife's interest fly back from himself to their daughter. "What's she doing at Ozzy's?" "Well, she's living with him. They were married yesterday. They thought they'd save you and me and themselves a lot of trouble. But look here, my child, it's not a tragedy. What's the matter with you?" Eve's face was a mask of catastrophe. She did not cry. The affair went too deep for tears. "I suppose I shall have to forgive Sissy some day, but I've never been so insulted in my life. Never. And never shall I forget it. And I've no doubt that you and Sissy treated it all as a great piece of fun. You would." The poor lady had gone as pale as ivory. Mr. Prohack was astonished. He even felt hurt that he had not seen the thing from Eve's point of view earlier. Emphatically, it did amount to an insult for Eve, to say naught of the immense desolating disappointment to her. And yet Sissy, princess among daughters, had not shown by a single inflection of her voice that she had any sympathy with her mother, or any genuine appreciation of what the secret marriage would mean to her. Youth was incredibly cruel, and age, too, in the shape of Mr. Prohack himself, had not been much less cruel. "Something's happened about that necklace since you left," said Eve, in a dull, even voice. "Oh, what?" "I don't know, but I saw Mr. Crood, the detective, drive up to the house at a great pace. Then Brule came and knocked here, and as I didn't care to have to tell him that the door was locked, I kept quiet, and he went away again. Mr. Crood went away too. I saw him drive away." Mr. Prohack said nothing audible, but to himself he said, "She actually choked off her curiosity about the necklace so as not to give me away. There could never have been another woman like her in the whole history of human self-control. She's prodigious." And then he wondered what could have happened in regard to the necklace. He foresaw more trouble there, and the splendour of the morning had faded. An appalling silence descended upon the whole house. To escape from its sinister spell, Mr. Prohack departed and sought the seclusion of his secondary club, which he had not entered for a very long time. He dared not face the lively amenities of his principal club. He pretended, at the secondary club, that he had never ceased to frequent the place regularly, and to that end he put on a nonchalant air. But he was somewhat disconcerted to find, from the demeanour of his acquaintances there, that he possibly had not been missed to any appreciable extent. He decided that the club was a dreary haunt, and could not understand why he had never before perceived its dreariness. The members seemed to be scarcely alive, and in particular they seemed to have conspired together to behave and talk as though humanity consisted of only one sex, their own. Mr. Prohack, worried though he was by a too acute realization of the fact that humanity did indeed consist of two sexes, despised the lot of them. And yet, simultaneously, the weaker part of him envied them, and he fully admitted, in the abstract, that something might convincingly be said in favour of monasteries. It was a most strange experience. After a desolating lunch of excellent dishes, perfect coffee, which left a taste in his mouth, and a fine cigar, which he threw away before it was half finished, he abandoned the club and strolled in the direction of Manchester Square. But he lacked the courage to go into the noble mansion, and feebly and aimlessly proceeded northward until he arrived at Marylebone Road, and saw the great historic crimson building of Madame Tussaud's waxworks. His mood was such that he actually, in a wild and melancholy caprice, paid money to enter this building, and inquired at once for the room known as the Chamber of Horrors. When he emerged, his gloom had reached the fantastic, hysterical, giggling stage, and his conception of the all-embracingness of London was immensely enlarged.
Miss Sissy and Mr. Morphy are with Mrs. Prohack, sir, said Brule, in a quite ordinary tone, taking the hat and coat of his returned master in the hall of the noble mansion.
Mr. Prohack started. "Give me back my hat and coat," said he. "Tell your mistress that I may not be in for dinner." And he fled. He could not have assisted at the terrible interview between Eve and the erring daughter, who had inveigled her own betrothed into a premature marriage. Sissy at any rate had pluck, and she must also have had an enormous moral domination over Ozzy to have succeeded in forcing him to join her in a tragic scene. What a honeymoon! To what a pass had society come! Mr. Prohack drove straight to the monument and paid more money for the privilege of climbing it. He next visited the tower. The day seemed to consist of 24,000 hours. He dined at the Trocadero restaurant, solitary at a table under the shadow of the bass fiddle of the orchestra. And finally he patronized Maskelyne and Cook's entertainment, and witnessed the dissipation of solid young women into air. He reached home, as it was humorously called, at 10:30.
Mrs. Prohack has retired for the night, sir, said Brule, who never permitted his employers merely to go to bed, and wishes not to be disturbed.
"Thank God," breathed Mr. Prohack.
Yes, sir, said Brule, dutifully acquiescent.
4. The next morning Eve behaved to her husband exactly as if nothing untoward had happened. She kissed and was kissed. She exhibited sweetness without gaiety, and a general curiosity without interest. She said not a word concerning the visit of Sissy and Ozzy. She expressed the hope that Mr. Prohack had had a pleasant evening and slept well. Her anxiety to be agreeable to Mr. Prohack was touching. It was angelic. To the physical eye all was as usual, but Mr. Prohack was aware that in a single night she had built a high and unscalable wall between him and her, a wall which he could see through and which he could kiss through, but which debarred him utterly from her. And yet what sin had he committed against her, save the peccadillo of locking her for an hour or two in a comfortable room? It was Sissy, not he, who had committed the sin. He wanted to point this out to Eve, but he appreciated the entire futility of doing so, and therefore refrained. About 11 o'clock Eve knocked at and opened his study door. "May I come in, or am I disturbing you?" she asked brightly.
"Don't be a silly goose,"
said Mr. Prohack, whose rising temper, he hated angels, was drowning his tact. Smiling as though he had thrown her a compliment, Eve came in and shut the door. "I've just received this," she said. "It came by messenger." And she handed him a letter signed with the name of Crood, the private detective. The letter ran, "Madam, I beg to inform you that I have just ascertained that the driver of taxi number 5437 has left at Scotland Yard a pearl necklace which he found in his vehicle. He states that he drove a lady and gentleman from your house to Waterloo Station on the evening of your reception, but can give no description of them. I mention the matter pro forma, but do not anticipate that it can interest you, as the police authorities at New Scotland Yard declare the pearls to be false. Yours obediently. P.S. I called upon you in order to communicate the above facts yesterday, but you were not at home. Mr. Prohack turned a little pale, and his voice trembled as he said, looking up from the letter, I wonder who the thief was. Anyhow, women are staggering. Here, some woman, I'm sure it was the woman and not the man, picks up a necklace from the floor of one of your drawing-rooms, well knowing it not to be her own, hides it, makes off with it, and then is careless enough to leave it in a taxi. Did you ever hear of such a thing? But that wasn't my necklace, Arthur, said Eve. Of course it was your necklace, said Mr. Prohack. Do you mean to tell me? Eve began, and it was a new Eve. Of course I do, said Mr. Prohack, who had now thoroughly subdued his temper in the determination to bring to a head that trouble about the necklace and end it for ever. He was continuing his remarks when the wall suddenly fell down with an unimaginable crash. Eve said nothing, but the soundless crash deafened Mr. Prohack. Nevertheless, the mere fact that Cissy's wedding lay behind and not before him helped him somewhat to keep his spirits and his nerve. I will never forgive you, Arthur, said Eve, with the most solemn and terrible candour. She no longer played a part. She was her formidable self, utterly unmasked and savagely expressive, without any regard to consequences. Mr. Prohack saw that he was engaged in a mortal duel with the buttons off the deadly foils. Of course you won't, said he, gathering himself heroically together, and superbly assuming a calm which he did not in the least feel. Of course you won't, because there is nothing to forgive. On the contrary, you owe me your thanks. I never deceived you. I never told you the pearls were genuine. Indeed, I beg you to remind you that I once told you positively that I would never buy you a pearl necklace. Don't you remember? You thought they were genuine, and you have had just as much pleasure out of them as if they had been genuine. You were always careless with your jewellery. Think how I should have suffered if I watched you every day being careless with a rope of genuine pearls. I should have had no peace of mind. I should have been obliged to reproach you, and as you can't bear to be reproached, you would have picked quarrels with me. Further, you have lost nothing in prestige, for the reason that all our friends and acquaintances have naturally assumed that the pearls were genuine because they were your pearls, and you were the wife of a rich man. A woman whose husband's financial position is not high and secure is bound to wear real pearls because people will assume that her pearls are false. But a woman like yourself can wear any pinchbeck pearls with impunity because people assume that her pearls are genuine. In your case there could be no advantage whatever in genuine pearls. To buy them would be equivalent to throwing money in the street. Now, as it is, I have saved money over the pearls, and therefore interest on money, though I did buy you the very finest procurable imitations. And think, my child, how relieved you are now. Oh, yes, you are. Don't pretend the contrary. I can deceive you, but you can't deceive me. You have no grievance whatever. You've had many hours of innocent satisfaction in your false jewels, and nobody is any the worse. Indeed, my surpassing wisdom in the choice of a necklace has saved you from all further worry about the loss of the necklace, because it simply doesn't matter either one way or the other. And I say I defy you to stand there and tell me to your face that you have any grievance at all. Mr. Prohack paused for a reply, and he got it. I will never forgive you as long as I live, said Eve. Let us say no more about it. What time is that awful lunch that you've arranged with that dreadful bishop man? What would you like me to wear, please? In an instant she had rebuilt the wall higher than ever. Mr. Prohack, always through the wall, took her in his arms and kissed her. But he might as well have kissed a woman in a trance. All that could be said was that Eve submitted to his embrace, and her attitude was another brilliant illustration of the fact that the most powerful Oriental tyrants can be defied by their weakest slaves, provided that the weakest slaves know how to do it. You are splendid, said Mr. Prohack, admiringly, conscious anew of his passion for her, and full of trust in the virtue of his passion to knock down the wall sooner or later. But you are a very naughty and ungrateful creature, and you must be punished. I will now proceed to punish you. We have much to do before the lunch. Go and get ready, and simply put on all the clothes that have cost the most money. They are the clothes fittest for your punishment. 3/4 of an hour later, when Mr. Prohack had telephoned and sent a confirmatory note by hand to his bank, Carthew drove them away southwards, and the car stopped in front of the establishment of a very celebrated firm of jewellers near Piccadilly. "Come along," said Mr. Prohack, descending to the pavement, and drew after him a moving marble statue, richly attired. They entered the glittering shop, and were immediately encountered by an expectant salesman who had the gifts of wearing a frock-coat as though he had been born in it, and of reading the hearts of men. That salesman saw in a flash that big business was afoot. "First of all," said Mr. Prohack, "here is my card, so that we may know where we stand." The salesman read the card and was suitably impressed, but his conviction that big business was afoot seemed now to be a little shaken. "May I venture to hope that the missing necklace has been found, sir?" said the salesman smoothly. "We've all been greatly interested in the newspaper story." "That is beside the point," said Mr. Prohack. "I've come simply to buy a pearl necklace." "I beg pardon, sir. Certainly. Will you have the goodness to step this way?" They were next in a private room off the shop, and the sole items of furniture were 3 elegant chairs, a table with a glass top, and a colossal safe. Another salesman entered the room with bows, and keys were produced, and the 2 salesmen between them swung back the majestic dark green doors of the safe. In another minute various pearl necklaces were lying on the table. The spectacle would have dazzled a connoisseur in pearls, but Mr. Prohack was not a connoisseur. He was not even interested in pearls, and saw on the table naught but a monotonous array of pleasing gewgaws, to his eye differing one from another only in size. He was, however, actuated by a high moral purpose, which uplifted him and enabled him to listen with dignity to the technical eulogies given by the experts. Eve, of course, behaved with impeccable correctness, hiding the existence of the wall from everybody except Mr. Prohack, but forcing Mr. Prohack to behold the wall all the time. When he had reached a state of complete bewilderment regarding the respective merits of the necklaces, Mr. Prohack judged the moment ripe for proceeding to business. With his own hands he clasped a necklace round his wife's neck and demanded, "What is the price of this one?" £850, answered the principal expert, who seemed to recognize every necklace at sight, as a shepherd recognizes every sheep in his flock. "Do you think this would suit you, my dear?" asked Mr. Prohack. "I think so," replied Eve politely. "Well, I'm not so sure," said Mr. Prohack reflectively. "What about this one?" And he picked up and tried upon Eve another and a larger necklace. "That," said the original expert, "is 2,400 guineas. "Seems cheap," said Mr. Prohack carelessly, "but there's something about the gradation that I don't quite like. What about this one?" Eve opened her mouth as if about to speak, but she did not speak. The wall, which had trembled for a few seconds, regained its monumental solidity. 5,000 guineas, said the expert of the third necklace. Commented Mr. Prohack, removing the gewgaw. "Well, not so bad, and yet—" "That necklace," the expert announced with a mien from which all deference had vanished, "is one of the most perfect we have. The pearls have, if I may so express it, a homogeneity not often arrived at in any necklace. They are not very large, of course." "Quite so," said Mr. Prohack, stopping him, selecting a 4th necklace. "Yes," the expert admitted, his deference returning. "That one is undoubtedly superior. Let me see, we have not yet exactly valued it, but I think we could put it in at 10,000 guineas, but perhaps pounds. I should have to consult one of the partners." "It is scarcely," said Mr. Prohack, surveying the trinket judiciously on his wife's neck, "scarcely the necklace of my dreams. Not that I would say a word against it." "Ah!" And he pounced suddenly with an air of delighted surprise upon a 5th necklace, the queen of necklaces. "My dear, try this one. Try this one. I didn't notice it before. Somehow it takes my fancy, and as I shall obviously see much more of your necklace than you will, I should like my taste to be consulted." As he fastened the thing upon Eve's delicious nape, he could feel that she was trembling. He surveyed the dazzling string. She also surveyed it, fascinated, spellbound. Even Mr. Prohack began to perceive that the reputation and value of fine pearls might perhaps be not entirely unmerited in the world. 16,500, said the expert. "Pounds or guineas?" Mr. Prohack blandly inquired. "Well, sir, shall we say pounds?" "I think I will take it," said Mr. Prohack with undiminished blandness. No, my dear, don't take it off. Don't take it off.
Arthur, Eve breathed, seeming to expire in a kind of agonized protest.
May I have a few minutes' private conversation with my wife? Mr. Prohack suggested. Could you leave us? One expert glanced at the other awkwardly. Pardon my lack of savoir-vivre, said Mr. Prohack. Of course you cannot possibly leave us alone with all these valuables. Never mind. We'll call again. The principal expert rose sublimely to the great height of the occasion. He had a courageous mind, and was moreover well acquainted with the fantastic folly of allowing customers to call again. Within his experience of some 30 years, he had not bet half a dozen exceptions to the rule that customers who called again, if ever they did call, called in a mood of hard and miserly sanity, which for the purposes of the jewellery business was sickeningly inferior to their original mood. Please, please, Mr. Prohack, said he with grand deprecation, and departed out of the room with his fellow. No sooner had they gone than the wall sank. It did not tumble with a crash. It most gently subsided.
Arthur,
Eve exclaimed with a curious uncertainty of voice,
are you mad?
Yes, said Mr. Prohack.
Well, said she, if you think I shall walk about London with £16,500 round my neck, you're mistaken.
But I insist. You were a martyr, and our marriage was ruined because I didn't give you real pearls. I intend you shall have real pearls.
But not these, said Eve. It's too much. It's a fortune.
I'm aware of that, Mr. Prohack agreed. But what is £16,500 to me?
Truly I couldn't, darling,
Eve wheedled. I'm not your darling, said Mr. Prohack. How can I be your darling when you're never going to forgive me? Look here, I'll let you choose another necklace, but only on the condition that you forgive all my alleged transgressions, past, present, and to come. She kissed him. You can have the one at 5,000 guineas, said Mr. Prohack. Nothing less. That is my ultimatum. Put it on quick, or I may change my mind. He recalled the experts, who, when they heard the grave news, smiled bravely, and looked upon Eve as upon a woman whose like they might never see again. My wife will wear the necklace at once, said Mr. Prohack. Pen and ink, please. He wrote a cheque. My car is outside. Perhaps you will send someone up to my bank immediately and cash this. We'll wait. I've warned the bank. There'll be no delay. The case can be delivered at my house. You can make out the receipt and usual guarantee while we're waiting. And so it occurred as he had ordained. Would you care for us to arrange for the insurance? We undertake to do it as cheaply as anybody, the expert suggested later. Mr. Prohack was startled, for in his inexperience he had not thought of such complications. I was just going to suggest it, he answered placidly. I feel quite queer, said Eve, as she fingered the necklace in the car, when all formalities were accomplished and they had left the cave of Aladdin. And well you may, my child, said Mr. Prohack. The interest on the price of that necklace would about pay the salary of a member of Parliament, or even of a professional cricketer. And remember that whenever you wear the thing, you are in danger of being waylaid, brutally attacked, and robbed. I wish you wouldn't be silly, Eve murmured. I do hope I shan't seem self-conscious at the lunch. We haven't reached the lunch yet, Mr. Prohack replied. We must go and buy a safe first. There's no safe worth twopence in the house, and a really safe safe is essential. And I want it to be clearly understood that I shall keep the key of that safe. We aren't playing at necklaces now. Life is earnest. And when they had bought a safe and were once more in the car, he said, examining her impartially, After all, at a distance of 4 feet, it doesn't look nearly so grand as the one that's lying at Scotland Yard. I gave £30 for that one. End of Part 2 of Chapter 21. Part 1 of Chapter 22 of Mr. Prohack by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 22. Mr. Prohack's Triumph. 1. And where is your charming daughter? Asked Mr. Softly Bishop so gently of Eve, when he had greeted her, and quite incidentally Mr. Prohack, in the entrance hall of the Grand Babylon Hotel. He was alone. No sign of Miss Fancy. Sissy, said Eve calmly, I haven't the slightest idea. But I included her in my invitations, and Mr. Morphy too. Mr. Prohack was taken aback, foreseeing the most troublesome complications, and he glanced at Eve as if for guidance and support. He was nearly ready to wish that after all Sissy had not gone and got married secretly and prematurely. Eve, however, seemed quite undisturbed, though she offered him neither guidance nor support. "Surely," said Mr. Prohack hesitatingly, "surely you didn't mention Sissy in your letter to me?" "Naturally I didn't, my dear fellow," answered Mr. Bishop. "I wrote to her separately, knowing the position taken up by the modern young lady. And she telephoned me yesterday afternoon that she and Morphy would be delighted to come."
"Then if you know so much about the modern young lady," said Eve with bright and perfect self-possession, "you wouldn't expect any daughter to arrive with her parents, would you?" Mr. Softly Bishop laughed. "You're only putting off the evil moment," said Mr. Prohack in the silence of his mind to Eve, and similarly he said to Mr. Softly Bishop, "I do wish you wouldn't call me my dear fellow. True, I come to your lunch, but I'm not your dear fellow, and I never will be." "I invited your son also, Prohack," continued Mr. Bishop, "together with Miss Winstock, or Warburton, she appears to have two names, to make a pair, you understand, but unfortunately he's been suddenly called out of town on the most urgent business." As he uttered these last words, Mr. Bishop glanced in a peculiar manner partly at his nose and partly at Mr. Prohack. It was a singular feat of glancing, and Mr. Prohack uncomfortably wondered what it meant, for Charles lay continually on Mr. Prohack's chest, and at the slightest provocation Charles would lie more heavily than usual. "Am I right in assuming that the necklace affair is satisfactorily settled?" Mr. Softly Bishop inquired, his spectacles gleaming and blinking at the adornment of Eve's neck. "You are," said Eve, "but it wouldn't be advisable for you to be too curious about details." Her aplomb, her sang-froid, astounded Mr. Prohack, and relieved him. With an admirable ease she went on to congratulate their host upon his engagement, covering him with petals of flattery and good wishes. Mr. Prohack could scarcely recognize his wife, and he was not sure that he liked her new worldliness quite as much as her old ingenuous and sometimes inarticulate simplicity. At any rate, she was a changed woman. He steadied himself, however, by a pertinent reflection. She was always a changed woman. Then Sissy and Ozzy appeared, looking as though they had been married for years. Mr. Prohack's heart began to beat. Ignoring Mr. Softly Bishop, Sissy embraced her mother with prim affectionateness, and Eve surveyed her daughter with affectionate solicitude. Mr. Prohack felt that he would never know what had passed between these two on the previous day, for they were a pair of sphinxes when they chose, and he was too proud to encourage confidences from Ozzy. Whatever it might have been, it was now evidently buried deep, and the common life, after a terrible pause, had resumed. "How do you do, Miss Prohack?" said Mr. Softly Bishop, greeting. "So glad you could come." Mr. Prohack suspected that his cheeks were turning pale, and was ashamed of himself. Even Sissy, for all her young, hard confidence, wavered. But Eve stepped in. "Don't you know, Mr. Bishop? Oh, no, of course you don't. We ought to have told you. My daughter is now Mrs. Morphy. You see, in our family we all have such a horror of the conventional wedding and reception and formal honeymoon and so on, that we decided the marriage should be strictly private, with no announcements of any kind. I really think you are the first to know. One thing I've always liked about actresses is that in the afternoon you can read of them getting married that day, and then go and see them play the same evening. It seems to me so sensible. And as we were all of the same opinion in our house, especially Sissy and her father, there was no difficulty." "Upon my word," said Mr. Softly Bishop, shaking hands with Ozzy, "I believe I shall follow your example." Mr. Prohack sank into a chair. "I feel rather faint," he said. "Bishop, do you think we might have a cocktail or so?" "My dear fellow, how thoughtless of me! Of course. Waiter! Waiter!" As Mr. Bishop swung round in the direction of waiters, Eve turned in alarm to Mr. Prohack. Mr. Prohack, with much deliberation, winked at her, and she drew back. "Yes," he murmured, "you'll be the death of me one day, and then you'll be sorry." "I don't think a cocktail is at all a good thing for you, Dad," Sissy calmly observed. The arrival of Miss Fancy provided a distraction more agreeable than Mr. Prohack thought possible. He positively welcomed the slim, angular blonde,
for she put an end to a situation which, prolonged another moment, would have resulted in a severe general constraint. "You're late, my dear," said Mr. Softly Bishop firmly. The girl's steely, blue-eyed glance shot out at the greeting, but seemed to drop off flatly from Mr. Bishop's adamantine spectacles like a bullet from Bessemer armour. "Am I?" she replied uncertainly, in her semi-American accent. "Why else the ladies' cloakroom of this place?" "I'll show you," said Mr. Bishop, with no compromise. The encounter was of the smallest, but it made Mr. Prohack suspect that perhaps Mr. Bishop was not after all going into the great warfare of matrimony blindly or without munitions. "I've taken the opportunity to tell Miss Fancy that she will be the only unmarried woman at my lunch," said Mr. Bishop amusingly, when he returned from piloting his beloved. A neat fellow, beyond question. Miss Fancy had apparently to redress herself, judging from the length of her absence. The cocktails, however, beguiled the suspense. "Is that for me?" she asked, picking up a full glass when she came back. "No, my dear," said Mr. Bishop, "it isn't. We shall go into lunch." And they went into lunch, leaving unconsumed the cocktail which the abstemious and Spartan Sissy had declined to drink. 2. "I suppose you've been to see the 12th and 13, said Eve, in her new, grand, gracious manner to Miss Fancy, when the party was seated at a round, richly flowered table, specially reserved by Mr. Softly Bishop on the embankment front of the restaurant, and the hors d'oeuvre had begun to circulate on the white cloth, which was as crowded as the gold room. "I'm afraid I haven't," muttered Miss Fancy weakly, but with due refinement. The expression of fear was the right expression. Eve had put the generally brazen woman in a fright at the first effort. And the worst was that Miss Fancy did not even know what the 12 and 13 was, or were. At the opening of her debut at what she imagined to be the great yet exclusive fashionable world, Miss Fancy was failing. Of what used to be perfectly dressed and jewelled, to speak with a sometimes carefully corrected accent, to sit at the best table in the London restaurant most famous in the United States, to be affianced to the cleverest fellow she had ever struck, if the wonderful and famous hostess, Mrs. Prohack, whose desirable presence was due only to Softly's powerful influence in high circles, could floor her at the very outset of the conversation. It is a fact that Miss Fancy would have given the emerald ring of her left first finger to be able to answer back. All Miss Fancy could do was to smite Mr. Softly Bishop with a homicidal glance, for that he had not in advance put her wise about something called the 12 and 13. It is also a fact that Miss Fancy would have perished sooner than say to Mrs. Prohack the simple words, "I haven't the slightest idea what the 12 and 13 are." Eve did not disguise her impression that Miss Fancy's lapse was very strange and disturbing. "I suppose you've seen the new version of the Sacre du Printemps, Miss Fancy," said Mrs. Oswald Morphy, that exceedingly modern and self-possessed young married lady. "Not yet," said Miss Fancy, and foolishly added, "We were thinking of going tonight." "There won't be any more performances this season," said Ozzy, that prince of authorities on the universe of entertainment. And in this way the affair continued between the four, while Mr. Softly Bishop, abandoning his beloved to her fate, chatted murmuringly with Mr. Prohack about the oil market, as to which, of course, Mr. Prohack was the prince of authorities. Mrs. Prohack and her daughter and son-in-law ranged at ease over all the arts, without exception, save the one art, that of musical comedy, in which Miss Fancy was versed. Mr. Prohack was amazed at the skilled cruelty of his women. He wanted to say to Miss Fancy, "Don't you believe it, my wife is only a rather nice, ordinary housekeeping sort of little woman, and as for my daughter, she cooks her husband's meals, and jolly badly, I bet." He ought to have been pleased at the discomfiture of Miss Fancy, whom he detested and despised, but he was not. He yearned to succour her. He even began to like her. And not Eve and Sissy alone amazed him. Oswald amazed him. Oswald had changed. His black silk stock had gone the way of his ribboned eyeglass. His hair was arranged differently. He closely resembled an average plain man, he, the unique Ozzy. With all his faults, he had previously been both good-natured and negligent, but his expression was now one of sternness and of resolute endeavour. Cissy had already metamorphosed him. Even now he was obediently following her lead and her mood. Mr. Prohack's women had evidently determined to revenge themselves for being asked to meet Miss Fancy at lunch, and Ozzy had been set on to assist them. Further, Mr. Prohack noticed that Cissy was eyeing her mother's necklace with a reprehending stare. The next instant he found himself the target of the same stare. The girl was accusing him of folly, while questioning Ozzy's definition of the difference between Georgian and Neo-Georgian verse. The girl had apparently become the censor of society at large. Mysterious cross-currents ran over the table in all directions. Mr. Prohack looked around the noisy restaurant packed with tables, and wondered whether cross-currents were running invisibly over all the tables, and what was the secret force of fashionable fleeting convention which enabled women with brains far inferior to his own to use it effectively for the fighting of sanguinary battles. At last, when Miss Fancy had been beaten into silence, and the other three were carrying on a brilliant, high-browed conversation over the corpse of her up-to-dateness, Mr. Prohack's nerves reached the point at which he could tolerate the tragic spectacle no more, and he burst out vulgarly in a man-in-the-street vein, chopping off the brilliant conversation as with a chopper. "Now, Miss Fancy, tell us something about yourself." The common-sounding phrase seemed to be a magic formula endowed with the power to break an awful spell. Miss Fancy gathered herself together, forgot that she had been defeated, and inaugurated a new battle. She began to tell the table not something, but almost everything about herself, and it soon became apparent that she was no ordinary woman. She had never had a setback. In innumerable conversational duels she had always given the neat and deadly retort, and she had never been worsted, save by base combinations deliberately engineered against her, generally by women, whom as a sex she despised even more than men. Her sincere belief that no biographical detail concerning Miss Fancy was too small to be uninteresting to the public amounted to a religious creed, and her memory for details was miraculous. She recalled the exact total of the takings at any given performance in which she was prominent in any city of the United States, and she could also give long extracts from the favourable criticisms of countless important American newspapers. By a singular coincidence, only unimportant newspapers had ever mingled blame with their praise of her achievements. She regarded herself with detachment as a remarkable phenomenon, and therefore she could impersonally describe her career without any of the ordinary restraints, just as a shopman might clothe or unclothe a model in his window. Thus she could display her heart and its history quite unreservedly. Did they not belong to the public? The astounded table learned that Miss Fancy was illustrious in the press of the United States as having been engaged to be married more often than any other actress. Yet she had never got as far as the altar, though once she had reached the church door, only to be swept away from it by a cyclone, which unhappily finished off the bridegroom. What grey and tedious existences Eve and Cissy had led! Her penultimate engagement had been to the late Silas Angry. "Something told me I should never be his wife," she said vivaciously. "You know the feeling we women have? And I wasn't much surprised to hear of his death. I'd refused Silas 8 times. Then in the end I promised to marry him by a certain date. He wouldn't take no, poor dear. Well, he was a gentleman anyway. Of course it was no more than right that he should put me down in his will, but not every man would have done. In fact, it never happened to me before. Wasn't it strange I should have that feeling about never being his wife?" She glanced eagerly at Mr. Prohack and Mr. Prohack's women, and there was a pause, in which Mr. Softly Bishop said, affectionately regarding his nose, "Well, my dear, you'll be my wife, you'll find." And he uttered this observation in a sharp tone of conviction that made a quite disturbing impression on the whole company, and not least on Mr. Prohack, who kept asking himself more and more insistently, "Why is Softly Bishop marrying Miss Fancy, and why is Miss Fancy marrying Softly Bishop?" Mr. Prohack was interrupted in his private inquiry into this enigma by a very unconventional nudge from Cissy, who silently directed his attention to Eve, who seemingly wanted it. "Your friend seems anxious to speak to you," murmured Eve, in a low, rather roguish voice.
His friend was Lady Massulum, who was just concluding a solitary lunch at a near table. He had not noticed her, being still sadly remiss in the business of existing fully in a fashionable restaurant. Lady Massulum's eyes confirmed Eve's statement. "I'm sure Miss Fancy will excuse you for a moment," said Eve. "Oh, please," implored Miss Fancy grandly. Mr. Prohack self-consciously carried his lankness and his big head across to Lady Massulum's table. She looked up at him with a composed but romantic smile. That is to say that Mr. Prohack deemed it romantic, and he leaned over the table and over Lady Massulum in a manner romantic to match. "I'm just going off," said she. Simple words from a portly and mature lady, yet for Mr. Prohack they were charged with all sorts of delicious secondary significances. What is the difference between her and Eve? He asked himself, and then replied to the question in a flash of inspiration. I am romantic to her, and I am not romantic to Eve. He liked this ingenious explanation. "I wanted to tell you," said she gravely, with beautiful melancholy. "Charles is flambé. He's done in. I cannot help him. He will not let me. But if I see him tonight when he returns to town, I shall send him to you. He is very young, very difficult, but I shall insist that he goes to you." "How kind you are," said Mr. Prohack, touched. Lady Massulum rose, shook hands, seemed to blush, and departed. An interview as brief as it had been strange. Mr. Prohack was thrilled not at all by the announcement of Charlie's danger, perhaps humiliation, but by the attitude of Lady Massulum. He had his plans for Charlie. He had no plans affecting Lady Massulum. Mr. Softly Bishop's luncheon had developed during the short absence of Mr. Prohack. Its splendour, great from the first, had increased. If tables ever do groan, which is perhaps doubtful, this table was certainly groaning. Mr. Softly Bishop was just dismissing, with bland and negligent approval, the major domo of the restaurant, with whom, like all truly important personages, he appeared to be on intimate terms. But the chief development of the luncheon disclosed itself in the conversation. Mr. Softly Bishop had now taken charge of the talk, and was expatiating to a hushed and crushed audience his plans for a starring world tour for his future wife, who listened to them with genuine admiration on her violet-tinted face. "Eliza won't be in it with me when I come back," she explained suddenly, with deep conviction, with anticipatory bliss, with a kind of rancorous felicity. Mr. Prohack understood. Miss Fancy was uncompromisingly jealous of her half-sister's renown. To outdo that renown was the main object of her life, and Mr. Softly Bishop's claim on her lay in the fact that he had shown her how to accomplish her end, and was taking charge of the arrangements. Mr. Softly Bishop was her trainer and her manager. He had dazzled her by the variety and ingenuity of his resourceful schemes, and his power over her was based on a continual implied menace that if she did not strictly obey all his behests, she would fail to realize her supreme desire. And when Mr. Softly Bishop gradually drew Ozzy into a technical tete-a-tete, Mr. Prohack understood further why Ozzy had been invited to the feast. Upon certain branches of Mr. Bishop's theatrical schemes, Ozzy was an acknowledged expert, and Mr. Bishop was obtaining, for the price of a luncheon, the fruity knowledge and wisdom acquired by Ozzy during long years of close attention to business. For Mr. Prohack, it was an enthralling scheme. The luncheon closed gorgeously upon the finest cigars and cigarettes, the finest coffee, and the finest liqueurs that the unique establishment could provide. Sissy refused every allurement except coffee, and Miss Fancy was permitted nothing but coffee. "Do not forget your throat, my dear," Mr. Softly Bishop authoritatively interjected into Miss Fancy's circumstantial recital of the expenses of the bouquets which had been hurled at her in the new National Theatre at Washington. "And by the way," looking at his watch, "do not forget the appointment with the elocutionist." "But aren't you coming with me?" demanded Miss Fancy, alarmed. Already she was learning the habit of helplessness, so attractive to men and so useful to them. These remarks broke up the luncheon party, which all the guests assured the deprecating host had been perfectly delightful, with the implied addition that it had also constituted the crown and summit of their careers. Eve and Sissy were prodigious in superlatives to such an extent that Mr. Prohack began to fear for Mr. Softly Bishop's capacity to assimilate the cruder forms of flattery. His fear, however, was unnecessary. When the host and his beloved departed, Miss Fancy was still recounting tidbits of her biography. "But I'll tell you the rest another time," she cried from the moving car. She had emphatically won the second battle. From the first blow she had never even looked like losing, and she had shown no mercy, quite properly following the maxim that war is war. Even Sissy seemed to rise with difficulty to their knees, after the ruthless adversary, tired of standing on their prostrate form, had scornfully walked away. 3. "Well," sighed Mrs. Prohack, with the maximum of expressiveness, glancing at her daughter as one woman of the world at another. They were lingering, as it were convalescent, after the severe attack and defeat, in the foyer of the hotel. "Well," sighed Sissy, flattered by the glance, and firmly taking her place in the fabric of society. "Well, father, we always knew you had some queer friends, but really these were the limit. And the extravagance of the thing! That luncheon must have cost at least £20, and I do believe he had special flowers, too. When I think of the waste of money and time that goes on daily in places like these, I wonder there's any England left. It ought to be stopped by law." "My child," said Mr. Prohack, "I observe with approbation that you are beginning to sit up and take notice. Centuries already divide you from the innocent creature who used to devote her nights and days to the teaching of dancing to persons who had no conception of the seriousness of life. I agree with your general criticism, but let us remember that all this wickedness does not date from the day before yesterday. It's been flourishing for some thousands of years, and all prophecies about it being overtaken by Nemesis have proved false. Still, I'm glad you've turned over a new leaf." Sissy, discreetly but unmistakably, tossed her young head. "Oswald, dearest," said she, "it's time you were off." "It is," Ozzy agreed, and off he went, to resume the serious struggle for existence. He, who until quite recently had followed the great theatrical convention that though space may be a reality, time is not. "I don't mind the extravagance, because after all it's good for trade," said Eve. "Mother, darling," Sissy protested, "where do you get these extraordinary ideas from about luxury being good for trade? Surely you ought to know." "I dare say I ought to know all sorts of things I don't know," said Eve with dignity. "But there's one thing I do know, and that is that the style of those two dreadful people was absolutely the worst I've ever met. The way that woman gabbled, and all about herself, and what an accent, and the way she held her fork." "Lady," said Mr. Bragg, "don't be angry because she beat you." "Beat me?" "Yes, beat you, both of you. You talked her to a standstill at first, but you couldn't keep it up. Then she began, and she talked you to a standstill, and she could keep it up. She left you for all practical purposes dead on the field, my tigresses. And I'm very sorry for her," he added. "Dad," said Sissy sternly, "why do you always try to be so clever with us? You know as well as we do that she's a creature, and that there's nothing to be said for her at all." "Nothing to be said for her?" Mr. Bragg smiled tolerantly. "Why, she was the star of the universe for Silas Angmering, the founder of our fortunes. She was the finest woman he'd ever met. And Angmering was a clever fellow, let me tell you. You call her a creature. Yes, the creature of destiny, like all of us, except, of course, you. I beg to inform you that Miss Fancy went out of this hotel a victim, an unconscious victim, but a victim. She is going to be exploited. Mr. Softly Bishop, my co-heir, will run her for all she is worth. He will make a lot of money out of her. He will make her work as she has never worked before. He will put a value on all her talents for his own ends. And he will deprive her of most of her accustomed pleasures. In 15 years there'll be nothing left of Miss Fancy except an exhausted wreck with a spurious reputation. But Mr. Softly Bishop will still be in his prime and in the full enjoyment of life, and he will spend on himself the riches that she's made for him, and allow her about 6 a week. And the most tragic and terrible thing of all is that she will think she owes everything to him. No, if I was capable of weeping, I should have wept at the pathos of the spectacle of Miss Fancy as she left us just now, unconscious of her fate and revelling in the most absurd illusions. That poor defenceless woman, who has had the misfortune not to please you, is heading straight for a lifelong martyrdom." Mr. Prohack ceased impressively. "And serve her right," said Eve. "I've met cats in my time, but—" And Eve also ceased. "And I am not sure," added Mr. Prohack, still impressively, "and I am not sure that the ingenuous and excellent Oswald Morphy is not heading straight in the same direction." And he gazed at his adored daughter, who exhibited a faint flush, and then laughed lightly. "Yes," said Mr. Prohack, "you are very smart, my girl. If you had shown violence, you would have made a sad mistake. That you should laugh with such a brilliant imitation of naturalness gives me hope of you. Let us seat Carthew in the car. Mr. Bishop's luncheon, though I admit it was exceedingly painful, has, I trust, not been without its useful lessons to us, and I do not regret it. For myself, I admit it has taught me that even the finest and most agreeable women, such as those with whom I have been careful to surround myself in my domestic existence, are monsters of cruelty. Not that I care." "I have arranged with mamma that you shall come to dinner tonight," said Sissy. "No formality, please." "Mayn't your mother wear her pearls?" asked Mr. Prohack. "I hope you noticed, Arthur," said Eve, with triumphant satisfaction, "how your Miss Fancy was careful to keep off the subject of jewels." "Mother's pearls," said Sissy primly, "are mother's affair." Mr. Prohack did not feel at all happy. "And yet," he asked himself, "what have I done? I am perfectly innocent." End of Part 1 of Chapter 22. Part 2 of Chapter 22 of Mr. Prohack by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2 of Chapter 22. 4. "I never in all my life," said Sissy, "saw you eat so much, Dad. And I think it's a great compliment to my cooking. In fact, I'm bursting with modest pride." "Well," replied Mr. Prohack, who had undoubtedly eaten rather too much, "take it how you like. I do believe I could do with a bit more of this stuff that imitates an omelette but obviously isn't one." "Oh, but there isn't any more," said Sissy, somewhat dashed. "No more? Good heavens! Then have you got some cheese, or anything of that sort?" "No, I don't keep cheese in the place. You see the smell of it in these little flats." "Any bread? Anything at all?" "I'm afraid we've finished up pretty nearly all there was, except Ozzie's egg for breakfast tomorrow morning." "This is serious," observed Mr. Prohack, tapping inquiringly the superficies of his digestive apparatus. "Arthur," cried Eve, "why are you such a tease tonight? You're only trying to make the child feel awkward. You know you've had quite enough, and I'm sure it was all very cleverly cooked, considering. You'll be ill in the middle of the night if you keep on, and then I shall have to get up and look after you, as usual." Eve had the air of defending her daughter, but some reserve in her voice showed that she was defending not her daughter, but merely and generally the whole race of housewives against the whole race of consuming and hypocritical males. She was even defending the Eve who had provided much criticized meals in the distant past. Such was her skill that she could do this while implying, so subtly yet so effectively, that Sissy, the wicked, shameless, mamma-scorning bride, was by no means forgiven in the secret heart of the mother. "You are doubtless right, lady," Mr. Prohack agreed. "You always could judge better than I could myself when I'd had enough, and what would be the ultimate consequences of my eating. And as for your lessons in manners, what an ill-bred lout I was before I met you, and what an impossible person I should have been had you not taken me in hand night and day for all these years. It isn't that I'm worse than the average husband. It is merely that wives are the sole repositories of the civilizing influence. Were it not for them, we should still be tearing steaks to pieces with our fingers. I dare say I have eaten enough. Anyhow, I've had far more than anybody else. And even if I hadn't, it would not be at all nice of it not to pretend that I hadn't. And after all, if the worst comes to the worst, I can always have a slice of cold beef and a glass of beer when I get home, can't I?" Sissy, though blushing ever so little, maintained an excellent front. She certainly looked dainty and charming, more specifically so than she had ever looked, indeed, utterly the young bride. She was in morning dress, to comply with her own edict against formality, and also to mark her new enthusiastic disapproval of the modern craze for luxurious display, but it was a delightful, if inexpensive, dress. She had taken considerable trouble over the family dinner, devising, concocting, cooking, and presiding over it from beginning to end, and being consistently bright, wise, able, and resourceful throughout. An apostle of chafing-dish cookery, determined to prove that chafing-dish cookery combined efficiency, toothsomeness, and economy to a degree never before known. And she had neatly pointed out more than once that waste was impossible under her system, and that, servants being dispensed with, the great originating cause of waste had indeed been radically removed. She had not informed her guests of the precise cost in money of the unprecedentedly cheap and nourishing meal, but she had come near to doing so, and she would surely have indicated that there had been neither too much nor too little, but just amply sufficient, had not her absurd and contrarious father displayed a not uncharacteristic lack of tact at the closing stage of the ingenious collation. Moreover, she seemed, despite her generous build, to have somehow fitted herself to the small size of the flat. She did not dwarf it, as clumsy women are apt to dwarf their tiny homes in the centre of London. On the contrary, she gave to it the illusion of spaciousness, and beyond question she had in a surprisingly short time transformed it from a bachelor's flat into a conjugal nest, cushiony, flowery, knick-knacky, and perilously seductive to the eye, without being too reassuring to the limbs. Mr. Prohack was accepting a cigarette, having been told that Ozzy never smoked cigars, when there was a great ring which filled the entire flat, as the last trump may be expected to fill the entire earth, and Mr. Prohack dropped the cigarette, muttering, "I think I'll smoke that afterwards." "Good gracious!" the flat mistress exclaimed. "I wonder who that can be. Just go and see Ozzy, darling." And she looked at Ozzy as if to say, "I hope it isn't one of your indiscreet bachelor friends." Ozzy hastened obediently out. "It may be Charlie," ventured Eve. "Wouldn't it be nice if he called?" "Yes, wouldn't it?" Cissy agreed. "I did phone him up to try to get him to dinner, but naturally he was away for the day. He's always as invisible as a millionaire nowadays. Besides, I feel somehow this place would be too much, too humble for the mighty Charles. Buckingham Palace would be more in his line. We can't all be speculators and profiteers." "Cissy," protested their mother mildly. After mysterious and intriguing noises at the front door had finished, and the front door had made the whole flat vibrate to its bang, Ozzy puffed into the room with 3 packages, the 2 smaller being piled upon the third. "They're addressed to you," said Ozzy to his father-in-law. "Did you give the man anything?" Cissy asked quickly. "No, it was Carthew and the parlour-maid. Machin, is that her name?" "Oh," said Cissy, apparently relieved. "Now, let us see," said Mr. Prohack, starting at once upon the packages. "Don't waste that string, Dad," Cissy enjoined him anxiously. "Huh? What do you say?" murmured Mr. Prohack, carefully cutting string on all sides of all packages, and tearing first-rate brown paper into useless strips. He produced from the packages 4 bottles of champagne of 4 different brands, a quantity of pâté de foie gras, a jar of caviar, and several bunches of grapes that must have been grown under the most unnatural and costly conditions. "Whatever's this?" Cissy demanded uneasily. "Arthur," said Eve, "whatever's the meaning of this?" "It has a deep significance," replied Mr. Prohack. "The only fault I have to find with it is that it has arrived rather late, and yet perhaps, like Blucher, not too late. You can call it a wedding present if you choose, daughter. Or if you choose, you can call it simply caviar, pâté de foie gras, grapes, and champagne. I really have not had the courage to give you a wedding present," he continued, "knowing how particular you are about ostentation, but I thought if I sent something along that we could all join in consuming instantly, I couldn't possibly do any harm." "We haven't any champagne glasses," said Cissy coldly. "Champagne glasses, child? You ought never to drink champagne out of champagne glasses. Tumblers are the only thing for champagne. Some tumblers, Ozzy, and a tin opener. You must have a tin opener. I feel convinced you have a tin opener. Upon my soul, Eve, I was right after all. I am hungry, but my hunger is nothing to my thirst. I'm beginning to suspect that I must be the average sensual man." "Arthur," Eve warned him, "if you eat any of that caviar, you're bound to be ill." "Not if I mix it with pâté de foie gras, my pet. It is notorious that they are mutual antidotes, especially when followed by the grape cure. Now, ladies and Ozzy, don't exasperate me by being coy. Fall to. Ingurgitate. Ozzy, be a man for a change. Mr. Prohack seemed to intimidate everybody to such an extent that Sissy herself went off to secure tumblers. "But why are you opening another bottle, father?" she asked in alarm on her return. "This one isn't half empty." "We shall try all 4 brands," said Mr. Prohack. "But what a waste!" "No, my child," said Mr. Prohack with marked and solemn sententiousness. "Know that, in an elaborately organized society, waste has its moral uses. Know further that nothing is more contrary to the truth than the proverb that enough is as good as a feast. Know still further that though the habit of wastefulness may have its dangers, it is not nearly so dangerous as the habit of self-righteousness, or as the habit of nearness, both of which contract the soul until it's more like a prune than a plum. Be a plum, my child, and let who will be a prune." It was at this moment that Eve showed her true greatness. "Come along, Sissy," said she, after an assaying glance at her husband and another at her daughter. "Let's humour him. It isn't often he's in such good spirits, is it?" Sissy's face cleared, and with a wisdom really beyond her years, she accepted the situation, the insult, the reproof, the lesson. As for Mr. Prohack, he felt happier, more gay than he had felt all day, not as the effect of champagne and caviar, but as the effect of the realization of his prodigious sagacity in having foreseen that Sissy's hospitality would be what it had been. He was glad, also, that his daughter had displayed common sense, and he began to admire her again, and in proportion as she perceived that he was admiring her, so she consciously increased her charm. For the fact was, she was very young, very impressionable, very anxious to do the right thing. "Have another glass, Ozzy," urged Mr. Prohack. Ozzy looked at his powerful bride for guidance. "Do have another glass, you darling old silly," said the bride. "There will be no need to open the other 2 bottles," said Mr. Prohack. "Indeed, I need only have opened one. I shall probably call here again soon." At this point there was another ring at the front door. "So you've condescended," Sissy greeted Charles when Ozzy brought him into the room, and then, catching her father's eye and being anxious to rest secure in the paternal admiration, she added, "Anyway, it was very decent of you to come. I know how busy you are." Charles raised his eyebrows at this astonishing piece of sisterliness. His mother kissed him fondly, having received from Mr. Prohack during the day the delicatest, filmiest hint that perhaps Charlie was not at the moment fabulously prospering. "Your father is very gay tonight," said she, gazing at Charlie as though she read into the recess of his soul, and could see a martyrdom there, though in fact she could not penetrate any further than the boy's eyeballs. "I beg you to note," Mr. Prohack remarked, "that as the glasses have only been filled once, and 3 of them are at least a quarter full, only the equivalent of 2½ champagne glasses has actually been drunk by 4 people, which will not explain much gaiety. If the old gentleman is gay, and he does not assert that he is not, the true reason lies in either the caviar or the pâté de foie gras, or in his crystal conscience. Have a drink, Charles." "Finish mine, my pet," said Eve, holding forth her tumbler, and Charlie obeyed. "A touching sight," observed Mr. Prohack. "Now, as Charlie has managed to spare us a few minutes out of his thrilling existence, I want to have a few words with him in private about an affair of state. There's nothing that you oughtn't to hear," he addressed the company, "but a great deal that you probably wouldn't understand, and the last thing we desire is to humiliate you. That's so, isn't it, Carlos?" "It is," Charles quickly agreed, without a sign of self-consciousness. "Now then, hostess, can you lend us another room? Boudoir, morning room, smoking room, card room, even ballroom. Anything will do for us. Possibly Ozzy's study?" "Father, father," Sister warned him against an excess of facetiousness. "You can either go into our bedroom, or you can sit on the stairs and talk." As father and son disappeared together into the bedroom, which constituted a full half of the entire flat, Mr. Prohack noticed on his wife's features an expression of anxiety, tempered by an assured confidence in his own wisdom and force. He knew indeed that he had made quite a favourable sensation by his handling of Sissy's tendency to a hard austerity. Nevertheless, when Charles shut the door of the chamber and they were enclosed together, Mr. Prohack could feel his mighty heart beating in a manner worthy of a schoolgirl entering an examination room. The chamber had apparently been taken bodily out of a doll's house,
and furnished with furniture manufactured for pygmies. It was very full, presenting the aspect of a room in a warehouse. Everything in it was bijou, in the trade sense, and everything harmonized in a charming Japanese manner with everything else, except an extra truckle bed, showing crude arm feet under a blazing counterpane borrowed from a Russian ballet, which second bed had evidently just been added for the purposes of conjugal existence. The dressing-table alone was unmistakably symptomatic of a woman. Some of Ozzy's wondrous trousers hung from stretchers behind the door, and the inference was that these had been displaced from the wardrobe in favour of Sissy's frocks. It was all highly curious and somewhat pathetic, and Mr. Prohack, contemplating, became anew a philosopher, as he realized that the tiny apartment was the true expression of his daughter's individuality and volition. She had imposed this crowded inconvenience upon her willing spouse, and there was the grandiose Charles, for whom the best was never good enough, sitting down nonchalantly on the truckle bed. And it appeared to Mr. Prohack only a few weeks ago that the two children had been playing side by side in the same nursery, and giving never a sign that their desires and destinies would be so curious. Mr. Prohack felt absurdly helpless. True, he was the father, but he knew that he had nothing whatever to do, beyond trifling gifts of money and innumerable fairly witty sermons, divided about equally between the pair, with the evolution of those mysterious and fundamentally uncontrollable beings, his son and his daughter. The enigma of life pressed disturbingly upon him as he took the other bed, facing Charles, and he wondered whether Sissy, in her feminine passion for self-sacrifice, insisted on sleeping in the truckle contraption herself, or whether she permitted Ozzy to be uncomfortable. 5. "I just came along," Charles opened simply, "because Lady M was so positive that I ought to see you. She said that you very much wanted me to come. It isn't as if I wanted to bother you, or you could do any good." He spoke in an extremely low tone, almost in a whisper, and Mr. Prohack comprehended that the youth was trying to achieve privacy in a domicile where all conversation and movements were necessarily more or less public to the whole flat. Charles' restraint, however, showed little or no depression, disappointment, or disgust, and no despair. "But what's it all about, if I'm not being too curious?" Mr. Prohack inquired cautiously. "It's all about my being up the spout, Dad. I've had a flutter, and it hasn't come off, and that's all there is to it. I needn't trouble you with the details, but you may believe me when I tell you that I shall bob up again. What's happened to me might have happened to anybody, and has happened to a pretty fair number of city swells." "You mean bankruptcy?" "Well, yes, bankruptcy's the word. I'd much better go right through with it. The chit thinks so, and I agree." "The chit?" "Mimi." "Oh, so you call her that, do you?" "No, I never call her that. But that's how I think of her. I call her Miss Winstock. I'm glad you let me have her. She's been very useful, and she's going to stick by me. Not that there's any blooming sentimental nonsense about her. Oh, no. By the way, I know the mater and Sis think she's a bit harum-scarum, and you do too. Nevertheless, she was just as strong as Lady M that I should stroll up and confess myself. She said it was due to you." "Lady M didn't put it quite like that." The truckle bed creaked as Charlie shifted uneasily. They caught a faint murmur of talk from the other room, and Sissy's laugh. "Lady Massulum happened to tell me once that you'd been selling something before you knew how much it would cost you to buy it. Of course, I don't pretend to understand finance myself. I'm only a civil servant on the shelf. But to my limited intelligence, such a process of putting the cart before the horse seems likely to lead to trouble," said Mr. Prohack, as it were ruminating. "Oh, she told you that, did she?" Charlie smiled. "Well, the good lady was talking through her hat. That affair's all right. At least it would be if I could carry it through. But of course I can't now. It'll go in the general mess. If I was free, I wouldn't sell it at all. I'd keep it. There'd be no end of money in it, and I was selling it too cheap. It's a combine, or rather it would have been a combine, of two of the best paper mills in the country. And if I got it and could find time to manage it, my word, you'd see. No, what's done me in is a pure and simple stock exchange gamble, my dear father. Nothing but that. R.R. shares." "R.R.? What's that?" "Dad, where have you been living these years? Royal Rubber Corporation, of course. They dropped to 18 shillings. They oughtn't to have done.
I bought a whole big packet on the understanding that I should have a fortnight to fork out. They were bound to go up again. Haven't been so low for 11 years. How could I have foreseen that old Sampler would go and commit suicide and make a panic? I never read the financial news except the quotations of my own little savings, and I've never heard of old Sampler, said Mr. Prohack. Considering he was a front-page item for 4 days, Charlie exclaimed, raising his voice and then dropping it again. And he related in a few biting phrases the recent history of the R.R. I wouldn't have minded so much, he went on, if your particular friend Mr. Softly Bishop wasn't at the bottom of my purchase. His name only appears for some of the shares, but I've got a pretty good idea that it's he who's selling all of them to yours truly. He must have known something, and a rare fine thing he'd have made of the deal if I wasn't going bust, because I'm sure now he was selling to me what he hadn't got. Mr. Prohack's whole demeanour changed at the mention of Mr. Bishop's name. His ridiculous snobbish pride reared itself up within him. He simply could not bear the idea of Softly Bishop having anything against a member of his family. Sooner would the inconsistent fellow have allowed innocent widows and orphans to be ruined through Charlie's plunging than that Softly Bishop should fail to realize a monstrous profit through the same agency. "I'll see you through, my lad," said he briefly in an ordinary casual tone. "No, thanks, you won't," Charlie replied. "I wouldn't let you even if you could, but you can't, it's too big." "Ah, how big is it?" Mr. Prohack challengingly raised his chin. "Well, if you want to know the truth, it's between 140 and 150,000 pounds. I mean, that's what I should need to save the situation." "You?" cried the terror of the department in amaze, accustomed though he was to dealing in millions. He had gravely miscalculated his sum. 10,000 he could have understood, even 20,000, but 150. "You must have been mad." "Only because I've failed," said Charles. "Yes, it'll be a great affair. It'll really make my name. Everybody will expect me to bob up again. I shan't disappoint them. Of course, some people will say I oughtn't to have been extravagant. Grand Babylon Hotel and so on. What rot! A flea bite. Why, my expenses haven't been 700 a month." Mr. Prohack sat aghast, but admiration was not absent from his sentiments. The lad was incredible in the scale of his operations. He was unreal, wagging his elegant legs so calmly that in the midst of all that fragile Japanese lacquer, and the family, grotesquely unconscious of the vastness of the issues, chatting domestically only a few feet away. But Mr. Prohack was not going to be outdone by his son, however Napoleonic his son might be. He would maintain his prestige as a father. "I'll see you through," he repeated with studied quietness. "But look here, Dad, you only came into 100,000. I can't have you ruining yourself. And even if you did ruin yourself—" "I have no intention of ruining myself," said Mr. Prohack. "Nor shall I change in the slightest degree my mode of life. You don't owe everything, my child. You aren't the only person on earth who can make money. Where do you imagine you get your gifts from? Your mother?" "But—" "Be silent. Tomorrow morning, gilt-edged, immediately saleable securities will be placed at your disposal for 150,000 pounds. I never indulge in wildcat stock myself. And let me tell you there can be no question of your permitting or not permitting. I'm your father, and please don't forget it. It doesn't happen to suit me that my infant prodigy of a son should make a mess of his career, and I won't have it. If there's any doubt in your mind as to whether you or I are the strongest, rule yourself out of the competition this instant. It'll save you trouble in the end." Mr. Prohack had never felt so happy in his life, and yet he had had moments of intense happiness in the past. He could feel the skin of his face burning. "You'll get it all back, Dad," said Charlie later. "No amount of suicides can destroy the assets of the R.R. It's only that the market lost its head and absolutely broke to pieces under me. In 3 months—" "My poor boy," Mr. Prohack interrupted him, "do try not to be an ass." And he had the pleasing illusion that Charles was just home from school. "And mind, not one word to anybody whatever." 6. The other 3 were still modestly chatting in the living-room when the 2 great mysterious men of affairs returned to them. But Cissy had cleared the dining-room table and transformed the place into a drawing-room for the remainder of the evening. They were very feminine.
Even Ozzy had something of the feminine attitude of fatalistic, attending upon events beyond feminine control. He had it indeed far more than the vigorous-minded Sissy had it. They were cheerful, with a cheerfulness that made up in tact what it lacked in sincerity. Mr. Prohack compared them to passengers on a ship which is in danger. With a word, with an inflection, he reassured everybody, and yet said naught, and the cheerfulness instantly became genuine. Mr. Prohack was surprised at the intensity of his feelings. He was thoroughly thrilled by what he himself had done. Perhaps he had gone too far in telling Charlie that the putting down of £150,000 could be accomplished without necessitating any change in his manner of living, but he did not care what change might be involved. He had the sense of having performed a huge creative act, and of the reality of the power of riches. For weeks he had not been imaginatively cognizant of the fact that he was rich. He glanced secretly at the boy Charles and said to himself, "To that boy I am like a god. He was dead, and I have resurrected him. He may achieve an enormous reputation after all. Anyhow, he is an amazing devil of a fellow, and he's my son, and no one comprehends him as I do." And Mr. Prohack became jolly to the point of uproariousness, without touching a glass. He was intoxicated, not by the fermentation of grapes, but by the magnitude and magnificence of his own gesture. He was the monarch of the company, and getting a bit conceited about it. The sole creature who withstood him in any degree was Sissy. She had firmness. "She has married the right man," said Mr. Prohack to himself. "The so-called feminine instinct is for the most part absurd, but occasionally it justifies its reputation. She has chosen her husband with unerring insight into her needs and his. He will be happy. She will have the anxieties of responsible power. But I am not her husband." And he spoke aloud, masterfully. "Sissy?" "Yes, Dad, what now?" "I've satisfactorily transacted affairs with my son. I will now try to do the same with my daughter. A few moments with you in the council chamber, please. Oswald also, if you like." Sissy smiled kindly at her awaiting spouse. "Perhaps I'd better deal with my own father alone, darling." Ozzy accepted the decision. "Look here, I think I must be off," Charlie put in. "I've got a lot of work to do." "I expect you have," Mr. Prohack concurred. "By the way, you might meet me at Smaith and Smaith's at 10:15 in the morning." Charlie nodded and slipped away. "Infant," said Mr. Prohack to the defiantly smiling bride who awaited him in the council chamber, "has your mother said anything to you about our wedding present?" "No, Dad." "No, of course she hasn't. And do you know why? Because she daren't. With your infernal independence you've frightened the life out of the poor lady, that's what you've done. Your mother will doubtless have a talk with me tonight, and tomorrow she will tell you what she has decided to give you. Please let there be no nonsense. Whatever the gift is, I should be obliged if you will accept it, and use it without troubling us with any of your theories about the proper conduct of life. Wisdom and righteousness existed before you, and there's just a chance that they'll exist after you. Do you take me?" "Quite, Father." "Good. You may become a great girl yet. We are now going home. Thanks for a very pleasant evening." In the car, beautifully alone with Eve, who was in a restful mood, Mr. Prohack said, "I shall be very ill in a few hours. Pâté de foie gras is the devil, but caviar is Beelzebub himself." Eve merely gazed at him in gentle, hopeless reproach. He prophesied truly. He was very ill, and yet through the succeeding crises he kept smiling sardonically. "When I think," he murmured once with grimness, "that that fellow Bishop had the impudence to ask us to lunch, and Charlie too. Charlie too!" Eve, attendant, inquired sadly what he was talking about. "Nothing, nothing," said he. "My mind is wandering. Let it." End of Part 2 of Chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Mr. Prohack by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 23. The Yacht. 1. Mr. Prohack was lounging over his breakfast in the original old house in the square behind Hyde Park. He came to be there because that same house had been his wedding present to Sissy, who now occupied it with her spouse, and because the noble mansion in Manchester Square was being redecorated, under compulsion of some clause in the antique lease, and Eve had invited him to leave the affair entirely to her. In the few months since Charlie's great crisis, all things conspired together to prove once more to Mr. Prohack that calamities expected never arrive. Even the British Empire had continued to cohere, and revolution seemed to be further off than ever before. The greatest menace to his peace of mind, the League of all the Arts, had of course quietly ceased to exist. But it had established Eve as a hostess, and Eve as a hostess had gradually given up boring herself and her husband by large and stiff parties, and they had gone back to entertaining none but well-established and intimate friends with the maximum of informality as of old, to such an extent that occasionally in the vast and gorgeous dining-room of the noble mansion Eve would have the roast planted on the table and would carve it herself, also as of old. Brule did not seem to mind. Mr. Prohack had bought the lease of the noble mansion, with all the contents thereof, merely because this appeared to be the easiest thing to do. He had not been forced to change his manner of life, far from it. Owing to a happy vicissitude in the story of the R.R. Corporation, Charlie had called upon his father for only a very small portion of the offered £150,000, and had even repaid that within a few weeks. Matters had thereafter come to such a pass with Charlie that he had reached the pages of the Daily Picture, and was reputed to be arousing the jealousy of youthful millionaires in the United States. Also, the figure which he paid weekly for rent of his offices in the Grand Babylon Hotel was an item of common knowledge in the best clubs, and not to know it was to be behind the times in current information. No member of his family now ventured to offer advice to Charlie, who still, however, looked astonishingly like the old Charlie of motor-bicycle transactions. The fact is, people do not easily change. Mr. Prohack had seemed to change for a space, but if indeed any change had occurred in him, he had changed back. Scientific idleness, Turkish baths, dandyism, all vanished, contemned, forgotten. To think of them merely annoyed him. He did not care what necktie he wore. Even dancing had gone the same way. The dancing season was over until October, and he knew he would never begin again. He cared not to dance with the middle-aged, and if he danced with the young, he felt that he was making a fool of himself. It had been rather a lark to come and stay for a few days in his old home, to pass the sacred door of the conjugal bedroom, closed for ever to him, and mount to Charlie's room, into which Sissy had put the bulk of the furniture from the Japanese flat, without overcrowding it. Decidedly amusing to sleep in Charlie's old little room. But the romantic sensation had given way to the sensation of the hardness of the bed. Breakfast achieved, Mr. Prohack wondered what he should do next, for he had nothing to do. He had no worries, and almost no solicitudes. He had successfully adapted himself to his environment. Through the half-open door of the dining-room he heard Sissy and Ozzy. Ozzy was off to the day's business, and Sissy was seeing him out of the house, as Eve used to see Mr. Prohack out. Ozzy, by reason of a wedding present of £10,000, given in defiance of Sissy's theories, and with the help of his own savings, was an important fellow now in the theatrical world, having attained a partnership with the Napoleon of the stage. "You'd no business to send for the doctor without telling me," Sissy was saying in her harsh tone. "What do I want with a doctor?" "I thought it would be for the best, dear," came Ozzy's lisping reply. "Well, it won't, my boy." The door banged. Eve never saw me off like that, Mr. Prohack reflected. Sissy entered the room, some letters in her hand. She was exceedingly attractive, matron-like, interesting, but formidable. Said Mr. Prohack, glancing up at her, "It is the duty of the man to protect and the woman to charm, and I don't care who knows it." "What on earth do you mean, Dad?" "I mean that it is the duty of the man to protect and the woman to charm." Sissy flushed. "Ozzy and I understand each other, but you don't," said she, and made a delicious rude face. "Carthew's brought these letters, and he's waiting for orders about the car." She departed. Among the few letters was one from Softly Bishop, dated Rangoon. It was full of the world tour. "We had a success at Calcutta that really does baffle description," it said. We, commented Mr. Prohack. There was a postscript. By the way, I've only just learned that it was your son who was buying those Royal Rubber shares. I do hope he was not inconvenienced. I need not say that if I had had the slightest idea he was standing the racket, I should have waved, and so on. Would you? Commented Mr. Prohack. I see you doing it. And what's more, I bet you only wrote the letter for the sake of the postscript. Your tour is not a striking success, and you'll be wanting to do business with me when you come back, but you won't do it. And here I am, lecturing Sissy about hardness. He rang the bell and told a servant, who was a perfect stranger to him, to tell Carthew that he should not want the car. May Carthew speak to you, sir? Said the servant, returning. Carthew may, said he, and the servant thought what an odd gentleman Mr. Prohack was. Well, Carthew, said he, when the chauffeur, perturbed, entered the room, this is quite like old times, isn't it? Sit down and have a cigarette. What's wrong? Well, sir, replied Carthew, after he had lighted the cigarette and ejected a flake of tobacco into the hearth. There may be something wrong, or there mayn't, if you understand what I mean. But I'm thinking of getting married. Oh, what about that wife of yours? Oh, her? Oh, she's dead, all right. I never said anything feeling as it might be ashamed of her. But I thought you'd done with women. So did I, sir. But the question always is, have women done with you? I was helping her to lift pictures down yesterday, and she was standing on a chair, and something came over me. And there you are before you know where you are, sir, if you understand what I mean. Perfectly, Carthew. But who is it? Machin, sir. To cut a long story short, sir, I've been thinking about her for the better part of some time. Because of the boy, sir. Because of the boy. She likes him. If it hadn't been for the boy— Careful, Carthew. Well, perhaps you're right, sir, but she'd have copped me anyway. I congratulate you, Carthew. You've been copped by the best parlour-maid in London. Thank you, sir. I think I'll be getting along, sir. Have you told Mrs. Prohack? I thought I'd best leave that to Machin, sir. Mr. Prohack waved a hand, thoughtful. He heard Carthew leave. He heard Dr. Viga arrive, and then he heard Dr. Viga leaving, and rushed to the dining-room door. Viga! A moment. Come in. Everything all right? Of course. Absolutely normal. But you know what these young husbands are. I can't stop unless you're really ill, my friend. I'm worse than really ill, said Mr. Prohack, shutting the door. I'm really bored. I'm surrounded by the most interesting phenomena, and I'm really bored. I've taken to heart all your advice, and I'm really bored, so there. The agreeable, untidy, unprofessional Portuguese quack twinkled at him, and then said in his thick, southern, highly un-English voice, The remedy may be worse than the disease. You are bored because you have no worries, my friend. I will give you advice. Go back to your Treasury. I cannot, said Mr. Prohack. I've resigned. I found out that my friend Hunter was expecting promotion in my place. Ah, well, replied Dr. Viga with strange, sardonic indifference. If you will sacrifice yourself to your friends, you must take the consequences like a man. I will talk to you some other time when I've got nothing better to do. I am very busy telling people what they already know. And he went. A minute later Charlie arrived in a car suitable to his grandeur. Look here, Dad, said Charlie in a hurry. If you're game for a day out, I particularly want to show you something. And incidentally, you'll see some driving, believe me. My will is made. I am game, answered Mr. Prohack, delighted at the prospect of any diversion, however perilous. 2. When Charlie drew up at the Royal Pier, Southampton, having reached there in rather less time than the train journey and a taxi at each end would have required, he silently handed over the wheel to the chauffeur, and led his mystified but uninquiring father down the steps on the west side of the pier. A man in a blue suit with a peaked cap and a white cover on the cap was standing at the foot of the steps, just above the water, and above a motor launch containing 2 other men in blue jerseys with the name North Wind on their breasts and on their foreheads. A blue ensign was flying at the stem of the launch. "How do you do, Snow?" Charlie greeted the first man, who raised his cap. Father and son got into the launch, and the man after them. The launch began to snort, and off it went at a racing speed from the pier towards mid-channel. Mr. Prohack, who said not a word, perceived a string of vessels of various sizes which he judged to be private yachts, though he had no experience whatever of yachts.
Some of them flew bunting, and some of them didn't. But they all, without exception, appeared, as Mr. Prohack would have expected, to be the very simples of complicated elegance and luxury, shining and glittering buoyantly there on the brilliant blue water under the summer sun. The launch was rushing headlong through its own white surge towards the largest of these majestic toys. As it approached the string, Mr. Prohack saw that all the yachts were much larger than he had imagined, and that the largest was enormous. The launch flicked itself round the stern of that yacht, upon which Mr. Prohack read the word North Wind in gold, and halted bobbing at a staircase whose rails were white ropes slung against a dark blue wall. The wall was the side of the yacht. Mr. Prohack climbed out of the bobbing launch, and the staircase had the solidity under his feet of masonry on earth. High up, glancing over the wall, was a capped face. "How do you do, Skipper?" called Charlie, and when he got his parent onto the deck he said, "Skipper, this is my father. Dad, Captain Crowley." Mr. Prohack shook hands with a short, stoutish, nervous man with an honest, grim, marine face. "Everything all right?" "Yes, sir. Glad you've come at last, sir." "Good." Charlie turned away from the captain to his father. Mr. Prohack saw a man hauling a three-cornered flag up the chief of the three masts which the ship possessed, and another man hauling a large oblong flag up a pole at the stern. "What is the significance of this flag-raising?" asked Mr. Prohack. "The significance is that the owner has come aboard," Charlie replied, not wholly without self-consciousness. "Come on, have a look at her. Come on, Skipper, do the honours. She used to be a Mediterranean trader. The former owner turned her into a yacht. He says she cost him 100,000 by the time she was finished. I can believe it." Mr. Prohack also believed it easily. He believed it more and more easily as he was trotted from deck to deck, and from bedroom to bedroom, and sitting room to sitting room, and library to smoking room, and music room to lounge, and especially from bathroom to bathroom. In no land habitation had Mr. Prohack seen so many, or such marmoreal, or such luxurious bathrooms. What particularly astonished Mr. Prohack was the exceeding and minute finish of everything, and what astonished him even more than the finish was the cleanliness of everything. "Dirty place to be in, sir, Southampton," grinned the skipper. "We do the best we can." They reached the dining-room, an apartment in glossy bird's-eye maple set in the midst of the virgin white promenade deck. "By the way, lunch, please," said Charlie. "Yes, sir," responded eagerly the elder of two attendants in jackets striped blue and white. "Have a wash, governor." "Thanks, Skipper, that'll do for the present." Mr. Prohack washed in amplitudinous marble, and wiped his paternal face upon diaper into which was woven the name North Wind. He then, with his son, ate an enormous and intricate lunch, and drank champagne out of crystal engraved with the name North Wind, served to him by a ceremonious person in white gloves. Charlie was somewhat taciturn, but over the coffee he seemed to brighten up. "Well, what do you think of the old hulk?" "She must need an awful lot of men," said Mr. Prohack. "Pretty fair. The wages bill is $700 a month." "She's enormous," continued Mr. Prohack lamely. "Oh, no, 700 tons, Thames measurement. You see those funnels over there?" And Charlie pointed through the port windows to a row of 4 funnels rising over great sheds. "That's the Mauretania. She's 100 times as big as this thing. She could almost sling this affair in her davits." "Indeed. Still I maintain that this antique wreck is enormous," Mr. Prohack insisted. They walked out on deck. "Hello, here's the chit. You can always count on her," said Charles. The launch was again approaching the yacht, and a tiny figure with a dispatch case on her lap sat smiling in the stern sheets. "She's come down by train," Charles explained. Miss Winstock, in her feminineness, made a delicious spectacle on the spotless deck. She nearly laughed with delight as she acknowledged Mr. Prohack's grave salute and shook hands with him. But when Charlie said, "Anything urgent?" she grew grave and tense, becoming the faithful, urgent, confidential employee in an instant. "Only this," she said, opening the dispatch case and producing a telegram. "Confound it," remarked Charles, having read the telegram. "Here, you, Snow, please see that Miss Winstock has something to eat at once. That'll do, Miss Winstock." "Yes, Mr. Prohack," she said dutifully.
And his mother thought he would be marrying her, Mr. Prohack senior reflected. He'll no more marry her than he'll marry Machin. Goodness knows whom he will marry. It might be a princess. You remember that paper concern, newsprint stuff I've mentioned to you once or twice? Said Charlie to his father, dropping into a basket chair. Sit down, will you, Dad? I've had no luck with it yet. He flourished the telegram. Here, the new manager I appointed has gone and got rheumatic fever up in Aberdeen. No good for 6 months at least, if ever. It's a great thing if I can only really get it going, but no, the luck's wrong. And yet a sound fellow with brains could put that affair into such shape in a year that I could sell it at a profit of 400% to the Southern Combine. However... Soon afterwards he went below to talk to the chit, and the skipper took charge of Mr. Prohack, and displayed to him the engine-room, the officers' quarters, the forecastle, the galley, and all manner of arcana that Charlie had grandiosely neglected. "It's a world," said Mr. Prohack, but the skipper did not quite comprehend the remark. "Well," said Charlie, returning, "we'll have some tea, and then we must be off again. I have to be in town tonight. Have you seen everything? What's the verdict? Some ship, eh?" "Some ship," agreed Mr. Prohack, "but the most shockingly uneconomic thing I've ever met with in all my life. How often do you use the yacht?" "Well, I haven't been able to use her yet. She's been lying here waiting for me for nearly a month. I hope to get a few days off soon." "I understand there's a crew of 30-odd, all able-bodied and knowing their job, I suppose, and all waiting for a month to give you and me a lunch and a tea. £700 in wages alone for lunch and a tea for two, without counting the food and the washing." "Why not, Dad?" Charlie retorted calmly. "I've got to spend a bit of money uneconomically. Nothing like a yacht for doing it. No use for racing, and moreover it's too difficult not to mix with rascals if you go in for racing, and I don't care for rascals. Also, it's a mug's game, and I don't want to be a mug. As for young women, no. They only interest me at present as dancing partners, and they cost me nothing. A good yacht's the sole possible thing for my case, and a yacht brings you into contact with clean and decent people, not bookmakers. I bought this boat for 33,000. She's a marvellous bargain, and that's something." "But why spend money uneconomically at all?" "Because I said and swore I would. Didn't I come back from the war and try all I knew to obtain the inestimable privilege of earning my living by doing something useful? Did I succeed in obtaining the privilege? Why, nobody would look at me, and there were tens of thousands like me. Well, I said I'd take it out of this noble country of mine, and I am doing, and I shall keep on doing until I'm tired. These 30 men or so here might be at some useful productive work, fishing or merchant marining. They're otherwise engaged. They're spending a pleasant, wasteful month over our lunch and tea. That's what I enjoy. Makes me smile to myself when I wake up in the middle of the night. I'm showing my beloved country who won the peace." "It's a scheme," murmured Mr. Prohack, rendered thoughtful as much by the quiet and intense manner as by the matter of his son's oration. "Boyish, of course, but not without charm." "We were most of us boys," said Charlie. Mr. Prohack marshalled in his head the perfectly plain, simple reasoning necessary to crush Charlie to powder, and before crushing him to expose to him the crudity of his conceptions of organized social existence. But he said nothing, having hit on another procedure for carrying out his parental duty to Charles. Shortly afterwards they departed from the yacht in the launch. Long ere they reached the waiting motor-car, the bunting had been hauled down. In the car Mr. Prohack said, "Tell me something more about that paper-making business. It sounds interesting." 3. When Mr. Prohack reached his daughter's house again late in the night, it was his wife who opened the door to him. "Good heavens, Arthur, where have you been? Poor Sissy is in such a state. I was obliged to come over and stay with her. She needs the greatest care." "We had a breakdown," said Mr. Prohack, rather guiltily.
"Who's we? Where? What breakdown? You went off without saying a word to anyone. I really can't imagine what you were thinking about. You're just like a child sometimes."
"I went down to Southampton with Charlie," the culprit explained, giving a brief and imperfect history of the day, and adding that on the way home he had made a detour with Charles to look at a paper manufactory.
"And you couldn't have telephoned?"
"Never thought of it."
"I'll run and tap at Sissy's door and tell her. Ossie's with her. You'd better go straight to bed."
"I'm hungry." Eve made a deprecating and expostulatory noise with her tongue against her upper teeth. "I'll bring you something to eat. At least I'll try to find something," said she. "And are you sleeping here too? Where?" Mr. Prohack demanded, when Eve crept into Charlie's old bedroom with a tray in her hands. "I had to stay. I couldn't leave the girl. I'm sleeping in her old room." "The worst of these kids' rooms," said Mr. Prohack, with an affectation of calm, "is that there are no easy chairs in them. Never struck me before. Look here, you sit on the bed and put the tray down there, and I'll occupy this so-called chair. Now, I don't want any sermons, and what is more, I can't eat unless you do. But I tell you I'm very hungry. So would you be if you'd have my day." "You won't sleep if you eat much." "I don't care if I don't. Is this whisky?" "What, bread and cheese? A simple life. I'm not used to it. Where are you off to?" "There came a letter for you. I brought it along. It's in the other bedroom." "Open it for me, my good child," said Mr. Prohack, his mouth full and his hands occupied, when she returned. She did so. "It seems to me that you'd better read this yourself," she said naughtily. The letter was from Lady Massulum, signed only with her initials, announcing with a queer brevity that she had suddenly decided to go back at once to her native country to live. "How strange!" exclaimed Mr. Prohack, trying to be airy. "Listen, what do you make of it? You're a woman, aren't you?" "I make of it," said Eve, "that she's running away from you. She's afraid of herself, that's what she is. Didn't I always tell you? Oh, Arthur, how simple you are! But fancy at her age! Oh, my poor boy, shall you get over it?" Eve bent forward and kissed the poor boy, who was cursing himself for not succeeding in not being self-conscious. "Rot!" he exploded at last. "I said you were a woman, and by all the gods you are. Give me some more food." He was aware of a very peculiar and unprecedented thrill. He hated to credit Eve's absurd insinuation, but... And Eve looked at him superiorly, triumphant, sure of him, sure of her everlasting power over him. Yet she was not romantic, and her plump person did not in the least symbolize romance. "I have a piece of news for you," he said after a pause. "After tonight I've done with women and idleness. I'm going into business. I've bought half of that paper-making concern from your singular son, and I'm going to put it on its legs. I know nothing about paper-making, and I can only hope that the London office is not as dirty and untidy as the works. I've no idea what works were. The whole thing will be a dreadful worry, and I shall probably make a horrid mess of it, but Charlie seems to think I shan't." "But why? What's come over you, Arthur? Surely we've got enough money. What has come over you? I never could make you out, and I never shall." Nothing," said he. "Only I've got a sort of idea that someone ought to be economic and productive. It may kill me, but I'll die producing anyhow." He waited for her to begin upbraiding him for capricious folly and expatiating upon the fragility of his health. But you never know where you are with an Eve. Eves have the most disconcerting gleams of insight. She said, "I'm rather glad. I was getting anxious about you." End of chapter 23. End of Mr. Prohack by Arnold Bennett.